Yo, yo. What's up? Just Mustang dinner's almost ready? Am I the dinner? Just Mustang, we just met. Take me out for a drink first. Okay. Now, what up, SSH? SSH always calling out when we're live. I have come to a conclusion. I'm starting early, I'm starting quick, I'm starting fast. I have come to a conclusion that I don't think I'm going to do bingo anymore. For now. I need to think about it a bit more. I need to ideate a bit more. Because it hasn't felt like that engaging. It feels more like a distraction from the watch through than an actual like aid to the watch through. Do you disagree, SSH? Is the bingo well loved? If the bingo is well loved, I'll keep it. But I didn't feel like it was it was going well, honestly. What up, Undead King? How you doing? How you doing? Chat vote when more people get in here. All right, bet. Yeah. Yeah, I'll prep one. Yeah, because right now it says concurrent viewers 1, which I have a feeling, given that I saw 3 people chat already, that's wrong. All right, yeah, we'll do a vote. I think also in terms of, I guess, housekeeping / news. I think at least that this is going to be the last 2-parter for a while. Mostly because the session times just get much more reasonable after this. For like a while. They get much more reasonable, I believe, until let's see. Yeah, like next like episode 23 is like 2 hours 45 minutes. Episode 24 is like 3 hours 17, then it's 3 hours, 3 hours, 3 hours, 242, 250, 235, 247. We don't hit another 4-hour one until episode like 33. So I think if it's around the 3-hour mark, we should be okay. I'll just have to, focus on going quick still. Bingo, accidentally closed stream. Lol, feels good, man. I agree. I'm also potentially, to help with that, I might. Not certain about this. I need to take the weekend to consider, but I might starting like half an hour early. I don't want to throw too many people off just for the extra half hour, but I'm thinking about it. Okay, so yeah, all of that being said, I guess I'll do my takeaway. My takeaway from last episode, at least from the beginning of it. And I mean, yeah, look. You can tell by the thumbnail, by the title, about what my takeaway is going to be. Before I get into that, there's a special Critical Trolls for Extra Life that is between episodes 25 and 26. I see. Okay, we might watch that. Critical Role Extra, stuff like that, comes and goes, depends on the schedule. But good to know. But I think that the big thing with the last episode that I talked a lot about, and it also tied into kind of the guest plot arc in general, is kind of this idea of railroading, which I don't personally like to use that term, especially because I know that a lot of people take it as just default negative, and I don't think that the railroad always has to be negative. But this kind of sequence of episodes I didn't love, mostly because it felt like forcing narrative consequences onto the players because of out-of-narrative necessity. And that doesn't need to happen, right? Like, if you have these guest arcs that you want to do, honestly, you can just talk to your players off screen, number one. Number two, it is part of your job as a DM to make the decisions that the characters make within the fiction make sense, to provide them with proper motivation. And I don't think that Matt has realized yet quite how easy that will be for him. Like, I don't think he's really connected the dots that, like, he can just put something in front of the players, and because they're on stream, they'll probably bite. But regardless of that, you know, kind of new dynamic, as an at-home GM, if there's a direction that your players really, really want to go, you should... And this is why I was so nervous the very first time that they brought out the magical contract, because magical contracts are such an easy way for DMs to get into trouble, because they enforce, they force plot on your players. It takes it out of, I'm making decisions that I can comprehend as a person because I can't comprehend a magical contract. Those aren't real. So it takes it out of that area of, like, if Matt just provided them with motivation of money, or if the Slayers take threatened Pike and her new position in the town, if the Slayers take threatened to deport them, like, all of these things could be proper motivation that don't involve magical compulsion. And if they know that it's magical compulsion, maybe it's okay. That's why, you know, when the magical contract came out, I was worried, but there was still room. Okay, there was still options. But then, the way that it ends is they get out of the magical contract. Hooray! We're done with the guest episodes. We don't have this exterior meta reason anymore. We can leave the magical contract where it was, move on. And now there's no reason to compel the players. And then Matt gives a lot of DM sort of hints of, like, hey, players, go and do this thing. And the players are like, oh, are you sure? And he's like, yeah, go do this thing. And then they kind of, in character, kind of trying to suss it out. Like, I don't know, this ziggurat looks really weird. And Matt, as an NPC, but really as the DM, goes, no, trust me, it'll be cool, it'll be dope, it'll be based. And goes and gives them another magical contract. Like, we don't know that it's a magical contract, but it is a magical brand that a magical monster serving a god, being, in their own words, the avatar of a god. It is a magical brand that creature gave them. Now, it is possible. Don't get me wrong. It's possible that brand is purely aesthetic. And that the only enchantment on it, because we know there is an enchantment on it where only other, like, followers, I think, can see it. Or maybe I'm thinking of the Absolutes brand in Baldur's Gate 3. As always, Critical Role stealing from Baldur's Gate 3. Regardless of who can see it, it was magically put on there. And we are just going on good faith of this guild that already put us in this terrible situation. That it's okay. It's all good. The guild that just had us in the magical contract. So, like, you get one, right? You get one, like, magical contract, I'm going to compel you, kind of force you to do these things thing as a DM. I was willing to let it slide with the magical contract, but now it's becoming like a habit. It's becoming a chain. Sometimes as a DM, you have to kind of get them through the bottleneck. There's a bottleneck in what you have planned, and you have to force them through it. There shouldn't be a bottleneck every 2 to 3 episodes. That's where the feeling of a railroad comes from, is when you go, whoop, whoop, right? You keep pulling them back in to the story that you want to tell. And it feels even worse if it's through magical compulsion. If it's through more human motivation type stuff, greed, loved ones, like, those are things that they can actively grapple with. Those are moral dilemmas. A magical compulsion, a Geist, if you will, is a lot riskier. It runs the risk of becoming a technical problem, and it becomes a problem, especially if you're using a homebrew compulsion, like Matt is, that Matt can just say, there's no way out of it. And because it's a homebrew fictional thing, there's no way out of it. And so it's a really dangerous tool. It can be very efficient, but it's very dangerous. It's very easy to get into bad territory with it as a DM. And I think Matt's approaching it, but his players are being cool because it's on stream. But I don't think that I think my players would not have liked that Sphinx scene. I can picture me running that for my players and them like getting out and be like, I'm sorry, they just put that on us? We didn't consent. They just did that. That's not cool. Jack, not NPCs, DM. So, I won't harp on it anymore. That's my takeaway. It felt like a very detached and odd scenario that they were forced into. Also, that one shot is 3 hours, 8 minutes of runtime according to that Google Doc, so it's short-ish. Yeah, I mean, that 3 hours and 8 minutes would be good. You'll want to watch it. Lots of good DM stuff to talk about. Oh, okay. All right, yeah, we can slip it in there if you think it'll be good. And yeah, 3 hours, 8 minutes that's about what it looks like they try to keep the runtime to from now on, so that's kind of what I'm looking towards. Brand does not equal contract, just trust the Sphinx. When has a Sphinx ever lied or betrayed you? Yeah. Yeah. I mean, there was that implicit lie where we thought that the leader of the guild was this lady, and it actually turns out to be a monster. But we'll ignore that lie over there. And then when they go, hey, can the brand compel us to do things like, or they don't explicitly ask the brand about the brand, but they say, hey, like, are we like under any obligation? And they're like, no. Unless this other thing happens. But totally not. There's just too much wiggle room. There's too much wiggle room for bad stuff to happen, for bad compulsions. Matt also went from DMing 6 to 8 hour sessions once a month or so to 3 to 4 hours a week or so. Yeah. That is a struggle with pacing, which I'm not the best at pacing. So I don't want to get on Matt for per session pacing, especially over the guest episodes. It really made me think about and nail down what I should do and what I try to do for those more limited series type things. But this is sort of, that sort of railroad out and then into the bottleneck isn't necessarily related to the actual length of a session. It's more like the pace of your plot separate from the sessions. Matt also, Monster, you hurt Osis's feelings? Good. I'm fine with that. That is totally fine. It gets better in the next arc. I'm sure that this is another Horn of Osiris situation where the second one will never be brought up again, and their brand will be a purely aesthetic thing unless they want it to not be later on. Like, I honestly have confidence that Matt won't use the things he has set up badly, but I don't think that they give any true benefit, at least in the way he went about setting them up, and they only provide like risks and negatives of misuse. So I do generally trust that it won't be a problem in terms of actual Critical Role. It's more just like at your tables. Horn of Osiris, is that Orcus's cousin? Oh no! How can I be expected to keep all the pantheons in my head? That's not fair. That's not fair at all. All right. And with that, we're going to hop into the episode. We are at 2:25. And so I believe If starting at 2:25, session ends at... I forgot to have it pulled up. Here it is. Where the cast comments. Matt ends at 4:22. So we have about 2 hours. Which at our current pace will probably take us 6 hours, landing us at a solid midnight. Well, probably not. We'll see. There's going to be a giant quiz after episode 115. You need a 70% to pass and go on to C2. Dude, if you put together a quiz for me, I'll fucking take it. I'll take a quiz at any point. That'd be fun. Now I'm doing whatever the fuck I want. I ain't bound by no rules. I got a degree. I'm not bound by grades anymore, but I'll still take it for fun.
Upward, and like I said, it kind of continues and then disappears over a ridge where the mountains kind of come inward to the closest portion where the mountain range tends to break. You can't see anything beyond that because it's still too far away from you.
Knowing my people and my tribe, would I know if these were like centurions?
You have no idea. You haven't been to this territory. You know that centurions usually are sent out and people that keep watch on the landscape around, but you have no idea.
Because I know the mountains, are we still on that crappy narrow precipices?
It's starting, that crappy path is starting to move inward finally towards the actual mountain and starting to crest over into some sort of a top area. Where it goes into almost like a ravine where the two walls of the mountain come together to give you a small valley path.
And just a small reminder, since this is mid-episode, we got into the mountains. They got past there was a snowstorm or a dust storm, or ash. It was ash storm. Lots of ash in the air. And they got kind of further into the mountains, and then they saw a bunch of dudes, a bunch of boys up on the hill. And they tried to stealth, and they failed. And then the shadows disappeared. All right, everyone, you heard him. We have until 115 to create the most in-depth diabolical quiz of all time. Let's just think about that for a second. It's about 5 times where we are currently. About 5 times the distance. I started streaming this, I think, in May? Maybe June? So you guys have about a year and a half, maybe 2. Depending on if I update my schedule or not. 2025, let's go.
Look and see if there were any boulder avalanche type situations that I could see. That
Sure, go make a perception check.
Can I clarify something?
Never mind.
Am I giving Scanlan a shoulder ride right now, or is he...
Oh, Scanlan's still back.
He's knocking boots back in Vasselheim.
Yeah.
I couldn't find him.
Scanlan paid well for enough attention to celebrate his current non-freezing death or smashing by a dragon. And
Deep tissue.
is still recovering through the positive reinforcement of numerous female workers.
They call it a tiefling trio.
There's going to be art for that.
Now there is.
Say things like that out loud.
You guys continue?
Yeah, I think so.
Continue
All
on.
right.
I mean, let's continue
Dude.
on.
Right. You continue pushing in, and
Not just the fact that it would probably be riddled with spoilers. I would never want to go to the Rule 34 for Critical Role. I'm sure it is hundreds of pages long. I can't even imagine how just the sheer quantity of shit that has been created.
this area where the mountain range tends to kind of collide to this pathway that leads onward, and it's slowly winding around and heading upward.
Oh, what up, Mustang? Welcome to the server. Glad to have you.
Closer in.
Speaking of, I took Restay's advice. I added some chat commands. So we have a new chat command. Discord. It should work. Haha! Oh! It's 2 messages. Shit. I'm gonna have to fix that, but, we'll see.
Towards where the mountain range.
But in general, welcome to the Discord. If anyone's watching it after the fact, there's a Discord. Join it. It'll be cool.
Crests. There's a couple more flashes of lightning, some thunder, and you kind of look around.
I rolled at 18 because I want to do an Arcana check for like anything I can feel from that storm, or like as it gets
18?
closer.
Okay.
As it gets closer.
Best you can gather.
I'm sorry, we're already... Okay. All right. If we are playing bingo, that would be a tick. I'm gonna run the poll really quick. I'm gonna say we're not gonna do it no matter what this episode, but I will run a poll during the episode, maybe a little bit later when more people are here. I will run a poll in the Discord, and I'll run a poll on the on the community page, and we'll average all of them. See what people think. You might also want to put a poll in the Discord. You're so behind, SSH. How dare you have internet lag?
The storm is localized, it is not moving, and this type of storm seems to be more generated not because there is a gathering of storm activity or any natural rain that falls in this area. In fact, most of the rock and landscape you see here is very dry. This usually accompanies a place of very, very strong power. Natural occurrences where there is just a general a funnel or focus of some sort of unbridled arcane or divine energy tends to call this type of aberrant weather pattern to it.
This would sometimes happen in the Ashari as well. We'd get windstorms occasionally. It happens.
You hear a strange clacking sound, and you glance up just in time to see a large boulder down the mountain. So for this one,
Honestly, restates because I didn't have a lot of housekeeping, and my takeaway was frankly pretty short, because it was just reiterating things I had already beaten to death in the last ep. You're right, it is kind of unheard of.
particular, this would be forward towards the people that are in the front. That would be Keyleth, Vex, Vax, and Trinket.
Do I have enough time to react?
You guys can go ahead and make a dexterity saving throw.
How big is the boulder?
It's roughly 6 feet in diameter. It just kind of barrels through the vicinity.
Yeah.
23.
1.
This is the stream.
Can I try to do something right now?
The reaction first.
What was my number?
13 for me, and Trinket gets 13 as well.
13 and 13.
Can I try to do something?
Key light.
Leave it for both.
As soon as I finish their action, like basically just boulder, just smack, and they all try to dodge out of the way, and then you can do your action.
I'm gonna try to cast telekinesis and.
Okay. The casting of the spell itself takes a moment. It's one of those things where it's not an instant thing. You have to do the motions for it. It's not so much instant. Just that one. However, as the boulder manages to roll by, all of you except for Vax manage to dodge out of the way in time. Everyone can ducks out as the boulder.
What book?
That's passed, and
Now both of the elven twins have taken
you take
rock
16 points of bludgeoning damage as the boulder just slams into your side.
Hey guys, look.
16. You immediately glance up at the top, and you can now see 3 figures have gathered at the very top of this ridge, and you can see 2 more are lifting boulders.
Lifting boulders.
It looks like it.
Oh, are they giants? Are they more fucking giants?
Glancing up best you can see.
Restave, that's fair. Someone, I mean, we can ideate in the Discord. Might also be a thing where I just put a really, really small bingo board, like, right here. Like, less of, not like an actual bingo board, but maybe like a, just like a colored grid, so that you guys know how close I am to a bingo. I don't know. We'll have to think about some sort of on-screen element, or we could just declutter the screen a little bit. That's also a possibility.
And they're about 45, 50 feet up on this ridgeline. They appear to be larger than normal human. They are humanoid. You, with your highest perception, glance up and you can see each one has 2 heads across one set of shoulders.
Can we get in a place that the boulders won't hit us? Like if we get right up against the cliff face?
So now,
Certainly try.
so now we see that happening?
Yep.
So we see that
You guys
happening?
all see this happening now.
Cool. So instead, as I see the next one, I cast telekinesis on the one he's about to throw and huck it right back at him.
Okay. So one of the boulders gets loose. Now this one's going towards the bottom group.
I love that you can certainly try. You can certainly try is a classic. Decluttering the screen. Blasphemy. Never. No.
Here,
No, of course not.
as Tiberius, you reach up and do that. Go ahead and roll a strength check. With the strength of the boulder, which I believe is. What's the strength check? It's a fastest boulder.
How far away are they roughly?
They're about 45, 50 feet up on the pathway.
We could just bolt.
We can take off running.
We are, yeah, we're in the bottom.
All right, so you just roll and add 5.
Possible.
Roll and add 5 to your d20.
Okay, that was 15.
15. You rolled a 5. Even with his strength bonus, he throws the boulder down. The boulder smacks him right back in the face, and you can see just tips over backward out of visual range. There's now 2 of them currently visible at the top. Cool. All right, so go ahead and make your attack. The rest of you guys get around. However, at this point in time, as you guys are preparing, the second boulder comes crashing down towards the second half. I need Percy, Pike, Grog, and Tiberius to make dexterity saving throws.
You guys want to run?
Nope.
This is Dexter.
Yeah, solid 5.
Dexterity saving throw. 5.
14 on the first one, which is
18.
Okay.
13.
14's fine. 13. 15. Okay. So you guys, all but Tiberius, you guys dodge the way. Tiberius, who's concentrating on the telekinesis, and the secondary boulder unfortunately connects. You take 12 points of bludgeoning damage. Need to make a concentration check. Roll d20. Add 5 to it.
That's 24.
24. Yeah, you maintain concentration. It nearly boulder almost knocks you off your side. You manage to maintain your focus on the spell. Your telekinesis system.
Now, something I will say. Anyone who watched the, how to make a map thing, I talked a couple of times about not clustering too many of the same thing together. There is an argument to be made that this is maybe an obstacle, maybe a challenging path. The fact that I think these are Ettins. They're pretty strong, and they're going to have to spend resources to deal with it, but they can explicitly deal with it. There's probably a combination. Maybe they're the obstacles and they're along a challenging path just because of the narrow and thin and dangerous nature of this path. But it is sort of risky to put a lot of these things back to back. It can start to feel a little sluggish, a little sloggish. They just went through this area of, the smoke, cough, 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 all the way through. And then they make it through. And now they have to go through, okay, this is still a thin area, but now there are boulders raining down on you. Do you, rush through? Do you deal with these things? I like a little bit more interspersement. Maybe put some sort of, wide ledge with a sign saying, "Go back, intruders." Something interesting. He sort of had an interesting moment, an interesting node with the shadows. I think that was good. But we go from challenging path, interesting node, right back to challenging path. We need a little bit more of a break, of a grace period between the two. Yeah, I don't know. Lol Tibbs is getting Sen's Fortress? I actually don't know Sen's Fortress. This is a classic. Megaphone man not knowing pop culture. I forgot it was Wednesday. I'll catch up on 1.5. See you all live in an hour. What up, John? I'll say hello to John because he's not here anymore. Hi, John. Dark Souls reference. I see. Yeah, no. Dark Souls is one of those that I totally missed. I only have friends that are into it, not this. You'd get it if you played it. Connor, we played the same game. Shut the fuck up.
Trying to hit him with an arrow.
Go for it.
Dark Souls stream? I would only do a Dark Souls stream as a drunk stream. Now, if this is something that has desire, if people want this to happen, I'm fine with that. But I have no interest in playing Dark Souls as it is. I only have it as take a drink every time you die or something like that. And not alone as well. Because number one, I think drunk streams alone can get I don't know about that. But I would have to have people over, and it would have to be a drug stream. So maybe, if there's interest.
16 hits. You lose it, it goes running outside into the darkness, and it finds purchase somewhere in the face of the entity. Go ahead and roll damage.
17.
17, nice.
I didn't have
Oh, I more meant if there's interest from the existing community. That could also just be what you're saying. To be fair, I think you're right. I do think a lot of people just like watching noobs play Dark Souls, so maybe there would be interest. I don't know. It's a very relaxing game, I've heard. Yeah, that seems like definitionally what it's about. Have we made the Discord command yet? Yeah. The Discord command for what? Wait, maybe? I did make some new Discord commands recently, so maybe.
Is the entity still lifting boulders?
There are two entities currently that are still up.
Or
One
some
you
new
can see
stream
the
commands.
boulder smash back in its face. And
As much as I love being targets with a lawn bowling, we are kind of in the bottom of a fucking valley.
Yeah, we're in a tough
All right.
man.
Run.
You guys just run? Yeah. Okay.
I need to
you start bolting forward.
shortcut,
You can see the two entities now reach over and grab rocks and start running
Run zigzags.
alongside.
Serpentine!
I turn around where they are right in front and throw up a big wall of stone.
They both throw boulders kind of overhead, now arcing, kind of missing the entire ravine, trying to get it downward.
Is my thing still going?
Your token's still going.
I'm gonna catch one.
Don't take out my wall of stone!
No, I'm gonna whack it.
Okay. One of them rolls down, and it would have impacted except for the wall of stone. It hits. Let me see the strength of that. Oh, rolled a 1 on it.
This is also a good example of a challenging path because you can see that they are using their resources to mitigate damage primarily. They did also mitigate it by taking out one of the Ettins, and so this, could change path type. But, it's throwing up walls of stone to block it. It's hurling the boulders away. These are the sorts of things that are sort of typical of a challenging path. Definitely up for more gaming content, but don't really have much interest in Dark Souls. We'll see. Maybe there might be another interesting idea that I could do somehow. Maybe it's not just drunk. Maybe it's something else. Drink every time you die could actually make that come true. Look, that's the only one that pops off the top of my dome. But maybe there's an idea there. I don't know. We'll see. I think Starfield's probably higher on the list, generally, in terms of like what's the next game I would play. But also doing a lot more gaming content would probably be like I'm at least doing YouTube like part-time. I don't know if I'll do a ton more gaming content than what I do now. I want to do more regardless. Like I want to do more like Baldur's Gate 3. I do want to do Starfield. But like daily or weekly, probably would need to wait.
On the strength of the roll, the boulder slams right at the bottom of the ravine, gets even more speed as it ramps up like a bowling ball and slams into the stone wall. The stone wall heaves and cracks and portions of it fall and collapse, but it does manage to stop the force of that boulder. The second one comes overhead towards you. Go ahead and make a d20 roll and add 5 to it.
19.
19? Yeah, I rolled an 8. You manage to catch the boulder. It's just on the cusp of the weight limit you would have for telekinesis, but you manage to stop it in midair and catch it, and you're just kind of throwing it off to the side.
I'm gonna hug it right back to the other guy again.
Okay. It's a heavy boulder, and it's a long 50-foot distance away, so I'm going to go ahead and have you roll another d20 plus 5.
Come on.
That's
Plus 5?
14.
14. You manage to stop it from crushing your party, and you throw it up, and it manages to roll up the side, get partway up, and then continue arcing and rolling down away from you guys safely. Kind of like a skee ball style, you know.
Running furious on the back as I kind of pull him along. Run.
Right. You guys keep running. You can notice as you're bolting forward, the two entities that are looming reach over and grab.
Okay, I'm gonna stop. As if I see one pick up a ball, I'm gonna stop and take an action if that's okay.
Sure, go for it.
I'm going to swing around. I'm gonna pull bad news out as I swing around, back myself down, and I'm going to take a shot at its arm, and I'm taking an aim shot at its arm.
Okay, go for it. So you're spending a grip point.
Spending a grip point. It's been so long. Here we are.
Yeah! 19?
Oh, the curse is broken.
It is indeed.
That's 29, 31.
31. Definitively hits.
31.
So it has to make a. What does the weapon, the arm shot do? There's no damage, right?
The arm shot is okay. I'm sorry, it's been a while. I've never done this one before. Yeah, no damage, but it drops one item of my choice.
So it's slipping the boulder. You fire.
On top of him?
And it hits the elbow out from under it.
And I use the strength of the shot to pick myself up and keep on running.
Okay. Go make an acrobatics check.
Okay.
So as one of them is lifting a giant boulder, to chuck it.
That's a fair acrobatics thing. I will also say, I mean, the telekinesis throwing thing is what is telekinesis's normal damage? Because this sounds like something that Matt is homebrewing off the top of his head. So I'm kind of curious about it because he's talking about, it's at the weight limit, yada yada. If you succeed, you pull the object away from it. Oh, it doesn't actually say. I'm looking to see if you can attack with it at all. If it actually, talks about attacking at all. You can switch targets. You can try to move creatures. Yeah, it just talks about it being able to be moved, not necessarily thrown. So, I do think it's fair for Matt to allow Orion to use those throwing things. Making it a D20 plus 5 is honestly a little generous from what I would do. I would literally treat it as if Orion is a very, very strong creature and he is directly holding this boulder and he is throwing it, which would make it an improvised weapon. Now, there are lots of different rules for how you can determine improvised weapon damage, but it's almost always using a pool of D6s or a pool of D4s, and it would be typically using strength, but maybe you can rule it back to charisma for him. I don't know. It's very interesting. I don't dislike anything that Matt's doing here. I'm almost thinking through it for myself of would I do anything different? I think the only thing I might do different is go into the sort of turn-based mode that we've talked about, but it also depends on how much Matt wants them to solve the obstacle. How much does he want them to actually take out the Ettins, or does he just want them to get away? What is the intention of this area? Is this intended to be a challenging path that they don't really deal with the thing above? Or is it meant to be an obstacle where, they deal with the Ettins and then it's safe? I can't really tell what Matt's intention is. If his intention is for them to overcome the Ettins, I would go into turn-based mode, give everyone an action, give them their movement, let them dash, etc. If it's just a challenging path and he just wants to get them through it, I like what he's doing. Which it would be really hard to tell from our perspective which is which. I should probably know this too, since one of my BBEGs has a ring of telekinesis. Yeah, that would help. I'd probably ask for some kind of contested or attack roll of some sort, depending on what they ask. Telekinesis seems a little open-ended. It definitely is. The way that I am thinking about it is that it says you can exert fine control on objects within your telekinetic grip. To me, that assumes that you can exert non-fine control. Like, you can exert blunt control, right? And you can attempt to move a huge or smaller creature, and you can move it 30 feet in 6 seconds. So it can definitely get some speed on the things that it's handling, if they're, within the weight limit. So there's definitely something here. I mean, the range, it does say specifically, if the object isn't being worn or carried, you automatically move it up to 30 feet in any direction, but not beyond the range of this spell. Which would imply that, the spell can't affect it, but if you're throwing it, I don't know. That is really open-ended. Yeah. The OC my OC has a bag of boulders that does strength or dex plus prof with 2d6 damage. Yeah, I mean, it would definitely depend on, what's the damage of these boulders when the Ettins are throwing them. Like, you could just use that same damage, maybe even just say half damage, because you can't exert the same amount of strength that the Ettins can. So maybe you say it's half damage, you give it, just an attack roll with a charisma bonus. Non-proficiency, which is what he did. He only gave him +5, assuming that Orion has a 20 charisma, which seems reasonable. Yeah, I think I like what Matt's doing. I think I like it. Yeah. It seems to imply it doesn't preserve or benefit from momentum. It definitely, I would say, implies that, talking about, specifically you move it to here. But that's probably something I would rule of cool away. Especially if everything else about the spell seems to lead towards a conclusion that you can chuck shit with it. I'm going to rule of cool away a wry interpretation, right? That's not raw. It doesn't say that. It says you automatically move it this many feet but not beyond the range of the spell. That could be interpreted to say you only have control over it until the range of the spell. I think there's multiple raw interpretations, and even if the wry is you can't throw it, it doesn't say that, and it's kind of cooler if you can. So yeah, it seems really situational. Interesting spell. Definitely interesting spell. And it's 5th level. I mean, it's a significant resource to spend, so
23, you're fine. Percy swoops around, fires bad news that echoes through the entire ravine. I think it's the sound focus. You hear it echoing outward from the blast that sends Percy back. Percy turns around, throws his arm down on the ground, and using the momentum from the blast, picks himself up, leaps onto his feet, and continues running in time with the rest of you. A trail of smoke billowing behind him from the barrel of bad news, which you can see is now glowing with a bit of red warmth, the metal itself heated from the sheer force of the blast.
That was awesome.
At this time, you look up and see one of the entities with the 2 heads lifting a boulder of its head, one of its elbows out from under it.
I will say, number 1, love Taliesin for just saying, I want to use the bad news to push myself up and keep running. That, I truly think every other player at the table would have asked if they could roll acrobatics or athletics or some sort of check. Percy just said it. Can I do this? And Matt might have just said yes. It would have theoretically been reasonable for Matt to just say yes to it. But then Matt asked for acrobatics. I want to compliment again. That's a great use of acrobatics, I think. I also think you could maybe spin it as a constitution check, which are precious few. So I think there's a couple of ways you can spin that as a DM to still feel cool. So I love Percy, or Taliesin, I should say, for the way he went about describing that, and I think that that's a fantastic use of the acrobatics skill that I think a lot of times gets misused. I'll be honest. I think acrobatics is not one of the most underused skills by any stretch of the imagination. I think people are throwing out acrobatics all the time. But I do think it's one of the more misused skills. It's always like, oh, can I make that jump if I throw a fucking flip into it? It's like, no, that's that doesn't make it acrobatics all of a sudden.
And that one also falls out of view as the other one kind of like looks back and sets the boulder down, starts shaking its fist at the air.
Rabble, rabble.
Yes.
Rabble, rabble,
Giant, I
rabble.
yell back, fuck you!
In giant.
I don't know if it is a giant.
That felt good.
Still.
That felt really good.
Which you recognize the echoing voice. It says,
Come back here, food!
and you shout that back at it, and it goes,
Hey!
and it's at this point you guys are just charged. At which point the ravine begins to open into what looks like a let me get a little out of this chaos here. The ravine opens up into a valley. It looks like at the top of this mountain range, the top kind of crested area surrounds this valley that slowly descends into the center of this large mountain. You guys have walked up the outside of it.
Hidden Valley.
Hidden Valley Ranch.
It's about.
So stupid.
There you go. The large. God damn it.
Yes, Mike.
My favorite ranch.
That's what the joke was.
The valley itself is about roughly 3 miles across to the other side of this crested mountain range.
3 miles?
Yeah. You notice this valley is actually a settled-in bowl-like caldera. You realize this particular mountain was once, or possibly still is, an active volcano. As you begin to move in closer, the ground itself becomes more and more jagged with what looks like broken obsidian rock, sharp volcanic stone and glass. It is a very, very warm heat that this area tends to give off, and the temperature is now significantly causing you to sweat, not just from the run, but the severe change in temperature than what you're used to in this area of the continent.
It just was great to me.
Always change in temperature.
I'm switching out my scales. Anything that he didn't. Oh my god, it's good.
The air now, the burning wood and ash smell is becoming much, much stronger. And you kind of readjust your cloth to cover your mouth. You also, as you begin to push closer and closer towards the center, you begin to see occasional pools of ashy mud dotting the landscape, where sulfurous gas caused the liquid earth to bubble and fume in certain patches.
Lady, is that you? Oh, it's.
Oh, are we?
Everyone go ahead and roll perception.
I'm gonna, as they're doing this with their nose, I'm gonna open my ball of air and
I get to
just like have it.
Yeah, you do. I just said, like, I know. 28.
15.
13. Perception. Yeah.
2. 12, man.
Hold on.
1.
What is our rolls tonight?
Me too.
What are our rolls?
Twinsies rolls.
That is a -2.
Okay.
There. See?
Take that, Dave. Take that.
Far off in the distance, Keela.
Okay. Was that Orion talking directly to the camera really quick? I just want to confirm.
Twinsies rolls.
That is a -2.
Okay.
There. See?
Take that.
Bro, call it. I mean, it's not. I don't know, man. I don't think you have enough goodwill to joke about it like that. Has it been long enough where people believe you? I don't know. And I want to see everyone's reaction.
Dave, take that.
Far off in the distance, Keela, as the rest of you are looking at the landscape, you see.
Everyone just ignores it. I didn't see any interesting reactions. See, I don't always cheat, audience. God, why are you being such meanie heads? Okay, I'm going to now put out a poll. So I'm gonna run this poll during the show. Or wait. Yeah, so I'm gonna watch it, or I'm gonna run it right now for the live audience. I'm gonna run it again in the Discord, and I'll run it again for the community tab. Does the CR bingo add to the stream watching experience? Do we think it's interesting? Does it distract? You know, take all the factors into account and let me know. Because my interpretation of it over the past 2 episodes was, feels a little bit more distracting to me, but I will let the audience answer. All right, let's see. You dig it, Summer Bradshaw? Fair enough. I mean, it seems like I said this earlier, and other people said that they liked it as well. So we will see the results of the poll.
Looks like a small forest, a very localized forest, right in the center of the valley. You can see a cluster of trees that exist about a mile and a half away from your current position.
I'll probably just leave that open, especially since it sits at like the top of the chat. I'll leave that open for like 15, 20 minutes and then close it out.
As you guys continue pushing forward, you start seeing larger stone clusters and formations, almost like very violent activity. We're forcing and jutting up portions of stone out of this caldera at some point.
Can I do a nature check to see if it's natural from like earthquakes or
Sure.
if earthbenders have done
Nice.
it? 25. Nice.
Looking at it, it appears that a lot of it appears to be natural, but there are portions that appear to be sculpted or have sections that are cleaved off or taken by possible tools for use of building or other purposes.
And most of it appears to be like obsidian.
Obsidian, volcanic rock, which is very porous and light and somewhat brittle in places, and occasionally you see sections.
Also, Summer, is this first time chat? I definitely recognize you from the comments. I wish that's one of the big things that I really wish YouTube had that Twitch has. It seems so minor, but on Twitch it tells you when someone's a first time chatter versus YouTube doesn't tell you shit. If it's your first time, welcome. If it's not, it's not. I wish there was an in-between answer. I think it's neat, but it's not quite streamlined for easy use. Interesting. Maybe I'll put an in-between answer in the other polls. I'll leave a little bit more room for explanation. Oh, you're on episode 5, but you saw I was live. Ah, very cool. Well, welcome. Glad to have you.
Of glass, smooth glass that kind of fill pockets across the ground.
Lol, we are out of the Underdark. I'll give like a minute summary of what we are doing right now. I won't go over the in-between. But right now, it's actually very simple. With actually very few spoilers of what we're doing right now. Right now, Keyleth, as you know, is on her Aramente. So she is going and finding the other, like, segments or groups of her people, very Avatar-esque, which I know she was inspired by for her backstory. And we have left a city behind, and we are traveling up into the mountains to basically meet the Fire Nation. It's more of a fire tribe in this sense, but we are going up to meet the Fire Nation. Keyleth is super, super nervous because her mom went on the Aramente before her and didn't come back. So she doesn't know what happened there. So that is pretty much what we're doing. Nothing in between really matters. Which, now that I say it out loud, isn't great. But that's the situation. It might be better if there's a single bingo card and we fill it out as chat stream. Oh, instead of having individualized cards? That could be an option, Restay. That could be an option. Okay. Very cool. Thank you. Skill issue. What's the skill issue? Her mom dying. Lol. I usually multitask too much to actually play bingo, but it hasn't bothered me, so I'm sort of neutral. I also multitask when I watch content, so that's one of the other things I was thinking about. I don't know. I'll definitely be thinking about it more, and I'll run these polls elsewhere.
As you get about half a mile to 3/4 of a mile into this caldera towards that forest that you were seeing in the distance, there's a loud grinding of stone out of nowhere. This sound. All of you glance around as suddenly a series of stone walls rise out of the ground surrounding you guys, front, back, side to side, and a fifth one closes it off. All of you are now left in complete darkness, imprisoned in what seems to be some sort of a stone cube.
What?
Sorry. Really bright in here.
As you look around you, indeed, relatively rough-looking stone walls have completely encapsulated you guys on all 5 sides, and you are all entirely trapped inside the structure.
Dude, it's so hard. If it weren't for Orion's other behavior and, patterns of behavior, the light thing would actually kind of be charming. Like, I kind of had like a, oh, silly man, whatever, like, eye roll when he just did that, which was actually kind of nice. It was kind of fun. So it's so hard. You keep seeing the sparks of the player that's there. Man. I like hearing what was on your card and then keeping an ear out to help you mark things off. Interesting. So sort of similar to what Restay is talking about, of having maybe a central card on screen less of individualized cards. On-screen card that stream can help check off things. Okay. You're actually just an enabler? Me? I've already forgotten what that could be in reference to. Rob and Banks, keep up. Or me get a better memory. I don't know.
40 feet high, 40 feet across.
Can we dig that?
Oh, I'm an enabler for Orion. I was scrolling back in the log in my head. I'm an enabler for Orion. Look. I don't mind people playing to their ability scores. I don't mind people having silly low whiz moments. I don't mind people having a silly low intelligence moment, i.e. grog. And I think that this casting of light all the time could be a fun quirk. It could be a fun thing that they rib him about because of his low whiz. That could be kind of fun. But everything else surrounding him makes it mostly annoying.
Can we dig?
I take
I
the
think this
Warhammer.
is,
Fireball can do this. I'm just kidding.
I take the Warhammer, I activate it, I run up to one of the walls and I swing as hard as I can into one of the walls.
Okay, go ahead and let's go ahead and roll a strength check.
I'll just
Come on, girl. Can I assist?
If you want to, you rush up with your mace as well to slam into the
yeah,
center
19.
Well, you don't need assistance.
wall. Okay.
Yeah, I do. We're from Paul Kitty Dome.
9.
So the two of you together slam your weapons into the side of the wall. A portion of the stone kind of cracks a little and chips it fall out, but the stone.
I mean, Orion does got low riz. If I'm honest, out of anyone on the cast, not mine, not me.
Still stands pretty
Everybody
solid.
stop! Keyleth.
Can I see through it where they chipped away?
No, it's actually where they chipped away. There's still more stone behind you. Not sure how thick these walls are.
We just wait, or Keyleth talks. Wait.
Oh, right.
About a moment later, you see a small red glow appear from a portion of the wall on the opposite side.
Red?
Red glow. Looking
lava red?
like a portion of the stone about this wide begins to glow a bright red before dripping off
No.
molten, leaving a small slit.
It's them.
You can now see through the slit a few heads kind of appearing as one steps into, eyes kind of shifty looking, peering through the small space.
You trespass into our home. I will ask you once your business before we let the mountain's fury take you.
Please. I am Keyleth of the Ashari, and I am here to further my armamente.
I'm going to sit back for a second. Go ahead and make persuasion roll with advantage.
I kneel down toward Keyleth.
And I
I
bow
do
my
it.
way
We all
towards
do
her.
it.
No, yeah.
And I look around and I'm like,
So,
persuasion?
with advantage.
Can we assist?
We're doing it.
With persuasion.
10.
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't bow. I'm
Explode
still
his
other
riz
side.
reserves.
You guys have you have all kneeled around here. There's a moment where they all kind of look about themselves.
So, Keyleth, of the Air Ashari, you know of our people. You trek up here with a group of strangers at your sides, welcome weapons at the ready. I ask you for the armamente. Whom do you call family? Whom gave you to this world?
My father, Corin, and my mother, Vilya. My mother was my predecessor. Wait, no, that's right? Yes, predecessor.
Yes, Your Highness.
She followed in my path. I'm following in her path.
The eyes have now moved away from the slot.
Damn it. God, I'm so bad at being eloquent.
A moment later, you hear a large impact sound, and a voice say, "Stand back!"
How?
What
Go
up
back
this
up.
Or
dome?
what?
You all
From
back-
where?
We all back up.
As you all back away, the front wall of stone that was put up for you that the eyes were looking through suddenly crumbles into a pile on its own, revealing the caldera before you once again, and there stands about 10 individuals, all dressed in what looks like darkened, dark brown and black hides and leathers with sections of what looks like obsidian-tipped weapons. Certain arrows are cocked at the ready against the rest of you, and one individual, the one that was speaking to you earlier, comes forward. You see these people, they're from varying races, dwarves, halflings, humans, about 3 half-elves among them. When an elven man comes forth, and you recognize through the eyes and the tone of voice, this is the one that spoke to you through the slit in the stone. He has no hair, completely bald of all hair, tattooed darkness around his eyes, and you can see his entire left arm is covered in a long-healed but horrible burn scar. He steps up and gives you a nod of affirmation.
Then, you shall tell this to the Flamespeaker. If you are indeed Ashari, he will know what to do with you. Come with us.
And what might I ask is your name?
Kind of glance back over his shoulder. Calhoun, but I'm not the one you wish to speak with.
Hi, I'm Tiberius Stormwind.
He turns around and continues walking back towards the forest.
So you let me do all the talking this time?
Would you like us to follow you, Your Majesty?
Yes.
You don't. It's, yes, family. My brothers and sisters.
Got it.
You sure?
Yes.
you guys continue walking alongside Keyleth, and as you do, most of the druids kind of flank you to each side, about 4 of them with arrows still drawn, kind of walking behind you as you progress. They're still armed and keeping a very close eye on you as you travel.
It's really not necessary. We're
We could do something for 400 subs. I didn't really do. Also, I'm going to close the poll. I think we've got all the ones, and it's a nice 75-25. Yeah, I don't think I really did much for a lot of the other milestones, if I remember right. At least I kind of don't remember. I think I just posted like a short that was like, "Oh, thank you." Don't know. Word, yeah, maybe. I'll think about it. Maybe man, it's hard. A lot of the things that I'm thinking through that I would do for 500, or sorry, for 400, are either things I would do for 500, or they are things that I am thinking about doing sort of elsewhere and otherwise. In other ways. Just curious if there are any plans. Yeah, no plans. Hey, but I'm more thinking out loud. No worries. Yeah, Yeah, if I sound hesitant, it's not because I'm like trying to break it to you. I'm more thinking about it through my own head. Yeah, I'll think on it. Maybe if I think of something cool. Cause like I don't want to do like a Q&A. Because I have other plans for Q&As in the future. And that's the one that immediately comes to head. But we'll see. Maybe.
Quite harmless. Just let him do it.
Calhoun leads the way, and you guys continue traveling for about half an hour or so, until eventually you begin to reach an area where you see more of these rock structures, but many of them have been carved out, or a series of stones have been gathered to build small huts and abodes. You can see this is essentially a village built from all the materials that were scavenged from or brought to this caldera to construct Pyra, the realm of the fire Ashari. As you move through the town, silence still claims the entirety of the druids that are escorting you. With Calhoun leading the way, you can see other druids begin coming out of their abodes and glancing around, watching you as you approach. No scowls, no smiles, just a general air of indifference amongst them as they carefully watch the strange outsiders stepping through their homestead. You are then led through the village to the outskirts of this forest. Now, the forest you see, as you get closer, all the trees are long dead and petrified. There's not a leaf among them, and most of the wood you see is either gray or black from being charred, burnt, or just dying over time and petrifying. As you head towards the edge of the forest, Calhoun stops and turns around, just crosses his arms, and stares at you.
So how...
At which point the ground shudders, and you can see in the distance, from within the forest almost, you see a large spray of molten rock kind of disappear into the loose canopy of the burnt trees before you. Some sort of brief volcanic eruption seemed to have sprayed out from the center of this cluster of dead trees. About 20 seconds later, you see a shape begin to emerge from the dead forest. Stepping out of the shadows, you see a man standing there. Human. A very, very thick, sturdy build. No shirt, brass-colored bracers, long...
Yeah, inspiration on your next roll, Riste.
long, kind of billowing pants of a deep maroon color with gold trim and designs. His skin is very, very...
As a DM, so next roll you make as a DM, you don't have to tell your players. You just get inspiration. They don't know. What up, Wire Jeweler? World building session with the chat, maybe. That's the thing, this dude. I almost said Mr. Dude. Mr. Dude. I've already been thinking about that sort of thing. Just totally separate from the 400. Maybe 400 will be a good excuse to do some of the things I've been thinking about, or at least try them out. He doesn't want to leak. Nah, you know I love to leak. Yeah, we'll see. There's a lot of things on my list, and to be fair, I've been saving some of them for the right time, and maybe this is the right time to test some of them out. So we'll see.
Darkened, whether by blood or by sun. He has a very, very dark complexion to him. His hair is long and jet black. You see his jaws very square, and these coal-black eyes show no motion as he ignores the rest of you and steps towards Keyleth.
I have to buy a GoPro, Samuel.
He walks right up to you, and now looking down at you, he's standing probably a good 1.5 feet taller. Once again, no emotion, no expression. You are King of Villia, are you?
I'm King of Villia?
King of Villia.
Oh, King of Villia. Yes, I am.
I am Sarkonos, the Flamespeaker of Pyra. and guardian of this rift.
Right.
Welcome to Pyron, my child. Now I must ask, why have you come?
I am here to complete my armament. I have already been to the Earth Tribe.
Crosses his arms for a moment.
My mother, Vilya, never returned to Zephyra.
For you to be here on the Aramente, it is proof that she did not complete hers, or at least is no longer with us. I am sorry. She was strong of heart.
So she came through here.
She did. She completed the trial, the challenges, and moved on to continue her Aramente. But 10 or so years back.
Only 10 years ago. She's been gone for close to 20.
How long was she here?
Yes, how long was she here?
She stayed out but 3-4 days.
Okay.
And that's where her journey took her.
Interesting. Lore! It's a lore drop. That one dude with the kayak who has a Gen 2 GoPro. I mean, maybe this is a lore drop. I like kayaking. Maybe I'll buy a GoPro, go kayaking for 400. It's too cold. I can't go kayaking right now. I don't have a dry suit. But I do have a kayak. The constant balance act of doing a cool voice and having your words actually be understood by the players. Yeah. Well, and it's like a cool voice, cool words, and having it be understood. You get 2 of the 3. You can't get all 3. Maybe go through some of the many characters that you've made in D&D Beyond. That could be cool. That's an idea I haven't had before, Undead King. So yeah, I could do that. What's up? Just got back to my dorm. What up, Vednair? We're making our way downtown, walking fast. This is past and I'm homebound. I think we have, like an hour and a half of this one. So we're making weirdly fast progress. It's only taking us about double the time to get through it that it normally would. Duder, his dudeness, if you aren't into the brevity thing, Mr. Dude was my father. Mr. Dude, sad dude. They should just turn on subtitles, yeah. I am always impressed. I unironically wish I had subtitles in real life. I have terrible hearing. Terrible. I you know those little beeper tests that you do in school? I don't know if Europeans do those. In American schools, there's like a day where you all go into, it wasn't even like the gym. It was like a closet off the music room. Kind of sketchy in retrospect. And you sit in a room and they play like beeps in these headphones. You have to press a button whenever you hear the beep to see if you have hearing damage. And I was always like 3 points above not needing a hearing aid. So I just barely have good enough hearing to not need them. Not great. I'm always impressed with Matt's ability to keep accents tied to characters. Do you have any personal tips for the accents? I mean, my own personal way that I try to do it is to have the accent related to the physicality. So, like, I don't do super strong accents. It is mostly, like, I think about the physicality of the character and just get into that physicality and then let the voice flow from there. If it's a more specific voice, I'll just take notes. I'll take, like, literal notes about, like, oh, yeah, like, they kind of make their, inflections this way. I've more recently started recording my game sessions, not to, like, ever post anywhere. But just like locally recording them for myself so that I can go back and rewatch and even like attach sound bites to the notes on NPCs. So a lot of it, my really only tip is like pick one and then figure out a way to remember it. Either through like written notes or through audio notes. I love audio notes personally, but should have your players on for a milestone specifically to roast you. I don't think my players would come on. Some of them would. You guys can actually go back and find one of my players. The guy that's in my friend that's in Smash Pass or Eat is one of my players. But I think 3 out of the 4 of them would not come on. So maybe I could just have Nick on to roast me. Same, dude. Those gas station earbuds have done irreparable. Yeah, same. Irreparable damage. I've been keeping the voice style of my characters packed into phrases that I'll automatically snap to if I say a certain thing. That's a good idea. Yeah, once you've developed the accent, think about a specific, almost like code phrase to like awaken you into that character. That can be very, very effective. Dude Junior, maybe? I thought Dude Junior's like your kid. So if I say that phrase, I'll find the voice again. Yeah, for sure. I'll try to do the same restate. I'll have a little chants that help, like shouting Utrecht of Beppenberg and try to get that light Nord voice. Oh, it's Utrecht of Beppenberg. No, that was like I almost said Italian, Irish. I'm gonna move on.
I hope whoever she was safe.
Check him.
You may.
And see if he's armed. 22.
He seems stern but honest. His words genuinely come from a place of worry and a tinge of regret at the knowledge that he's just received. The mother was strong of heart and was very fierce. She could stir the heart of the mountain themselves with a word. She was very well respected amongst us.
She was better than I am.
I hope not. In a moment, his face turns a little darker, and he says, Corin,
Yes,
I assume you as well?
he is. Stubborn as always.
Man, we are really pushing through this sad and somber mood with jokes about accents in the chat. Wait, someone stole your sweet roll. Hey, you're finally awake. No, I can't do Scandinavian. All I think of when I think of Scandinavian is not even Swedish chefs. I think, we are here to pump you up. That's the closest I can get. Swedish is not in my repertoire.
Well, you come with compatriots. You trust them?
Yes. This is my traveling companions, Vox Machina. They've proven themselves time and time again. We've been together for almost over a year now.
And you trust them?
I do. We actually have a keep now in Mon.
Good. You will need trust. Well, you are here to learn, then, on your aramente. To be tested, yes?
Correct.
Then speak what you learn to seek, what you wish to learn. What do you lack? What will be your death?
I've actually seen a vision of my death. It's from not having...
Me and Travis had the exact same reaction of just dropping that shit.
I've actually seen a vision of my death. It's from not having the will to do what is necessary for fear of harming others, instead of protecting myself.
Then
I don't know if this is on purpose, but this is a really interesting Keyleth as a character, again, don't know if it's on purpose, but it could be a very interesting commentary or expression about someone who has fully come to reconciled their mortality. If she already knows when she's going to die, I mean, that could do a lot to you. That, like, a lot of, like, different mental shifts, and having someone who is so carefree and lives their life in a relatively, like, nonchalant way, I can very much see being part of it. Like, you've just accepted that, like, you already know when your finite time is going to end, so there's no need to worry about it anymore. You can just live your life and just enjoy it because you know you're never going to die before when you know you're going to die. That's an incredibly interesting lore drop, especially given the rest that we know about her character. That's cool. I like that characterization. The best. If you cry about every D&D character's dead parents, you'll dehydrate. I mean, that's fair. We don't need to sit here crying about Kiki's parents. More about, like, what if something killed her mom? What's gonna kill her? More like, the best accent is the one I can do. I agree with that one. I definitely agree with that one. Yeah. Interesting lore drop.
The test begins now. Without preparation.
Without
Do you
preparation.
also wish to join her on this task?
Yes.
Move your worth.
Yes.
For the first time, you see a smile go across his face. Beneath it, you can see the gleaming white, toothy grin of a man that acknowledges some sort of honor. Then the trial shall commence. Come, within Cinder Grove. And he turns around and heads back into the forest.
We're in.
The rest of the druids have stepped back now, and they've kind of left you to your own devices.
Vision of your death.
We're in a mini game.
Part of
Toothy
one of the
grin,
ceremonies
toothy
that the
maw.
Earth Tribe gives. It's called the Olori ceremony. It's a tea that they make that is derived from a local plant. It's essentially a vision quest tea. It gives you visions. Cultural tradition, I guess. I saw two paths. One was an older woman who was wise and hardened and brave. And she had just a line of young Ashari behind her. And I ran away. I realized she was me.
Oh.
And I ran away. And I went down another path. And there was a tree. It was young, but strong. And it had a familiarity. As I reached out and touched it, my vision was taken through the path of the roots. And I could see the world. And I could see how everything was connected. And it took me to you all. And you were strong, and fighting, and proud. And then Vax yelled out, "This one's for Keyleth. I wasn't with you." And then Grog yelled out, "This is for our princess." And I broke away, and I realized that I was that tree, and it was my death. And as I ran to the other side, I went back to the old woman, and all of my people slowly started fading behind her. And as she looked at me, she said, "Your future is as important as it is fragile. Protect it." And then she too faded away. And I realized she was me. And when I came out of my vision, I talked with the Earth Headmaster, Headmaster Patisse. And she told me that if I was going to survive, I needed to have the will to do what was necessary and the strength. And ever since the child, it's been hard. I was there for a long time, the Earth Tribe, longer than most stay on their armamente. I couldn't get through the trial. Every time I used natural magic, every time I tried to fight, I just saw flashes of that child's eyes. I was blocked. Normally they save the Olori ceremony for the final testament, but they actually started me with the Olori ceremony in order to help hopefully unlock my spiritual blocking that I was having. But I don't know. Well.
So what now, Your Highness?
Woo! I teared up there a little bit. I got a little misty. Woo, that was good. I gotta take a breather. Woo! I know I just keep saying woo, because I don't know what else to say. That was good. Oh yeah, man. The emotion gets me, man. Yeah. Laura was adjusting her glasses. Here, I'll find some glasses to adjust. Yeah. I have not felt that. The show has not made me feel that emotional at all yet. That was yeah. The pain in her voice. I also, yeah, I don't know. I don't even want to talk about it too much. I don't want to critique it. I don't want to break it down. It was just good. It hit. It was good. Because I feel like if I analyze it too much and if I break it down too much, it almost loses the cohesiveness and the impact. So I'm just gonna let it be.
Continue on and hope I don't make a fatal mistake. Hope that I can learn.
We won't let that happen.
I hope I don't let you guys down.
We face this together.
There's another shake of the ground as you see another spray. The molten rock kind of and you hear it pattering in the distance of the forest.
We'll do this together.
We're with you to the end.
I love you all.
You all move together into the Cinder Grove forest, pushing through the hardened, blackened tree trunks. To the left and the right of you, the actual floor of the forest, what appears to be piles and piles of burnt.
Wish more player told other players stories. That was a very cool part of it, of like the future of like seeing each other or of seeing the group. Yeah, I don't know. Those sorts of emotional beats are hard. I think that you need a lot of time. It needs to be like well into a campaign before you can get a good payoff like that. And I commend Marisha because she has been holding that vision. I mean, assuming that she didn't create it after the fact. It could have been that she created that pretty recently and just worked it into her backstory, which is totally valid. I think that you can update your backstory as you go, as long as it doesn't retcon anything. And honestly, even if it does, if you talk to the DM and they're cool with it. But either I like that she is still working on her backstory and still working on her arc and the emotional like payoffs and payloads. Or she's had it for all this time and she just saved it for when it would hit, which is incredibly like patient of her. And I don't know that I have that level of patience, honestly. A line from the animated show I didn't consider spoilers since they altered the OG plot. Do you fear failing your trials or knowing no one will love long enough to see you achieve it? Oy, oy, oy. Remember when everyone was joking about Scanlan's cube dick? Where's where's Scanlan's cube dick? Let's bring it back.
Way, brush, ash, and whatever else once was considered life amongst the boughs of these trees.
Yeah, that was
and they grew
crazy.
there. Eventually, you find your way to the center of the forest, and you can see now the source of these molten rock sprays. There is a large crevasse bisecting the center of the forest, about 35-40 feet across and about 5 feet wide, that is just a pool of slowly roiling lava. You can see the actual air around it is heavily warped by this intense heat that's being released, and all the trees.
Yeah, I mean, this is a storytelling game, Riste. I mean, I definitely feel you. And I think that something I've talked about before is how I build pretty vague maps. Like I build like 80 to 90% of a map and then I just leave it like locationless and then I just pull a map out of the backlog in order to use, and then I kind of build it out and I flesh it into the surrounding landscape and massage it in. And I think you can do the exact same thing with stories. Like as a player or as a DM, as really any participant within a TTRPG, you can write stories. You can write 80 to 90% of a story and leave just a couple of the details vague and have them to slot in when it'll be emotionally resonant and for when it'll be interesting for you to tell, when you'll have fun and get satisfaction out of telling it. So yeah, I think you can do it totally modular, exactly, of like just having some lying around and just kind of waiting for the right moments. I mean, write all sorts of those. Write comedic ones, write serious ones, write dramatic ones. You can write all of these tidbits, and they can be long or short. That was obviously a fairly long monologue, at least on the order of these sorts of things. But it doesn't have to be. You can work in like little small backstory things that you don't quite know where you're going to insert them, and maybe you leave like one or two of the details vague so that you can insert them in more places. and just have those at the ready to allow yourself more opportunities to roleplay, honestly, and more opportunities to bring in your backstory. Kind of a, I don't want to say complaint, but something I've heard frequently is, oh man, I wrote all this backstory and no one cares. And I think that partially comes from people not being able to find the right moment because their backstory is too rigid. Allowing it to be flexible and moldable and malleable allows you to insert it in more places and insert it in places and ways that your fellow players and your fellow DM will have an easier time interacting with it. This guy's a creep versus bring out the cube. Look, both can be true. That's but comic relief is big. Comic relief is big, and I don't think that they necessarily need comic relief right now. I think they can let the moment hang. They can let it be somber. But separately, comic relief is huge. Unlike the cube. Yeah, the cube's not huge. When I just got to the part of you finished watching Keyleth's vision speech, that level of acting / roleplaying is what makes CR so special. Many moments like that to come. Yeah, that's really dope. I mean, it is a function of, like, I've commented on them being voice actors before, but it is also a commentary on, or not a commentary, but a benefit of them being professional actors, of them being able or having the skill sets to deliver stuff like that you're not going to be able to replicate at your own table. Maybe you can try and you can get close and you can have really special moments at your table. I don't want to say that you can't at all. It's just going to be easier for them. Yeah, that's really cool. That was very, very cool. And I think it's even cooler when you see someone with that level of skill so invested within their character. I think that's one of the things that struck me from the very beginning is just how invested they all were. So, like, I've talked a lot of shit. I've complained a lot about them jumping in the middle of a campaign, and I still think that they could have done more to onboard people onto the story, but it has the massive benefit of them having these existing deep relationships with each other of a 1.5 to 2-year campaign, which it's hard to get some, like, certain emotional beats without just sheer amounts of time. Yeah. That's why you can't use fantasy races as stand-in for real race, because you have folks that live for 1,000+ years. Oh yeah, I mean, yeah, I won't rehash it here. I think I've talked about my views on fantasy racism 2 or 3 times. Yeah, I mean, you definitely cannot use them as stand-ins. I think you can still tell stories about, like, you can still tell stories that involve fantasy bigotry, but comparing it to real-world bigotry is at best a slippery slope and at worst downright diminishing of real-world bigotry. Or not diminishing, almost rationalizing. I tend to drop things when we have journeys, like around a fire, on talking and walking stuff. Yeah, I think that's a great time to drop it. And I think that that's something that a lot of people are really used to, is like, oh, okay, we're on the road, we're around the fire, and a lot of times you'll hear DMs be like, okay, anyone want to RP before we go to sleep? And that can be a really great time, especially because there are often really, really nice options for really easily, or having really, really easy opportunities to talk to individuals. Like if you're on watch together, there's really easy ways to drop stuff there. Speak for yourself. Most of the people I play with are theater kids. Oh, I'm a theater kid. Don't worry. I don't know that theater kids are actors. I think maybe that's a bit generous. Hey, Mega, solve racism? Yeah, I should be the one to handle that. Gotta move the key light for when I'm standing up. I've reached the live stream. Welcome, John. Welcome. I don't want to say show, not tell, because the example we just watched was a beautiful telling. But in that same mindset, to show your characters formed by their backstory before telling that story is class. I agree, because like I listened to that story and it immediately, even though it was incredibly sad, and like Keyleth is an incredibly happy, upbeat, outgoing character, nothing about it felt like it broke me out, right? Like it none of it felt like it I don't know, made Keyleth's character confusing or more shallow. It only felt like it was deepening Keyleth's character. I felt like I understood her more. So I feel like she's already done the work to show and not tell. And now there are just certain things that I am learning about her, which is very, very cool. Yeah, super class. Theater kids destroyed by Megaphone live on YouTube. Oh, I'll destroy theater kids any day of the week. I got a fucking scholarship for theater. I've paid my dues. This is the theater of content. All right, I'm not, filming it like a normal, respectable film nerd. I'm not carefully crafting it, an artisan short 60 seconds of pure, unadulterated, distilled greatness like Ryan Immel does. No, I'm on here making my jokes, singing my songs. And yeah, maybe there's an intermission because it's so goddamn long that you need a fucking bathroom break. But you're gonna come right back and drink up the theater slop. Ah! I am the theater boy. I am the theater kid. Some theaters. I minored in theater in college, was too scared to go thoroughly from pre-med to theater in undergraduate. Yeah, that's why I have a clicky-clack degree. That's why I make the typing noises, the beep boops, on the computer all day long. I got a coding degree because I was too scared to go into theater. That's just factual. Now, I don't regret it. Like, I like the path I went down, but I distinctly chose coding out of fear. That's just the 100% truth. Big Gene Cassanow? I have no idea who that is. We need a full theater kid rant from Megaphone Man for 400 subs. Oh, man, I could talk all day long about theater. We get raw mega chaos. Theater of the Mind Kids. Theater of the Mind Kids is a good one. I like that. Theater minus stagecraft and live sound. Okay. Stagecraft and sound is actually respectable because you're behind the scenes. You're not doing it for attention like the rest of us. All right. Stagecraft is the respectable side of theater. Classic coder coping. Basically was how involved I was with the college theater scene. Gene Cassanow is a reference to HBO's Barry. I have wanted to watch Barry. Barry's been on my list. And I just need to get around to it. I just need to do it. Because for a while I was only like watching shows with Paige, and now I'm in a content drought. I should just start Barry tonight. Might just do it. Yes, I don't want attention. I mean, dude, stagehands don't, which is respectable. The mask is slipping off.
These that are immediately around it are all warped and bent and have been burnt to near lack of recognition. Standing there amongst the edge of it is Serkonos, his arms crossed, trained on you, Keyleth. You see occasionally a couple of bubbles. Lava behind him. Even his form is shifting from behind as the air itself ripples and changes.
He looks at you and says, "Sit. Focus. Ask permission."
I do as he says.
Go ahead and make a wisdom check. Roll a d20. Give wisdom bonus.
That sounds like good bitch material.
13 plus 14, which is 27.
27. As you sit down and close your eyes, you begin to focus your mind towards the center of this mountain, the heart of the fire that gives it its life. And as you all kind of watch, about a minute passes of silence before suddenly...
Now, this is going to be fascinating. I am really interested because I have ideated an idea for a while that I haven't actually gotten the opportunity to test. I've thought a lot about competitive D&D because D&D is not made for PvP, right? Just not. So I'm always interested when people introduce minigames. You know, like sometimes you'll see like jousting in D&D that's related to a few skill checks. This is explicitly a set of trials that, assumingly at least, is meant to be non-lethal. And I'm very curious to see Matt's running of it, because in my experience, just skill check after skill check can get a tad tedious, especially if they're not allowed to use class resources to benefit the skill checks at all. Because that's how I've seen it done in the past. It's like, make an athletics check, make a dexterity saving throw, make this other sleight of hand check. Like, it just kind of, I don't know, it gets a little bit boring, if you ask me, and it can be a little bit too randomly up to the dice. Whereas I think that mini games should be a good mix of luck. You know, any sort of competition, any sort of PvP. Like, I'm thinking of like fair games, you know, like the little like squirt gun games, right? Any sort of competitive mini game or something should have an element of randomness. We're in a dice math rock system, but I find that most of the times the mini games are almost too reliant on the skill checks. So I'm really interested to see how he runs this. Meant to be non-lethal. My brother in Christ, I believe she said her mother went missing on these tests. I don't think she died on the tests. She spent like a year with the Earth Ashari doing them over and over. I assumed that she got like fucking highway bandited between them. My assumption was not that she died, which at this point, if she didn't die here, she either died somewhere else or she died with the water Ashari. Now we know. I don't know. We'll see. You think this is going to be American Ninja Warrior? I kinda. I think it'll be kind of relatively American Ninja Warrior. I mean, we'll see. That actually makes sense, and I never thought of that. John? Wait, John. Oh my god, I missed John's comment. Second half of this episode is nearly as long as the previous full episodes because Ashley was in town, which is why I think some were prickly on Orion shopping for a pet. Because he was wasting time. And why are we wasting time when Ashley's here? I mean, same general thesis I had around them shopping before the guests got introduced. Yeah, if you have people that are only there for a certain amount of time, you got to keep up the pace. You can't slow down. Bro, if my avatar mom gets highway bandited, I'm fighting the DM. I mean, my actual theory is that we don't have a big bad right now. And I don't think it's going to be the next arc. My theory is that the next arc is around Percy. I think that they're going to wrap up what they're doing around, what are we in, Vasselheim? Something like that. I think they're going to wrap up what they're doing in this area. They're going to airship back to Amon and then back to Craghammer. Maybe just directly to Craghammer. They're going to pick up all their money. And then Percy's going to be like, by the way, fellas, I overheard some shit in Amon. I overheard that the people that fucking deposed me are super buddy-buddy with the Amon people. I don't know how comfortable I feel about going back to our nice, lovely keep, at least until we investigate this. Then, after we have the Percy arc, we will fully investigate them, probably depose them, have a nice little battle in Percy's familial seat of power. And then after that, we will go back to the keep, have a nice little relaxation point, and then after that, maybe introduce a villain. Like, I don't really see, at least yet, I don't see any other personal stories that we could tackle. Maybe the Hag and Orion. I don't really know what's going on there. But we're going to have a situation where there's no direct story or plot line for them to follow. And Matt is going to introduce some large threat. And I think that large threat eventually will be revealed to actually not have killed Keyleth's mom. I think that's going to be a twist, is that Keyleth's mom is not Disney Princess dead. She is actually alive, but she's in one of the cool 9th level spells, like the one where it like shrinks them into a hedge maze that you can carry around in an amulet. I think it's going to be that sort of situation, especially because she's a half-elf. She's only been gone for like 10 years. Like, you know, she'll barely aged. So that's kind of my theory about how all of this wraps around. And I think that as part of contesting that new BBEG, they are going to go and find the Water Ashari, who are actually like, oh no, Keyleth, we tried to find you, but you were already gone with the Earth tribe or whatever. When the BBEG actually took your mom, she fought valiantly, blah, blah, blah. That's my theory. No one tell him next arc is a solo Scanlan adventure. Does Scanlan even have a backstory? I know he does. I know I watched it and commented on it, but I have not heard shit about it since. I know that Orion is from Draconia. Grog has body dysmorphia. He has a strength complex. Fucking Pike is not good at being good, and that has issues with her god because of it. And the twins like murder because they have trauma from from a dragon murdering their parents. And I was about to say resolved and summarized. That's it. Seems like a stretch. I don't know. We'll see. Scanlan's solo arc is top 1 arcs in CR. So hard keeping my mouth shut. That's one of the nice adventures of watching along, Mr. Dad. Or wait, no, that was just Mustang. That's one of the joys, is watching me be so wrong about so many things. But you can always talk about it in the Discord. Scanlan's solo adventure is he poops on all the beds. Lol. There's a channel in the Discord to talk spoilers. Yes, sir. Yes, there is. Pretty sure Scanlan's backstory is a cube and a poop.
The ground shifts again, and you can see the lava begin to
That's my
grow
understanding
more
as well.
sending off little spittles of rock.
Push it out and continue to focus.
You guys begin to see now the lava is shifting and beginning to roll. You're almost afraid it's going to start bubbling over and fill the area, and this nervousness kind of crisps your heart, especially you, Vax, who previously had some unhappy run-ins with molten rock. It's a genuine fear that you hadn't quite acknowledged since that moment, and you begin to feel really uncomfortable being this close to this opening. As you begin to continue focus, you hear Serkonos' voice again, just calm and methodical. Ask permission. I'd like to go ahead and roll a nature check.
Nature's int. So no Hero's Feast.
19.
The ground shifts again. You can now watch the lava. Strangely enough, it's beginning to billow upward, but not spill over the edges of the crevasse. It's actually slowly circling. You hear the strange sucking sound, almost like sludge is being pulled through a tube, and the lava is being slowly spin and spin. Serkonos is still, the back of him, you can only imagine, is either burnt to a crisp by the sheer proximity of the heat, but he's unmoved. He just stares.
Push it out and continue to focus and just focus. I meditate on asking permission.
Keyleth of the Ashari, ask permission.
Go ahead and roll one more wisdom check. D20.
It's a little tropey for my taste of the do the thing. Do the thing. Blah, 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 blah. Do the thing! Very, very, very classic. Not for me. Makes it feel a little on the nose. Character intros they use to roll at intros of streams. Scanlan states he saw his mom killed by goblins in front of him, and he was traveling bard in a band for a while. Was revealed. Yeah, that sounds about right. This sort of situation is where I'd make the check unfailable, but give a cost if it's too low. That's super fair. Like, it is when the cost of failure is so high that, like, not only potentially ruins a very, very cool moment, but it would really wreck the tone of, like, what they were doing, right? I totally agree that, like, the checks are not to see if she succeeds. She always succeeds in her goal, but they are to see how fucked up she gets. Like, I could see, let's say she fails every single check that's put before her. She still succeeds the Aramente, but she gets, like, I don't know, vulnerability to fire or something afterwards. That she has to then progressively overcome, maybe through more exposure to fire. I don't know. But I think that there's totally something you can do here where the DCs are not to see if she succeeds in the Aramente. It is to see how much it fucks her up in the process. And it should be like lasting effects. And that will not only keep the narrative going, it will not only keep the plot pushing in a, nice direction, but it instills this level of gravity to what happened. It's not just you tried and you failed, it didn't work. It is you tried and you didn't fail, but you'll be dealing with this for a while. It doesn't stop you. It just attaches a weight to your shoe, right? It just puts you on a ball and chain that you will have to remember that very cool moment for a while every time this feature comes up. And it gives you something to work on to where ultimately you have now built that into your arc of overcoming this weight, overcoming this ball and chain. And once you do, that is this next stage of personal growth and character development where now you can look back on that as a purely positive experience. It's very, very cool. This was in 2015. The trope was still new then. They actually started. Right. Yeah, for sure. Hey, you succeeded, but which hand on the altar is your least favorite? Bet. You know what, Samuel? That is perfect. That is literally perfect, especially because, frankly, all the new DMs out there, I don't know if you know this, hands aren't that important in D&D. Hands aren't that important, especially for spellcasters. They're like, I don't know, like what you need one hand to hold a staff. That's it. You don't honestly need two hands a lot of the time. So yeah, I totally agree. Lop one of those puppies off. I can literally never reveal this to my players, but I prepped for a minor but important persuasion check that had the same result regardless of success or failure, but the tone is different. Classic. I mean, that's something, this gets lost a lot in, Reddit discussions around 1D&D or around skill check crits. It is okay to ask for a check that is impossible. It is also okay to allow for a check that literally can't fail. Because it can change the lens in which you describe the result of that check. I was just talking about this with, I think, Summer, in the comments of episode 4, where she was saying that it was interesting that she thought that I thought and that I had interpreted Vex as the leader of the group. Vax, Vaxeldon. That I had interpreted Vax as the leader of the group. She had interpreted other things, but that was based on the cartoon. And I was like, well, they can have this exact same events happen, even the exact same lines happen, but the tones and the lens and like the POV and the camera position, those can all really impact how you view those lines. The same person saying the same thing can mean quite different things depending on the tone. So even like the result of an investigation check, the tone in which you say it can be the success. right? Like, if you talk about a door and you're like, oh, the door looks kind of weird. But if you say it otherwise of, wait, that door looks kind of weird. One of them sounds much more sinister, a little bit dangerous, a little bit intriguing. Like there's a quest thing behind that door. The first one sounds like, oh yeah, it's weird. Maybe there is something behind it, or maybe there's a trap or something, but it's not plot relevant. Right? That can be the literal difference on an investigation check. So I don't disagree at all, Restay. I don't even think you need to hide it from your players. Obviously, do whatever you want. It's your table. But yeah, that's a BLM move. Yeah, man. Yeah, a BLM. The importance of hands will come up in future campaigns. Oh boy. Like levels of success, maybe. Yeah, I mean, there is raw precedent for everything that we're talking about. Called degrees of success. It's an optional rule in the Dungeon Master's Guide. You can go and look at it. But I think that it provides essentially raw backing for this idea that a D20 roll can be so much more than binary. It can be granular. It also does not have to dictate exactly what the players think it dictates. You don't have to tell them what the purpose of the D20 roll was. In fact, kind of according to Raw explicitly, you probably shouldn't. So I think it's good to keep in mind that a D20 doesn't have to be what the players think it is, and often probably shouldn't. Now we must cross the monkey bars of doom. Oh no, how am I gonna... That's what a feat of strength. Grog has no problem on the monkey bars of doom with one hand. You joking? Well, I meant in a magical blowback, but I see your point, Restay, as I immediately thought of the Congo Free State. I feel like Vax is the edgy leader and Keyleth is the party mom. Totally. And I mean, the concept of a leader in general is pretty vague anyways, so it's not this well-defined thing that I'm super, passionate about. But yeah, it can really depend on the way that the players come off to you, the way that the characters come off. Yeah. Focus doesn't replace somatic components, and you need a free hand to perform those. You don't have to hold your focus in your hand, to be fair. And it also doesn't specify that I don't think you necessarily need a hand to perform somatic components. We'll see. Let me see. I think you might be able to do it with a stump. Very Doctor Strange, Let's see. D&D 5e somatic components. You might have caught me on that one. That might be a thing. Let's see. Somatic component. Motion to cast a spell. Bards and some other arcane classes could cast spells. Doesn't really specify. Yeah, I mean, and I know that spell focuses do not explicitly have to be held. Can I still cast spells? Yeah, I don't know. I'm not going to put on my rules lawyer hat because I actually don't know this. Maybe. Maybe, Robin. You could wave your focus around or move your legs. That's kind of where I'm thinking. I'm thinking moving the legs, using the stump. I think it could work. I mean, if anyone in Vox Machina loses a limb, Percy will make them a cyborg. Yeah, totally. A Friday stream was just a last week only thing. Yes, C1E23 for Monday. Yes, correct, John. Correct. I won't say that Friday streams are out of the question in the future, but they will certainly not be standard. Yeah, you're correct. The half-elves share the real power. Thought about trying to build a blind wizard who couldn't do any spells that require sight. That could have been cool. That could have been totally cool, Rebecca. I think that those sorts of limitations on spellcasting can be really, really fun. I haven't done any. But yeah, I think that those can be really cool. Is the semantic ruling in the portion of the PHB on Twitter? Maybe. Sure, I didn't think of that. Not having to hold a focus. Focuses can be worn on their shield or held. Yeah. Permanent mage hand? That'd be sick. I was typing a Doctor Strange reference and you beat me to it. That dude made the glowy circle with no hand. That's how I would interpret it. I would say, like, if they have a shield strapped to it, maybe they can't, unless they have Warcaster. I believe Warcaster allows you to do your somatic components while you hold things. So if you strap a shield to your stump, it's too unwieldy. You can't make quite the right movements. But if your stump has full mobility, I kind of think you're good. I don't know. It would depend. Honestly, it might actually depend more on if they are like a sorcerer, a warlock, a wizard. Like maybe a wizard can't, but maybe like a sorcerer can. I don't know. I'd probably have to custom rule it in the moment, do more research. We would see.
+5. This time with advantage.
Oh my god, I rolled the same thing twice. It was a 5.
Gotta hear the nervousness.
18. At this point, you guys notice one final shift of the ground, and this tree is actually kind of cracking. You see bits of broken branch and tree begin to fall and hit the ground around you. The air is beginning to pick up, and now even though you try and cover your face, the ash is still pushing through, and your eyes are starting to hurt.
Yeah, I think part of the point of that, Samuel, is basically to say, hey, don't worry about focuses. Focuses are literally just cheating. I honestly, I don't love focuses as a actual mechanic, especially with how prevalent they are. It is less of, does my class have a focus, and more of, does my class not have a focus, which I don't think is good. Because it is basically saying like, oh, am I in the segment of classes or subclasses that have material taxes on them? Like, instead of the ones that get to do it for free and not worry about it. Like, I understand it from a player comfort point of view, is you want to have a lot of these materials, and so any primary casters need a way around that because it's way too much to manage otherwise. But I think that you need to examine that relationship a little bit more and maybe look at like the fundamental setup of how many spells have material components, and if you really want them to, and if you want your spellcasters to get access to so many spells that it becomes hard to manage if all of them have material components. I think that that's like a fundamental issue. You shouldn't just add a cheat or a shortcut to it to like bypass it. That's my 2 cents though. Also, Penny, best boy in Magicians. Oh yeah. I've never seen The Magicians. I knew one of my buddies in college watched through it, but I only caught like glimpses through their door. My warlock used components until I got a Rod of the Pact Keeper. Yeah. I mean, it's spell focuses are sort of like ritual casting, where I understand it. I think that it draws an interesting, I think that they are theoretically interesting, but I feel like in practice, it just punishes non-main casters more than it is interesting for primary casters, like for full casters. Like, I don't think that wizards and other ritual casters go, wow, so cool that I can cast all these rituals. It's more just the people who can't cast rituals are like, what? Like, I can't cast that as a ritual? It's not seen as an upgrade to the spell. Not having ritual caster is seen as nerfing spells. Having ritual caster isn't seen as upgrading them. And I think that has to do with the, like, what density of things that you have. Like, this is maybe a bit of a controversial take. I would prefer it if only wizards and the ritual caster feat allowed ritual casting. Flat out. And maybe a warlock invocation. That's it. Maybe there's a subclass in the bard that maybe does it. Maybe there's a subclass in the cleric, like the knowledge domain. Not even clerics, because when you start giving it to too many things, too many people, I don't know. It can really start to, again, not be seen as an upgrade. I would just like to see like wizard be downgraded. I would like if we really want to talk about like what I want out of the class design in D&D, I want all of them to do less, and I want the things that they do to be more interesting. And I think the prime example, and it is probably the overall reason that I'm a Warlock main, I want every class to be like Warlock. Warlock does not get that many things. It doesn't get that many features. It doesn't get that many spells, unless you take the Tashas or whatever. But the things that it does get are highly impactful and highly customizable. You get a subclass that each one of them doesn't do very much. You get a packed boon. Each one on their own doesn't do very much. You get invocations. Each one individually doesn't do that much. But when you mash all of them together, you get this incredibly custom character. Now, they don't all have to be the game of dress up that that Warlock is. But I would really like to see it be much more of a thing of like, you know, if wizards are supposed to be the ones that can get so many spells, like they have access to all of these spells, maybe they don't learn spells on level up. Like maybe they have to get them in world, or else they just don't get them at all. Maybe like let's take away some of the let's customize sorcerer like it was in D&D Next, so that it is no longer just kind of a customizable wizard. Let's make it not use spell slots. Let's make sorcerer use spell points instead, so it just has this giant pool like a monk's key. I mean, I would really, really like them to have their really, really distinct identity, and for that identity to do less but have a lot of strengths. If some class does a lot, like I think that the wizard will kind of always be the I do a lot class, then make that their whole fucking thing. But that's not wizard's whole fucking thing. It's not just that they're flexible. They are flexible. They are also incredibly powerful. Also, their subclasses all give you incredibly impotent upgrades and additional features to your spells to specialize them even more. So that if you ask me about like D&D class design, that's what I'd like to see. Another one that's not a warlock. I'll give an example of a class that I really like that's not a warlock. Paladin. Paladin does not interest me, but I think that it is actually a pretty well-designed class. I think that Smite is a very simple feature that takes away their class resources. So I think that Paladin as a class is a consistent choice and a consistent battle between, do I want to be flexible or do I want to be powerful? And they have both options. They're not incredibly flexible and they're not incredibly powerful, i.e. like maybe barbarian, but they have this consistent choice, which is very cool. That's kind of their identity, at least in my mind. I don't love the auras. I don't know that they necessarily fit into that. But I think that's another really, when you act like, if we're looking at like what I like to see out of a class, I like Paladin a lot. So all in all, I think one of the reasons that I don't like Ritual Caster is that it is so prevalent that it is just conspicuously missing from some classes. It is not part of a class feature. So like if Ritual Caster, if we wanted a thing where a certain class or a certain subclass was able to consistently cast these spells, I mean, kind of similar to like a Warlock invocation. Like ritual spells are kind of similar in that way, where they can be cast at will as long as you take the time to do it. but we throw it onto most of the full casters. Like, why? That's an incredibly powerful ability. It should be. I think that's a really cool feature for some subclasses. I think that could be a great, like, keystone feature of the divination wizard or the knowledge domain cleric, of figuring out how to not expend energy by just taking more time and taking it slow. So that'll be enough of that rant. I don't know that I have too much to say without repeating myself a whole lot, but yeah, my paladin PC is in a constant fight against himself of should I cast or smite, yeah, which I think is a cool class identity. Like, when we talk about class identities, there's like flavor, there's also mechanics. That is my personal opinion on what the class identity of paladin is, and I think that's a neat one. Zipping my lip.
You feel suddenly this blockage, this tension, like the mountain was fighting you, give way. And in that moment, you breathe in and open your eyes, and you all notice that the lava that has been slowly circling now pulls down into a vortex that disappears into the crevasse, and is now a spinning whirlpool of molten rock in the crevasse as Sirkonos still stands there. Sirkonos now steps aside.
Oh, wait, it's 7:30. It's been 2 hours, hour and 30 minutes, and it seems like shit's right about to pop off in-game. So we will take a quick bio break, get some water, take a quick breather, and we will be right back. See you in a second. All right, I am back. How was everyone's break? Welcome back. Sean Strauss? I don't know if I recognize that name. Welcome, welcome. So many new faces, so exciting. I'm gonna have to, this makes me kind of sad. I'm gonna have to like stop saying hello to new people because it's becoming hard to track. If you are ever new in the future and you are seeing this message, welcome. If I don't say hi to you because YouTube doesn't tell me. Curse YouTube. But what up? Paladin and Warlock are my favorite classes because of the sheer storytelling potential. I mean, I think that that's what happens when you have a really well-defined, like, class fantasy and it's not, like, super confusing. I would say that my next one that I would identify as, like, a really easy class to tell stories with is, I think people might think it would be the Cleric, but it's the Barbarian. Because I think that the Cleric requires too much kind of meta knowledge, like lore knowledge, in order to properly roleplay, which isn't a bad thing, but I do think that it puts up a certain barrier to entry, as opposed to Paladin, which just requires a concept, an oath. So not as I guess blocker-y. Beyond that, though, I think that Barbarian is another great example of one that is really, really easy to roleplay. Because it has a very defined class fantasy with rage. What if an old wizard gets arthritis and can't do somatic components anymore? Rebecca just likes nerfing herself is what I'm hearing, which I'm down with. As a DM, if you tell me that you want to nerf yourself in some way, I'm probably going to offer you a small buff in return. Definitely not a buff that would make up for your nerf, but I think it's really cool. Eyes got back. Oh, bad timing. Paladin and Warlock having that need to fulfill obligations to keep their magic is nice. It definitely, yeah. It really puts some nice roleplay limiters that are not only easy for you to interact with, but they're easy for your party and your other players to interact with, and your DM. It kind of provides some guide rails where everyone can be really easily on the same page, which is pretty nice. A PC who can't sleep? Like, you have to roll a d20 to see if you actually get a long rest or not? I mean, good luck. That would... I mean, if you're playing with exhaustion, you are going to be down for the count very quickly. Unless you have a crazy buff to balance it out. You can have a paladin that gets their power from sheer drive or a warlock making a pact by accident. Oh, yeah. I mean... I think that it is very easy to make characters that didn't mean to acquire their power when it comes to those classes. I'm semi-new. I have been here trying to catch up on the older streams. Ah, very nice, very nice. Well, welcome. I think druids are super easy for coming up with stories. I would put druids in a similar, in probably a similar camp to barbarians. I don't think that they are quite as... I don't think that they have a very good class identity, and I'll tell you exactly why. I think it is because wild shape, like the true druid feels like moon druid. Anything else feels like weird druid. It feels like a different class. I think that druid should have gone more into wild shape, which I actually... Oh, man, this is older Megaphone Man content lore. I actually reworked Druid's Wild Shape that was proposed in 1D&D. If you go back in my shorts, you can find it, or maybe even in my longs. I don't actually remember which one it was. But I did a full rework of the 1D&D Druid Wild Shape. Because I truly believe that Druid's class identity should be around its Wild Shape, at least in D&D. And that spellcasting should be secondary. I think druids should be half-casters. Really. Or maybe just have way more limited access to spells, a la, like, Warlock. You know, Warlock gets their, eventually gets their, oh, Jesus, what are they called? Eldritch, they're higher level spells. They have to like pick them, and they're separate from their spell slots. Anyways, but I would really like to have seen Druid's really core identity be around its wild shape and getting to even customize its wild shape a lot more. Sort of like the fantasy that Keyleth is playing into. and have their spellcasting be a lot more limited. Even if you want them to have access to really powerful spells like Meteor Storm, because that would be really cool for a druid to cast. I would like their access to spells to be really a lot more limited, and the number that they have to be a lot more limited. Now, and I think that 1D&D is approaching that. They're making the primal school, and they really reworked Wild Shape a lot. So I think that 1D&D really approached what I wanted, which is why I put the time in to rework it. So, yeah, I like half agree with you, Mr. Dad. I definitely think that they go part of the way towards it, but I don't think that they go enough. Am I crazy or am I hearing... You're hearing background music. Especially, I'm going to turn it off before I do this, but I try to turn it on during the breaks. Yeah, but I'm just a nerd that likes coming up with cool lore reasons for my druid subclasses. I mean, that's dope. I love that. I love coming up with lore and backstory reasons for your subclasses. Like, that's very, very cool. That's a very cool exercise. I just think, in my opinion, druid is just not different enough from, say, cleric. I mean, I was about to say cleric or wizard, but I'll just end it at cleric. They're just not different enough. They have access to wild shape, but that's it. It might as well be an extension of cleric subclasses, like a subclass of subclasses. I'll throw an example of what I mean for my current character in the Discord for anyone interested. Oh, I'm definitely interested. I won't pull it up on stream, unless you want me to. But yeah, anything posted in the Discord, I generally assume is private. Maybe I'll start doing some more like user submitted content at some point. But anyways, that was a weird aside. I don't know why I implied all that. Anyways, let's go on with the actual show.
And seems to vanish from your sight in but an instant, his voice lingering in the air, saying, "Now, you may enter." Looking down, you kind of lean over and you can see this slow spiral of molten rock. It seems to disappear 15, 20 feet below. You cannot see the bottom of it. And when you try and lean forward, the heat is so intense that you have to close your eyes. You're forced to. There's a leap of faith here.
Before I leap down, I cast protection.
Protection from energy. Yeah, very nice. Very, very nice. I mean, I'm not even necessarily... I do think that Moon Druid is generally going to be more useful and more powerful per level than a lot of the other Druid classes or subclasses. But regardless of power, I think that it fulfills the base class and like how the base class is designed a lot better. Like it is weird to me, and I don't think I don't think this is like a new observation that the other subclasses have to use wild shape charges to perform these like other things. Like wild shape should just be the base, sort of like fighter maneuvers, right? We should just like really make these classes have very strong identities. Druid is the wild shaping class. And then each subclass has other things. Maybe some subclass has more spell casting. Maybe it has this. Maybe it has that. But like that's not what Druid is right now. So I don't know. Druid's a weird one. Could be cool to have a druid who can only cast spells in wild shape, and the spells can be flavored based on the shape you take, more primal and less calculated spellcaster. That would be really dope. Especially, again, if we kind of reconsider druid as saying that wild shape is like the base druid, right? A very powerful wild shape. Imagine druid, but they have no spellcasting, and every single druid is a moon druid, just like at base. Very powerful wild shape. Now, having a subclass that allows maybe not a lot of casting, maybe they're like the level of like a third caster or a half caster, but they can do it in or out of wild shape, could be very cool. Very evocative of almost like an Eldritch Knight sort of build, where you're like this very... like base, like almost martial, but then have this spell casting to augment it. Could be very, very sick. Like, I think that, and this is kind of off the top of my head, I haven't thought about it too much, but I think, like, if I had to, like, kind of re-fighter or re-flavor this, it would be like Moon Druid is the base, and base druids are half casters. If you are Circle of the Land, you get bumped up to like a full caster. Circle of the Moon, you get your half casting still, but you get to do it in wild shape. And then, we have all the others that kind of fall out from there. Yeah, I don't know. It's some options, some thoughts. I really just think that Druid, the unique thing about Druid is the wild shape, to the point that the other subclasses use wild shape charges. So that's the thing we should focus on in the class. It could be... Oh, wait, we already read that. Well, we all know Moon Druid's best, but I love the flavor. Oh, I love the flavor too. Wildfire Druid is so dope. Circle of Spores is so cool. I don't love the mechanics of Dream Druid, but I think that Dream Druid is very evocative, especially if you're playing in like a planar hopping campaign. So like you play with like a Horizon Walker Ranger, maybe an Oath of the Watchers Paladin. You play with a Dream Circle Druid. Like, you can really put together this like extra planar task force. I think that so many of the Druid circles are so dope in their flavoring, and I think it sucks that Moon is the default choice. I honestly don't even think that people choose Moon Druid because it's the most powerful. I really don't think that most people have thought about it that much. Like, I think they just assume it's more powerful. But I think that they choose it because it buffs the unique thing about Druid. Like, it fulfills that class fantasy. I don't know. Is Fighter the normie class? I would really like Fighter to have maneuvers. I think that would be really, really interesting and really lean into them being it says it in the name, the fighting expert. I think that they went part of the way there in giving them fighting styles, but then they gave fighting styles to a bunch of other people, so who cares? Kind of like Ritual Caster, if I had to draw a comparison. I think I would give them something sort of akin to like the three options that Warlocks get. Of like, Warlocks get a Pact Boon, that could be equated to the fighting style. They get a subclass. Fighters have subclasses. And then instead of invocations that Warlocks get, fighters could get maneuvers, which are currently locked to the Battlemaster subclass. And then base fighter just doesn't get like maybe as many extra attacks. Maybe it gets a few less. Or maybe we even leave the extra attacks there, but they get less ASIs. Or potentially they don't get the improved critical. I think there's a lot of things you could remove from base fighter to allow you to put in the maneuvers. I think that's what I would really like to see out of fighters. And I would like the maneuvers to maybe get less of them than like Warlocks get invocations, make them more defining, like a Pugilist maneuver or something. I don't know. Like, maybe they get like one every 5 levels, and it's like a very defining part of that tier. I think that could be really cool. Basically take it, because right now fighters get more ASIs, so theoretically they have more access to feats. I would basically create a unique selection of fighting-focused feats, for them that they can choose within there. And maybe slip in some of the non-combat options that some of the fighter subclasses get, like the Samurai's Elegant Courtesan that gives them extra skill proficiencies, or the Battlemaster's Student of War that allows them to learn things about their enemy. You could slip those into the maneuvers and allow them to, take one maneuver per tier, or whatever you want to call it, and it doesn't have to be still called a maneuver. But kind of allow them to really deeply customize their own personal fighting style. Maybe you just call it still a fighting style, but they get to pick 4 throughout the thing. I think that could be really cool. Illist. Oh yeah, it's pugilist. I've been corrected on this before. Pugilist. Whatever. Action surge is the best. Yeah, leave action surge. Action surge is really dope. Yeah, I think action surge is cool. It's pretty sad that so many, but I will say I could almost see an argument for, rather than giving fighter base multi-attack, give them more action surges. Could be interesting. I don't know how I feel about that off the top. Like, fighter has a lot going on. If you really think about it, that's why I don't like fighter as a recommendation for newbies, is because, like, fighter has fighting style, action surges, proficiency in all weapons, so you have to choose between all of the weapons. They have 6 ASIs, so they have to choose between all of the feats more than any other class. They also have multi-attack and need to understand how multi-attack interacts with action surge, plus whatever their subclass does. Like, fighter has a lot going on. I think that there are some things we could do to slim it down and just focus in on some of that. It's pretty sad to see so many subclasses, multiclasses feel too weak to be viable to play. It kind of limits creativity. Yeah, I mean, it depends on your table. I'm always a big proponent of, if my player feels that a subclass is, like, narratively interesting and good for their character, I will work on it with them to buff it, or maybe just inherently buff their character in a way that makes them feel on par with everyone else. Now, I know that everyone won't do that. Like, that won't always be the thing. But that's how I run my tables, because I do want every narrative combination to be viable and to be interesting, but I agree, some of them aren't viable. Love you, chat, but 15-minute pause. And with that, we will press play.
From flame on myself, or protection from energy,
Lol.
and I'm gonna use fire.
This gives you fire resistance?
Gives me fire resistance.
Okay, good to know. And then, Gila.
I close my eyes and just let myself fall.
You guys watch as Keela steps forward and just tumbles off the edge into the vortex of molten rock. She's gone.
I look to my sister and grab her by the shoulder and squeeze, and I just dive in.
Oh shit. Are we doing this?
Go ahead and make a wisdom saving throw, as this is fighting a very strong fear of yours.
Wait, but because we had the hero's feast, are we not frightened?
16.
Oh my
You
god,
have-
that's true.
Yeah,
we
you
have advantage on all
advantage
levels
on
of
this.
saving throws.
So, okay.
The hero's feast.
16.
Okay. You shrug it off, and the thought of your sister, the thought of Keyleth, the thought of the moments of connection you guys have had, you push through that pain and you leap and swan dive into the vortex.
Right.
I cast Stone Skin.
Leap off Tiberius
Yeah, we're
next as well.
going in.
All of you guys jump in. You don't need to roll anything. It was only because of his fear you had to.
Fucking okay.
Close my eyes and fall in.
The rest of you leap into this vortex.
Trinket. Jump. Come. I smack him on the butt and I jump in after him.
Trinket leaps in, kind of look.
And re-roll characters. That's it. Yeah. Who knew this was actually an insta-kill pit. Let's re-roll. Vox Machina's over. Congratulations. Firm handshakes all around.
Over shoulder, you're like, what have you done?
Very brave.
As you all individually leap through, it's interesting. There's a falling sensation, and then gravity seems to shift. You're facing downward, but you feel gravity begin to pull you to the side, and your feet find purchase on what seems like the lava spiral. But it doesn't burn. You step on it like it's hard rock, shifting slowly beneath your feet, where you have to kind of continuously change your step, like a slowly rotating tunnel you're walking through. And you're walking downward, this way. And you see light before you. Very, very bright light, and you move towards it, and your eyes try and focus, and you kind of cover your vision, and eventually you step out of this tunnel, and take them over your eyes to focus, and looking around you, you see a vast, barren wasteland of black cinders, embers, and ash, for miles and miles around you. Thin rivers of lava cut across the plains like blood splatter.
Oh my god, we're in the plane of fire.
The wind blows extremely strongly, and the atmosphere is dry and nearly unbearably hot, like the hottest desert you've ever imagined. An intolerably blazing sun is coming to rest near a distant mountain range, but your eyes catch an even more distant danger. A black, roiling cinder storm a few miles off, red lightning flashing within its turbulent ash clouds. It looks to be moving away from you, thankfully, but you do indeed find yourself standing in the center of the elemental plane of fire. A voice echoes from behind you, and you look over your shoulder and you can see there is a circular doorway still held aloft there, shifting slowly, the vortex you stepped out of still locked in place. A voice says, "Stay together. Follow the footsteps. When you find the stone spire, there you will find your trial."
All right.
Okay.
Just to note, I when I cast Stone Skin, I didn't
Death
do the cast,
Valley.
I let go of the Elder Self.
Right.
Actually,
That was illusion dust. So.
yeah, I'm good.
Well, we follow footsteps. I can track footprints.
Okay, sure, yeah. They might mean, he might mean more metaphorically, I'm not sure. It could be either
Can't
or,
track
it's hard to
those.
tell.
How about a general?
Can I sit and take a minute to almost meditate and see if I can connect with my mother and see if I can find some sort of
Trace?
trace, like essence?
Make another wisdom check.
And I want to use primeval awareness and see if I
I have advantage, right? 15. I'll take
15.
that 15.
Let's make that go away.
Thank you. There's a 1. So that's 28.
Can I use primeval awareness to see if there's any aberrations, celestials, elementals, fiends, undead, fae, any scary things,
Within
dragons?
quite a distance?
Within 6 miles.
Okay.
No, a mile. This is definitely
I'm
not.
removing my map.
You sense there is a very, very faint comfort in this path. So you know it's been walked before. You're unable to glean anything beyond that, but you know you're on the right path. But your mother's been gone a long time. It's surprising you've even caught wind of this type of an essence lingering.
Any direction of which way the essence might be blowing?
It's hard to tell. Make an investigation check. You sense within the mile, because it's not like blips in a radar. You just kind of generally sense something nearby.
Right.
In 3 different directions, elemental presence,
Makes sense.
strong elemental presence.
3 different directions, but I don't.
You glance up.
Oh.
Very strong elemental presence. That's all you can see. About a quarter
He narrated some burned trees. It's basically a forest, Ed.
or a mile, half mile away. You see there's something drifting in the sky that is burning like a beacon.
What?
It's probably
Fire
not good.
elemental.
Is that what you roll?
16.
16. Glancing about, you try and gather a sense of direction. You look and notice that there's no footsteps. There's no sign of any sort of stepping. The wind that blows through here, and it's a strong wind, and all of you are having to like keep your eyes closed and arms up to try and block your vision from the wind. And it is a perpetual difficulty to even just breathe here. Every inhale like burns the inside of your lungs. There you go. There's a big old bottle in his mouth now.
And I've got
like a magical pacifier, and you got your mask.
I've got
on,
my mask.
which is
so
helping.
I have eyesight.
It is still very hot here, and amid all the armor you're wearing, you're immediately breaking into a very heavy sweat. You notice, though, that through your investigation and the connection with your mother in the kind of directional sense, while there are no tracks, there are small pools of lava that kind of progress in a pattern, one that would even resemble footsteps of a giant or some sort of large creature.
Go.
Head that way.
Okay.
Let's follow this lava trail.
We're
It's
behind,
promising.
we're behind you.
All right. You guys begin pushing forward, blazing sun bearing down on you, heading towards the direction of these pools of lava. And they scatter a bit, but there is a general direction you're able to follow.
Is there a way to stealth here? Is there? Cover ourselves in ash or something to make us less visible?
What are we doing?
Is it possible to like cover us in ash and try to make us less visible to the elementals?
Certainly try.
I do have past
Certainly
trace. I can cast that on us.
That needs to go on the bingo board.
So you pass out a trace on the group. As you do, the magic pools, a bunch of the ashes whoosh, from the ground surround each of you, and there's this gentle cloud of ash that just tends to drift off your body and eventually replace itself from the surrounding terrain. It does offer you some blanket of visual obscuring from any sort of high vantage point or distant vantage point. Up close, not so much. I'll have all of you guys roll a stealth check with a plus 10 bonus from the spell.
Cloak of Elven Kind is with advantage. Would that
28.
take place here?
It works.
25.
17.
19.
23.
With the disadvantage?
What's that?
With the disadvantage? See if I can run.
Let me do it first.
The face thing.
You said with plus 10?
Natural 20.
But you still get the other one, which is still good.
Plus 10 here?
Ninja.
38.
Ninja.
Oh, I'm such a rogue. Could you get?
22.
All right. 17. All right. As you guys continue moving forward, the wind's still buffeting you to the side. You hear this,
19.
and you glance in the distance, and you can see flying through the sky a very,
Those
very
animal
large,
noises were crazy.
ancient even, red-scaled dragon-named beast. For those who are familiar with the training, the elemental plane of fire does seem to be a very prominent home to such dragons as the red. You guys notice this and kind of stop in place and keep low. As time passes, eventually it moves past, heading towards the distant mountain range.
A red
Catch that spell.
dragon, even, Mr. Dad.
You wait a little while until it's out of sight and beyond your vision. You keep pushing forward another 20, 30 minutes or so through this hellish landscape. The heat is starting to get to you guys. I need everyone to go ahead and make Constitution saving throw.
Woo!
21.
Do I get anything for having my protection from fire?
Was that plus?
I'll take you advantage for this.
My mask doesn't give me any advantage, does it?
Is that plus your plus
What? Not for heat. This is the general just atmospheric heat.
11.
11.
13. No, it gives you wisdom. I have wisdom saving throws.
You all are feeling the heat starting to get to you, but currently it doesn't seem to be fully affecting you. You get the feeling that the longer you stay here, the more it's going to have an effect.
Yeah,
on you.
obviously,
However, you're still
Mr.
pushing through, it's not a
Dad.
problem. You push on for
Totally.
another 10 minutes or so before you come
Won't
across
one
a
hit
few
them.
more of these streams of lava, and there, about 20, 30 feet ahead of you, you see a single stone obelisk that rises out of the ground about 15 feet up, and towards the top you see embedded in it a single mildly glowing, what looks like a fist or heart-sized ruby that is embedded into it like a beacon, or a small fiery lighthouse in the center of this open plain.
That's pretty. It looks like a stone spire to me.
This is interesting. This as a vision quest. I don't. It's true. You are probably jinxing it, Samuel. No OAC so far. Yeah. He hasn't done anything that crazy this time. The whole like C chat, whatever. I don't always roll good. Like that was a little annoying, but not enough for a count. I'm debating how I feel about this because he is skipping over the boring stuff, which I want him to do, right? Like he's going from like interesting to a little neutral area, and then and now he's going to an obstacle with the dragon flying around. And then we skip over everything boring between where they just were and this obelisk, which is great. We want to skip all of this. But I don't love it. It feels like we've just been walking in a straight line, right? It doesn't seem like there is any amount of choice here, which isn't always bad. Like I'm not like against taking away choices. I'm not against like pushing them in a single direction sometimes, but plopping them in an area and basically just waiting until they succeed on a check or say the right thing, like, say the right passphrase, and then you let them go the only way they can, I don't love. I would rather have there be a couple of paths, and maybe one path goes directly to where they need to go, and maybe one path doesn't go directly to where they need to go, but maybe it gives them some sort of insight that will help them at the other place, or it's, I don't know, a treasure, or maybe even a clue to outside of the elemental plane. It's just a little bit too straight for me. Especially with all of these pauses implying that it's not straight. I think maybe that's what's rubbing me the wrong way, is it's a lot of implied non-straightness, but like, let's be real, it's totally straight. It's basically a hallway. So yeah, I'm not sure that I love this so far, but we'll see I'm assuming that they're going to go do a combat, and that combat could be interesting. What's your opinion on different planes or planar travel? I think they have to be used really carefully, because I think that it is really easy for the other planes, especially with how they're described, to just become differently colored white boxes. And what I mean by that is in terms of like the combat term of like, you don't want to have a combat that is just the PCs and the enemies in a white box with nothing in it. And I think that the other planes are just, I think probably more than half of the times, like 75% of the time I see another plane depicted, it is a white box that is colored red because it's the plane of fire. Ooh. And like, oh, there's a lake of fire over there. Don't touch it. It's I don't know. I will say the one thing that he's done that I like is this constitution check because of how hot it is. It's something really minor. I think I would have liked something maybe a little bit more involved, maybe a little bit more delicate isn't the right word, but a little bit more prominent about the atmosphere. But I think that was good. So all in all, different planes, planar travel, risky. I think it can be really cool. I think it provides you with ways to make very unique maps, very unique areas, settings, journeys, etc. But I also think that it provides you with such a distinct setting that it can be really easy to fall back on the window dressing of the setting, of the flavor of the setting, and forget to make things interesting outside of those. You gave me a one-shot idea. Still waiting to see Dungeons in Dragons. That's a sick dungeon idea. A dungeon in a dragon. they all get miniaturized by like a druid circle or like a witch coven that all knows enlarge reduce, and they fucking reduce them down, and then they're inside of a dragon dungeon. That's really fun. That's a very good idea. The question mark is for the chat too. Oh, the question, the queue. Yeah, I mean, yeah. Go and discuss. Go on and discuss. Yeah, like when Matt gave Keyleth the second roll to ask for permission, but this time with advantage is just roll the right number waiting room. Yeah. Which isn't good. You don't want to be in roll the right number waiting room. If you want to say that this requires more checks, like maybe like different types of checks, like, you know, a nature check here, a wisdom save there, an acrobatics check here, have all the different types of checks. But I really, and maybe this is a distinct opinion, I don't believe in rolling the same check more than once for even for like a progressive action. The thing that you roll is the thing that you roll. It impacts that one thing. At least in D&D. Now, it depends maybe on if it's like a large project. Like maybe there's a lock that has like 3 different, you know, like tumbler sets in it or something. It's a weird dwarven lock. I don't know. And so it's like, okay, you rolled your sleight of hand. Tink, you like open the first lock and you tell them, yes, you have succeeded on 2 out of the 3 things. You basically are filling their progress bar. And the downside is that other things are happening in the background. One of my players also DMs, and he ran us through a dungeon that was very much that. The alarm had been raised, the enemies were coming, they were looking for us, and I had like 3 layers of defenses to go through as the rogue. And that was fun, because that is a race against the clock. The idea of just doing a wisdom save, oh no, you missed your roll, do it again, is bad. It's very, very bad. My hang-up on it usually leads to multiverse theory, which I'm not a fan of because it could hand-wave bad story beats / writing. You don't have to have different planes be like a multiverse type beat. That's not necessary for planar travel. Like, I would never make a copy of the material plane ever. And what you're kind of hitting at is like crystal sphere travel, because within the context of D&D lore, all of the different settings and all of the different plane shifts are contained within different crystal spheres. So the Forgotten Realms is in a different sphere than Eberron, which is in a different sphere than Greyhawk. And there have been, in D&D editions, there have been ways to travel between crystal spheres. And in the magic lore, which shares lore with D&D, there are people that can do that. But I don't fuck with that, because I agree. If you open it up to like crystal sphere travel and just say like, there are tons of material planes, that gets really messy really quick. So I'll let them go between planes, but there's only ever one material plane wherever we are. I love planar travel. I do agree it tends to be shown as the planes being too similar. Yeah. Yeah, I agree with that, Hans. Yeah. All locks in Pathfinder have checks for each pin, and it makes having good skills for it way more impactful, because otherwise good luck cheap. Yeah, which, I mean, that's fine. Like, if you want to have a challenge like that, that's fine, but it needs to either be that case where you have to succeed multiple in a row or you start over, but even then, there needs to be heat behind it. There needs to be pressure. There needs to be some sort of time constraint, or maybe even a material constraint. You know, think Oblivion, think Skyrim, where your lockpicks break if you fail the check. There has to be some sort of consequence to failure other than playtime, which that was the only consequence for Keyleth, was narrative IRL out of game time wasted, and that sucks. There's no two ways about it. You never want the consequence of failing a roll to be wasting player time. There has to be in-world consequences. And if you have a heat, if you have a threat that's coming up on them, if you have things going on in the background, it can be okay to allow them to waste time and to try these checks over and over and over. But if you don't have that, don't fuck around with wasting time, because it is only hurting your own pacing and the player's enjoyment. I picture the Feywild, a Studio Ghibli film. Oh, that's nice. Yeah, no, I totally agree with Mr. Dad, Hans. I totally think that a planar hopping campaign could be very, very fun and interesting. You could have entire arcs, especially in like the 11 to 15 range. You could have entire arcs on other planes, or at least heavily involving other planes, especially if you have one of the planar focused subclasses on your side, like the Oath of the Watchers Paladin, kind of the Great Old One Warlock, the Horizon Walker, Ranger. There's a lot of options. Matt's skill checks are boring. Next stream title. I mean, maybe, probably. I always imagine the Feywild like a prettied up Louisiana swamp. I totally agree. Looks prettier. Yeah. There's no consequence to failure. Don't make him roll for it, or just say it takes X amount of time to do. Yeah. What speed are we on? I think combat is coming soon. We're on 1.5. We are just, whoo. There's a lot of people in here, which is a lot of conversation, which is dope. But I have to train myself out of reading everything. Well, number one, reading everything, but also reading it all out loud. I'm going to have to stop reading all of your comments, which sucks. I want to read all of them, but we got to keep the pace up. Fuck. But yeah, I will end with agreeing with Terrace. If there is no consequence to failure, don't make them roll for it, or just say it takes X amount of time to do. I agree. Even in the conversation that we were having earlier, that Restay was talking about, where the difference between them failing or succeeding the roll is a different tone of voice that might make them think something different. That is still a consequence. That is a distinct consequence to that roll. If you are not going to do that, then don't have them roll. You could argue maybe that Matt kind of tried to do that here, of like having the like escalating, like give permission or whatever, or ask for permission. But that did not have any impact on the actions that the players took. If you are doing the whole like saying it in a different tone thing, it should be in the context where it might change player decisions, which it never was going to in this situation. So don't roll. Too good to talk to his B. Fuck. Ugh. I tried to skip past it, got the and speak at 2x speed. Also, they're going to. Oh, dude.
With a shiny.
It's with a shiny. Yeah. Let's go there.
I want to talk to everyone. I started doing this because I wanted to talk to people, and I'm starting to lose that.
Perception? 17.
All right. So,
So.
as you begin to step forward, you instinctively stop as you see figures step out from behind the spire. 3 normal humans. In fact, immediately you recognize stepping from behind it is Serkonos. And 2 of the other druids that you had accompany you into this. Serkonos walks towards you.
Fucking weird. Seems like fraternity hazing, if you ask me. Go into this closet, blindfolded, where no one else can find you. Oh, JK, we're here too. Not great. Don't love this so far. But I was thinking the same thing. This dude, what I might start doing, because I'm thinking about this right now, is we can still have conversations about what's, actively going on screen. But when it comes to like, what do you think about planar travel? I might just write that one down and, let you guys talk it out in chat, let you guys discuss it. If there's something like super, super interesting, maybe I'll call it out. And then like I'll just like write all of these down, and I'll either like answer them offline or potentially have like a short either lunch club or maybe a short Friday stream to just like go through the questions that people have asked in chat. Lol to everyone in the last 5 who's ready for the 12-hour streams. Bro, I would actually love to do 12-hour streams. That's the thing about me. I can't because I work a full-time fucking job. If I was full-time content creating, if I was full-time streaming, you would catch me doing 12-hour streams frequently. I'll tell you that. Armente is open booking. You can bring your friend. I think it's going to be hazing. We'll see. That shit's free content if you put that aside. That's what I'm thinking, Restay. I'm gonna think about it a little bit more, but yeah. Limit responses and on break/end stream, add some time for talking and conversation. I mean, the talking will be there no matter what if I do that. So, like, then I would just be, like, putting that on to the end. I guess I could just say, like, okay, there's going to be a Q&A at the end if we have time. If we don't have time, there will be a separate Q&A stream. That could work. Yeah. Yeah, maybe I'll do that. So still feel free. Feel more than free to ask questions in chat, even if they are, slightly off topic, or even if they, are maybe asking for my more direct opinion on something else. And maybe I'll just start writing them down, and then we'll do kind of separate Q&A discussion areas. Yeah, because otherwise I can only see this getting worse and worse as more people join. And I want more people to join. I'm having so much fun. I'm loving it. But it's just going to keep upping and upping the time. Dox yourself and we'll just a couch reaction? No shot.
Still crossed in front of the spire. You can see his wind being blown to the side from the sheer force of the heated winds that are blowing through this barren landscape.
All right, what's up?
He looks about the rest of you. You've done well.
What?
But there is not much time. And he looks off to the side, and you can now see the cinder storm.
What do you mean,
once
done well?
away,
They
has
did
changed
one
course,
thing
and is now making its way in the direction of you in the spire. You can see it's probably about a half a mile to a quarter mile off, and you can see the red arcing bolts of energy floating through it, and it's starting to darken the landscape beneath it. Show me what it is you've learned. And with that, the form of all three druids suddenly burst into flames and grow in size, Serkonos becoming astronomically large for even the elementals you've encountered. Everybody roll initiative.
Even flavor.
Flaven. Oh, Jesus ball sacks. All right. I can't believe it.
Many?
Oh, sweet baby Jesus.
No, Jesus bull sacks. Who walked in heaven?
No, just don't repeat it.
Exactly, John. Also,
Oh,
fuck
no.
you, Mr. Dad.
What? What'd you
Good.
You've walked while sweaty, mighty warriors, truly.
God damn it, Wheaton.
God damn it, Wheaton. Here.
Did you need me like on fire again for you? Real quick?
God, you're
No, it's
right.
gone.
No.
Gotta get my dice now.
Oh my god, they're on fire.
They're big.
We have
and they're-
walls!
Hey!
Broken, ruined walls that appear from the landscape. I need
Why did we need to go to the plane of fire to do this?
some initiative scores from you guys.
Jeez Louise. How?
Is
All right. So we have 25 to 20.
Okay, I will.
Oh no.
This is a pause to talk about what's happening right now. There's no reason that we need to go to the elemental plane of fire to do this. He actually set up a very interesting landscape with the caldera and like with the like burned out area. Like that was cool. And then we just moved to red as far as the eye can see. Like we moved out of the cool area and into a boring area that like I guess is more thematic, but it's not nearly as interesting. And we're not even gaining anything from doing it. Like this red lightning storm thing could just have been on the other side. We already had a storm. We had an ash blowing fog thing. Like we were halfway to this shit. I mean, the only thing that the material plane was missing was a giant dragon. And I guess this stone spire. But like, why are we even here? I guess they saw a dragon because it's cool, Mega. Is it though? That's my question. Because I was like, oh, this will be cool. And I haven't seen what makes it interesting or cool yet. Maybe it's cool. Maybe I'm being a hater. It's possible.
Crickets have 25 to 20.
20 to 15.
No.
15.
18.
19.
And 19. All right.
The real Aramento was the
Yes.
friends we made
Fun set.
along the way.
Thanks, bud.
15 to 10.
15.
15 Tiberius. All right.
And I would
10 to 5.
I would also agree, Just Mustang, that it's the leadership and the druid skills. So like if there had been several challenges between her and the obelisk, if there'd been a like, oh, don't get lost challenge, and if you get lost, you like end up in the storm, that's a great reason that we have to be on the planar, on the elemental plane of fire, because you can't get lost up in the caldera. Probably it's too small. So like that's a great reason for us to be there. That's a great reason to build out this Aramente. But we've done like one check and now we're here and we're doing the shit. Yeah, I don't know.
9.
All right.
Hi. Hello there.
5.
Yes, monkey bars over lava, for instance.
All right. Who's left?
5.
Doom a monkey bar.
God.
We're mostly just sitting here going,
All right.
Rolled a 1 too.
is this like a Cirque du Soleil thing?
We're
Is
like,
this, what are we?
oh, cool.
What are we?
Fire. Just fire.
Fire.
The monkey bars are a Cirque du Soleil thing.
Top of the round, Serkonos in his oversized fire elemental form darts forward towards the center. An unnatural pace of movement as the flames seem to flicker and dart and reform at the foot of the rest of the group. At which point he brings his arms in and releases a torrent of flame that bursts out in a 20-foot radius from him, catching all of you.
We have immunity to what now?
She has immunity.
No.
Poison.
Poison, disease, and fright.
Damn it. Okay.
All right, so this brings everyone to roll a dexterity saving throw.
Hey! Internet. There's my natural 1.
No.
Hooray!
Suck it, it happens.
Oh, that's better.
Okay, that one's going on.
Or dexterity. Damn it.
All right.
Doesn't matter.
So, Percy,
Yeah,
roll.
it just so happened to
15.
happen the moment people
No,
started
24,
complaining
24.
about it.
16. 18.
16.
All right. I need everyone who rolled a 16 or higher. Raise your hand. Okay, so only Percy and Tiberius. All of you guys take 13 points of fire damage.
Oh shit.
All of us rolled
Yeah.
high?
High?
High. 13 points of fire damage from the
And
blast
you've got
outward.
additional hit points from the beast.
I have
Tiberius
resist.
and Percy, you both take 25 points of fire damage.
I have
Which is
resistance, so
13
I
for me.
take,
Yeah.
I take half, right?
You take half fire resistance.
20, how many points?
25. And you are both set on fire. As all of a sudden, your clothing and armor burst into flames and you're considered burning.
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 How do you put yourself, how do you put them out?
You take an action.
I guess it's
put
cloth
out,
on
put
your
yourself
clothes.
out.
Stop, not roll.
Right.
You have to basically take your action whole turn trying to put the flames out.
That's
That
new.
ends Serkonos' turn. Vax, you're up.
Keelet's right up against that elemental in front of it, right?
Correct.
So I'm gonna run up right behind
You're
her.
on
I'm
fire.
No, I'm not. I'm
Yeah, it's really interesting. I can see how we are starting to build up to him leaving. Of like nothing even really happened with him. Like the past few episodes, like he had, or actually wait, no, what the fuck am I talking about? Something just happened with him. Was it it was like 2 episodes ago? Was it right after or right before the guest episodes that he had like the really weird misunderstanding? Anyways, either way, I guess something has happened and maybe people are being a bit more scrutinous now, but it now feels like he's actually being maybe on average better every episode, but people are really starting to get a bad taste in their mouth about him. So I can imagine that Twitter was especially brutal. Yeah, I mean, that was because I remember we went back and looked at that and it was like very clear of like maybe he hit it with his hand, but then he like reset it and it looked like it was reset to a different number. So yeah, Twitter being bad, we're all shocked. Third nat 1 in the campaign. Last one was the airship. I mean, it's possible. You don't roll that often, but certainly not likely. Marisha got hate for how stupid Keyleth was, and Orion was all over his rolls. Yeah, man. It's I don't know, man. It's we'll see. What I assume, and this is maybe give you guys a little bit of insight in what I plan on doing. I don't know when the final Orion episode is, but basically after the final Orion episode, we'll do like a full debrief stream of like, all right, that was Orion. Like, what do we think? You know, big, long debrief stream, probably an hour or two. Then, separately, we will do a separate stream where we watch the Super Geek Mike video. Hopefully both, maybe only one. I don't actually remember their runtime. But yeah, so then we'll do that stream, and then we'll move on. We're gonna have like 2 streams dedicated to Orion because he really is like a very textbook case that we definitely do need to talk about. Yeah, I mean, and that's something we've talked about a lot, this dude of like the blurry area between character and player, which I have rarely been confused about the line between Marisha and Keyleth. And as the game has progressed, she has gotten less and less confused about her spells. She has gotten like more and more solid on the rules. I mean, more solid. She's well eclipsed Orion. So I think that she is only getting better and he is not. And not even that she really needed to get better. She was just new. Like, yeah, we got to give her a break, which I know we all do now, but, you know, Twitter back then. Yeah, definitely a detox, an hour. Okay. All right, Terrace. Holy that Geek Mike episode is great at breakdown. Yeah, I want to solidify my breakdown and then watch his and like see where they differ. I think that'll be like a super very, very interesting thing, cuz I haven't watched any Critical Role analysis. And so it'll be really, it's almost like kind of nerve-wracking to think about watching someone else's analysis and seeing how much it differs from my own. But we'll just have to see. So yeah, that's my plan for the whenever Orion leaves. That'll be like, it'll be the episode that he leaves, and then the next 2 will be kind of detox episodes, and then we'll go on to the next one. The first Tibbs is 32 minutes. The second is an hour and 8. Oh, we could do that in one stream. I mean, it'll be really chock full with like stuff to talk about, so we can probably do it in one stream. I guess we'll just have to see. You must challenge Mike and take his power. No, Mike's too nice. I wouldn't be able to. I couldn't challenge him. He's too sweet.
Okay.
So I click my boots together and I run up.
For a trinket as well? For an old trinket. So move up over here.
That's good. Trinket definitely saved that.
Trinket, so, you're fine?
Right, so I'm going to swing up underneath Keyleth's arm, and then I've already clicked the boot, so dagger.
All right.
Like the comment there. The comment really brought it together.
Trinket takes 13 points of fire.
Like a haiku.
Okay, so 22 on the first.
Yeah, 22 on the first. That hits.
That hits. All right, there's the sneak attack right there. This is the keen dagger. Good, there's 10. Did he make an attack already? He did, right, when he starts? Damn it. 14, didn't do 12, 14, 20. 20 points of damage on the first strike.
Okay.
Second strike probably misses. 13.
13 misses, yep.
Third strike is a 19.
19 does hit.
Does hit, all right. And that is 9.
9 damage, okay. As you swing up, you hit him with the first dagger strike, miss with the second and third one, you slam up.
No bingo board this episode, Samuel. I'm going to slightly rethink how I do the bingo. And I'm gonna put out some polls online to maybe rethink it a little bit. We did a poll. I thought you were here for that poll, Samuel, but maybe you weren't. I really like Talison's hair color this episode. It's good. It's very nice.
Up into its flaming torso, finding some sort of physical.
Fuck! I shouldn't have read that. Not that it's a bad comment. It's a lovely comment. I should have read it in my head and just let the video keep playing so that we can keep up the pace.
Slicing through, however, with each hit, the fire that bursts back burns you. The first hit you take 3 points
I really
of fire
do
damage.
wish I could
Second
like
hit deals 6 points of fire damage to you from just hitting it with melee attack.
3 plus 6, total 9.
Total 9 points of fire damage. That ends your turn, Vax. Vax, you're up.
Okay. Can I back away from him, or am I gonna get hit?
From him, no, he does not have that far of a reach.
Okay, so I back up?
Yeah.
I'm gonna back up against like the wall,
There.
so I can like duck behind it if I need to.
There.
And I call Trinket with me. For sure. And then I am going to lightning arrow him. I'm a lightning arrow. No, Jesus. A hunter's mark him.
There you go. He is hunter's marked.
Now he is surrounded by all of our friends.
Correct. There's 3 of them currently surrounded.
False. I'm gonna have to hunter's mark one of the little ones then and aim for one of them.
Okay.
And I'm going to hail of thorns them.
Alrighty.
The one closest to me.
Go for it.
14 plus. That's a 25.
25 hits.
All right. Why do I already forget what I'm doing? Normal attack. Okay. 17 for the normal attack.
Plus Hunter's Mark damage.
Plus Hunter's Mark damage. 6 for Hunter's Mark.
Nice.
And then I get 3d10 for the Hail of Thorns.
Go for it.
Okay. Okay, that's 10. That's 10. This is a 10. 10, 12, 13.
13 points of damage. All right, so as you come around the wall, you turn around, release your arrow. As it goes to the air, you can see the wood splinter into a bunch of thorny wood protrusions. It slams into the elemental, which then bursts to the side. You can see its form kind of open up from the inside and then reform into an elemental as the rest of the thorns shoot out, hit the side of the stone pillar to the side of it.
And then just one more regular attack.
Okay, so it's a bonus action to do the spell, and then its first attack hit. Second attack.
20!
Yeah! All right, go
Hot
ahead.
diggity.
Diggity down.
So dice times 2.
Dice. Oh, that's it?
Oh,
Yep.
I know.
So 2 damage plus your bonus plus your Hunter's Mark. What's the first one?
14 for the second.
It's not once per turn.
That's a lame critical. No.
no, it was fantastic.
Alrighty.
Oh, yeah, I will
That ends
say.
your turn. Here, it's your
Fire with an arrow.
beginning.
It is lame that criticals ever feel lame. I'm very partial to the homebrew rule called brutal criticals. Brutal criticals is instead of having you roll double the dice, you still roll damage dice like normal, and then you just add the maximum value of if you had rolled a second set of dice. So it basically ensures that a critical always does more than the max of a normal attack, which I think is way cooler. I think it's much more interesting as a critical mechanic, and I let my monsters use it as well. So yeah, I'm very partial to brutal critical. I have made it to where we don't use brutal criticals from levels 1 to 3 because levels 1 to 3 can be pretty deadly already, and then we turn them on after level 3. But I really, really like that homebrew rule. Because otherwise, yeah, when you crit and it doesn't do much, it's like whatever. You can use second. Wait, what? Not homebrew rule. I think you can use a second or below level spell after casting a spell. I don't even know what that is in reference to, Samuel. Maybe. Oh, interesting. I play with a group that doubles all the damage, and it feels like it's way too much. That, yeah, I still like, because the whole aspect of criticals is just doubling the dice value, so I try to only take the dice value. Yeah, just to make sure that it's always over max, but not that crazy over max. This dude's shaming me. Oh, what up, Fantasy Nomad? Welcome, welcome. Dude, so many new people. So exciting. Oh, welcome, everybody. All right, we got to actually watch. People are coming here for the watching of the CR content, not for my stupid ass talking.
Your turn, you take 5 points, actually no, you take 8 points of fire damage, reduced by that 4.
Cool.
Remaining on fire.
I'm like, I don't expend an action to do that, and instead I look at the main dude, and I'm going to be like, here's something she taught me, and I use the scroll, and I'm going to cast Blight on him.
I did teach him that.
I have 2 Blight scrolls.
It's like a cattle auctioneer.
What?
It's okay, I have something else that's effective.
Okay.
Alright, so. This is Alright, so you took your 4 damage.
Yes.
Alright,
Oh
you ready to pull up the scroll. First you need to roll to see if you can do the scroll properly, so go ahead and roll a d20 and add your plus 5.
That's 22.
22, yeah, not a problem.
Yeah.
You take the spell, you pull out the scroll, read it, the scroll itself you can see it's starting to burn on its own, just being pulled out in the heated atmosphere that is this plane of fire. But before it can burn entirely, you finish the spell, it disappears in a flash of light and ash, and then Blight goes and takes effect.
As I'm going to do that, I'm going to heighten it and spend 3 sorcerer points, so it gives him disadvantage.
I will say, because the Blight spell is a scroll, you cannot spend magic. It's magic from your bloodstream is what kind of gives you that ability. So,
Fair enough.
however, what's the DC on that?
Is that true? That might be true, and I'm not going to take stream time to look it up, but that's very interesting if it is. I'd never thought about it, but it makes intuitive sense.
17.
17. It's Constitution. Rolled a 16. So no.
Wait. So, but what I can do is if I can't heighten an initial spell, I can power a spell that's already been cast. My search point, right? I can power a spell.
True.
After.
But still spells that you cast
from
from yourself.
myself. Okay, that's fine.
That is, the magic is how you enhance it as you cast it out of yourself. If it's from a scroll, it's like a full outside.
5, 10, 15.
I'm assuming off screen, this dude.
20, 23, 25 damage. 25 damage.
5 minutes is a good limit. Maybe I'll start playing along.
Not good enough.
Yeah.
Boom. You see, as you finish the story, its form begins to some of the flames seem to die down, and part of its physical form tries a hard time keeping itself in one solid place. Parts of it flicker, and then angrily kind of pushes through.
Where am I relative to everybody else?
You're right here.
Okay, cool. What I will do, because I can do this, is I will quicken spell, and I will spend 2 sorcery points to Misty Step behind where Vex is.
Over there?
Yep.
All right.
And in view of everybody else, where I can still cast stuff. Just
There?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
That's my turn.
Alrighty. That brings us to these guys' turn. Right there.
I have thought about this, Hans, and this is legitimate. If we could replace the OAC whenever Orion leaves, if we could replace the OAC with a pause timer that just did it automatically whenever I pause, that would be the hard thing. I wouldn't want to have a button to do it because that sounds annoying. And I wouldn't want to like leave it up to like mods or chat. I don't even have any fucking mods. So I wouldn't want to leave it up to like a manual thing. But if I could have an automated solution to where anytime I paused, it started a timer, I think that would be really good and interesting for me. I have trauma from Orion's whooshing sound. Yeah, it's so hard. Everyone else is doing really like interesting voices, and like Tiberius is like a at least like a very unique voice. But Tiberius is, or not Tiberius, Orion is so into the onomatopoeias. And like at a certain type of table, that's okay. Like where everyone's doing onomatopoeias, but when he's the only one doing it, it doesn't come off as like cringe necessarily, but it is very like out of place. So I don't know. Just kind of a macro to toggle play and also timer. Possible, Hans. That'd be kind of a complicated macro, but I might be able to do that. It would depend. Oh, I could link if I just link the starting the timer to a hotkey, I could probably make that happen. I'm writing that down.
It's going to move up towards Percy. From the other side. It's going to make 2 touch attacks against you, Percy.
You guys are right.
That is a 13.
That misses.
And that is a 25 and a 19.
25 definitely hits.
Definitely hits. Okay. You take 13 points of fire damage. And you are still on fire, so it does not reignite you. You are just on fire in general. That ends its turn. The other one, however, rushes up, and it's doing a touch attack against Keyleth and Vex. Max, sorry. Versus Keyleth, that is a 16 versus armor class.
Miss.
Nice.
17.
That's going to be a 20 versus you.
That hits.
All right. Vex, you take 12 points of fire damage, and your cloak bursts into flame.
Oh, fuck a duck!
There's like
my God,
shit
we're
of fires
destroying
falling
your
around
left
you.
Dude, does Matt have it out for their magic items? Holy shit. I feel for them. Every single one of their magic items is now in jeopardy. Like, honestly, if everything that had happened with the carpet hadn't happened, I would be like, oh, like, maybe that's bad, but only if they, like, don't pretty quickly put the fire out. Like, you know, if they let it burn up, it'll be gone. But we now know that it doesn't have to burn or take that much damage in order to just lose its magicalness. That is now like an established part of how enchanting works in this world. So very, very, very interesting. Oh, a tick down is a really good way to do it, John. I was thinking tick up originally, but you're totally right. I could set like a 5-minute tick down timer to make sure that we keep the pace up. That's a great idea. God, you guys are smart.
That brings us to Percy and Pike's turn.
Oh my God. Stop talking.
I don't know how common it is. Honestly, this is something I have no idea for streamers to talk to their audience about meta stuff, like when it comes to like the actual stream or like the way that it goes or the way that it performs. But you guys have great fucking ideas. So I don't know why I wouldn't talk to you about it.
Oh, stop talking. Roll. Go.
Percy, what are you doing?
I am on fire, aren't I?
Beginning of your turn, you take 10 points of fire damage.
God damn it. And it takes an entire action to put
Entire
myself
action to put the fire out, yeah.
Can I run, or am I he's gonna get an attack of opportunity on me?
He would get an attack opportunity if you run, yeah. But also, range attacks in point blank are at disadvantage too. So
yeah, I know. fuck, I'm gonna run first and then put myself out.
Okay, so you're running which way?
I'm running towards the wall. I'm getting some distance.
Stop, drop, and roll.
Over here?
Yeah, and I'm doing a stop, drop, and roll on my way to put myself out.
Okay.
Fire safety, kids.
The elemental reaches and strikes. That is a 21.
Damn it!
Probably
Okay.
shouldn't wear a weapon through
You take 12 points of fire damage. As it just swings out, hits you in the back, and you feel the flames now licking beneath your armor. You're sweating profusely, and you feel the burn marks as the skin begins to boil and crack beneath the armor. Oh my god.
And you move me as far that direction as I can go, right?
That would be like over here.
Yeah,
Then.
yeah.
I would die.
What if it has to recharge, Terrace? So what if it's like the cap is 5 minutes, but while I have it paused, the cap ticks down, and then when I play it again, it doesn't immediately reset, it just starts ticking up. That could kind of work. It makes sure that, you know, we're trying to pause and play at equal amounts. I don't know. There's something there.
There, actually.
I'm also gonna spend my bonus action for second wind, because fuck. So that's 19 points that I gain back.
Cool. Sweet. Then it's turn. Pike, what you got?
Yes, Pike!
Okay,
Keyleth,
so
going back.
I have the Frostbrand sword, so I'm resistant to fire damage. I'm holding it.
Yeah. Half damage from fire.
But I would like to use a guiding bolt because it's a little bit more damage.
Alrighty. So go ahead and roll your animal tech. It's which guy?
The guy.
These three here visible.
Okay, let's do the guy right there.
Okay, it is 8:40. Also, Terrace, I don't think 2x, but I think I will turn it up to 7.5 just for the combat, and then we're gonna turn it back down. But combat has way less that generally happens for me to talk about. Dog does need to go out, and we're nearing 9 p.m. anyways, which is when I was planning on taking the next break. So we will take a short bio break for Bug to use the bathroom more than anything. And then X minutes of the tick down. Yeah, there's something there. Anyways, I will think more about that when I get back and probably just off stream. Cool. Okay, yeah, I will be right back. Oh, and also, this dude, I am writing down your question. First Q&A question. I will be right back. Oh, also, I forgot to say it last time. Hydrate or dihydrate. Go get some water. have returned. Let's see. Magic item talk. A formula? Subtract in episode. Oh. Maybe, John. Maybe. Yeah, I'll think about that. That's possible. Doesn't pause, just mute it. I might miss stuff if I just mute it. I don't want to risk muting it. I also wouldn't I would be afraid that it would be confusing to me not having seen the plot. Yeah, I don't know. Viewmaster Reactions does that. Well, I don't and I know why Viewmaster does it is because he does it, he like has everyone sync up or something. But I'm definitely a pauser. I'm definitely a pauser. I just need to limit my tangents. And a nice on-screen clock will be nice for that. The way you watch C1 is the proper way. Well, thank you. I appreciate that you like it, and I hope that other folks like it. But yeah, it's just the tangent issue. It is, and I think that just having an on-screen clock that's like linked to that, kind of regardless. There's some maybe like some variable ways to do the timer, but even if I did just have a 5-minute timer that just, tick down and then just reset when it was done, it would help me from going on the 15-minute long tangents that I think are what really blow up the size of the episode. The remaining chat quota and the 5-minute and the pause time makes them both. That's possible. Yeah, there's a lot of possibilities. I'll think about it. I got plenty of time between now and Monday. And yeah, we'll see what I'll come up with something before Monday. And we'll test it out then.
The big one. The big guy.
Big guy right there. Okay, go ahead and roll your attack. So you add your spell attack modifier to it.
15.
All right. 15 does hit. Yeah.
Yay! Okay.
That's 4d6 radiant damage. The next attack instant has advantage.
Nice. 11.
11 points of damage already. Good to know. Well done. That's your turn. Do you wish to move anywhere? You can stay where you are, Pike.
You know what? So sorry, I was casting another 3. Or no.
That's level 3?
Yeah.
So add an additional 2d6 to it.
Sorry. Nice. 18.
18 in addition. Total.
18 total. 18 total.
Cool, gotcha. Cool. All right. You want to move? You can stay where you are, Pike. You're right here.
You know what? I'm gonna back up.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
All right. Keyleth, you're up.
Okay, so I look at Zirconis, and I just give him a nod. And I say, okay. And I concentrate, and my entire form goes water, and I turn into a water elemental.
Nice.
Skadoosh.
Nice.
Okay.
All
And then I
right.
immediately rush into Zirconis' space and do well.
Okay.
Well, nice.
So he has to do a DC 15 saving throw.
Alrighty. Dex.
Strength.
That was great. Lose 5 pounds.
This one.
It's glistening.
Spread it out, guys. Spread it out.
All right. He rolls a 3. So
So he does 2d8 plus 4 bludgeoning damage. I'm also a water elemental, so I believe he has water susceptibility, correct?
Correct.
So I don't know what that does, but he's got it. So if it's a large or smaller creature or thing, or large or smaller, it is also grappled.
All right. Let's go ahead and roll damage.
2d8. Not bad. 12 plus 4, 16.
16 damage. Nice. And he's grappled currently as you're swirling around in this vortex of water. As you hit for the attack, you do take 6 points of fire damage from just being in the midst of that
Does
flame.
he take extra damage because I'm water? Does he have water susceptibility?
Water's ability, essentially, he takes 1 point of cold damage on top of that.
Okay.
We're not doing bingo today, but yes, in general. That's another thing that I'm going to rework for next episode. I think we might have a totally different layout next session. We will see, but I'm thinking about the possibility of a fully different layout. One of the things that doing bingo, especially with the bingo being on screen to the left, showed me is that I can just reduce the size of the cast in order to fit more on-screen elements. So, theoretically, I could then have more people on there if I needed it. Or more things on there if I needed it, like bingo or like a few other things. Like this chess clock idea. So we'll see. That's very weird, Mr. Dad. I don't know why. Yeah.
And if he tries to move away from you, he's moves
Takes
slower.
another damage. Right. Okay.
You're swimming water around him right now?
It's water versus fire elemental right now.
However,
We're like in the same
however
space.
because it is a fire elemental, it is immune to being grappled.
Oh,
Because
pooper.
it is just fire, you can't really grab around it, but you are just.
I just football tackle him. Water
It's
right
not
through
fire
his
and water,
hole.
it's giant elemental duel.
Steam rolls off of me.
It's uncomfortable being in this plane as a water elemental, but you're pushing through.
I take how much? 4 damage?
That would be 6 damage.
Okay.
Should be halved because you have the resistance still on you. So
Yeah.
it's 3 damage to you. Alright. You also entered space, so you also are on fire. Strangely enough, you're a water elemental that has caught fire.
What was that? Damn it, DuPont.
It's strange, like the water is steaming and there's flames having a hard time rolling. I'm gonna say it's gonna. Yeah. I'm gonna say you can't, that's stupid. Water elemental's not gonna catch fire, that makes no sense. I'm gonna say for
That's the most relatable thing I've ever heard. Holy shit. I'm just gonna say that doesn't work. That's stupid. That's dumb. I don't care. That is one of the most relatable things Matt's ever said.
taking this battle, you are immune to being set on fire. Fucking water elemental. Alright, that ends your turn. Grog, you're up.
I look over and I see as Max starts slashing into the fire beastie. I know this is going to hurt. And I go into a rage.
Alright.
And I know I'm going to burn. But I take my 3 giant swings with my battle axe at giant
Right, so you're going into full frenzy rage.
Frenzy rage,
Alright.
Frenzy rage if you don't mind.
Certainly. 3 strikes at him.
24.
24 hits.
19.
Hits.
And 24.
Hits. Damage on all 3.
11.
11 damage.
19.
19 damage.
And 12.
12 damage. Great. You strike at it, axe swinging through. It's interesting. You're not hitting physical matter. You're actually swings through, but you can feel the resistance that's carving through whatever magical essence is holding this elemental together. Each hit, though, the flames shoot out of where you wound it and blast across your arm and your hand, burning you. You take 10 damage from the first strike. 8 damage, and because this is magical, it's not reduced. So it's 18 plus another 10, 28 total points of fire damage. You're just striking at it. All right. That ends your turn, Grog. Up at the top of the round, that's now comes to Serkonos. Serkonos is going to stay right where it is. It's going to go ahead and make 3 melee touch attacks. It's going to be 2 against, 1 against each of you, actually. So against Keyleth, that is a 24 to hit.
Hit.
I think that's still
So
Pathfinder stuff
that'd be-
reset.
Yes,
12
everyone.
points of fire damage. Reduced to 6 because you're spell, but you're not ignited.
Against everyone near him?
It's doing an attack against each of you.
Okay.
Against cock dice. That is a it's 18 against you.
Hell yeah, that hits.
All right. You take 9 points of fire damage. Against Grog, that is a natural 1.
No.
That is.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a crit hit. So on that is
There goes that beard.
Oh, shut up! I'm telling that!
22 points of fire damage, and you
Smells
are
like
set on
burnt
fire.
So not cool. So not
Beard
cool.
is okay, right?
Currently, but the flames are looking up the sides of your shoulder.
Oh, come on, man.
I made a stupid pun and you tripped me and made me eat shit. Enjoy it.
Serkonos is going to stay there, just kind of taking you all on at once. That brings us to Vex.
Okay, I'm gonna use
Start
my...
your turn. Take 9 points of fire damage.
Excellent, that's excellent news. Yes, I'm gonna use my bonus action to disengage. I've got 3 things I can do here because of the Boots of Haste. So use bonus action to disengage.
Okay.
I'm gonna use 1 action to run like fuck over to that wall and just jump to the side. If you let
Well, yeah, it's not an attack. You have a bonus action and
Yeah.
an action.
Okay.
So you can disengage and then move. Then you have your action.
Okay, so you're good.
So I can move, but I can still move my normal speed, right?
Correct, yes.
All right, so then I'm gonna run as far as I can towards that wall.
Okay.
The other wall.
Oh, this
That
wall?
No, that wall.
Okay.
4, 5, 6. That'll put you right
And then
there.
I'm gonna roll on the ground and put out the...
Okay, use your action to put out the flame.
It's okay, right?
Yep,
It's okay.
you cloak's fine.
Now I will say, so I was just talking about most elemental planes end up being just a white room, right? I think that unfortunately this is a good example of that. I'm just gonna try to make it bigger so that we can see the map a little bit more. Now, look at this arena that they're fighting in. It on the surface is like it has terrain pieces. It has rivers of lava flowing through it. But if we can take a decently sized subset and have absolutely no terrain in it, that's bad. So there's still this pillar right here, but then we just cut it down to right there, and there's absolutely no terrain. And this is a very largely sized area of the arena. I'm not saying that you have to absolutely choke your arenas with terrain and all that, but especially in a fight against 3 elementals that are just melee charge attacking you, none of them are going back and hiding behind that pillar. That pillar is a non-feature in this combat. This wall is only about to be a feature because Liam is being generous. Maybe he's going to do something cool off of it. Maybe he's creative. And I still like that they're there in the first place. But you need something like bisecting. Turn one of these rivers on its side. maybe make this like kind of a fork right here, so it goes off that way, but then it also cuts through the middle right before this. And then you have a lot more cuts and regions in this map that could be used either by the enemies or by the PCs. It would just make it a much more engaging fight. They might say, okay, I'm going to jump across the lava to try and get away and see if that does anything. This is just a black box or a white box where they decorated the walls a little bit.
It's a little burnt, but it's okay. The flames are gone. You're no longer taking fire damage.
That's my movie.
That's your turn. Back to you.
Hey now, not cool.
All right, I'm gonna lightning arrow. Is that gonna do anything to fire?
Yeah.
The lightning arrow, the one that I've hunter's marked.
Alrighty.
Go for it. So that is 19.
That's what you get, Terrace.
Alrighty. Sound right there?
Yeah.
Alright, that hits.
Okay. So, do I do my regular attack on that as well, or do I just do the damage from the lightning?
No, it takes the arrow is no longer there. It is now just a bolt of lightning.
Okay.
There, so it takes the
4d8.
48 damage.
So you're ready. Okay, 15. 25
25 damage?
on a lightning arrow.
Alrighty. Grog, go and make a dexterity saving throw.
18.
18?
Do I get advantage on that?
No, what's your spell DC?
Oh, 14?
Okay, yeah, so he makes the save. Go ahead and roll 2d8, and he takes half damage.
Oh, I didn't realize you were there, Grog. I'm sorry.
That's okay.
I couldn't see. I was.
Then 10 feet of it. Everything creature within 10 feet.
I didn't think that was 10 feet. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Oh, good. That's nothing.
Two.
2.
2. Alright, you
Total of 4 and 2.
take 2 points of lightning damage as part of the lightning arrow arcs off and tickles your shoulder. You really notice you're raging out.
Sorry, buddy.
Yeah, with the being on fire, it's really not that bad.
Yeah. Alright, let's
Okay, your agreement hadn't come through yet. I didn't know.
you have your...
Do another attack.
Go for it.
Out of the blood-seeking bow.
Alright.
That's a 27.
That hits.
Also, are we being serious about the map evaluation of the fire plane? Like, actually, like, their journey through and, like, the types of nodes and everything? Or is that sarcasm? I actually can't tell.
Didn't hurt mark damage in the last one, right?
Yes. 16 with blood-seeking.
Nice. So it's now bleeding.
He's a bleeding fire ball.
Interesting about this, I will consider bleeding as part of its conditional immunities because it does not have blood. It is a flaming elemental.
Yeah, fine, that's good. Fine.
Waste.
But it still takes damage. You can see now the flames just start to flicker a little bit. It's having a hard time keeping itself cohesive.
On the smaller one?
Yeah,
Nice.
right there.
Yeah, you guys handle the little guys.
That ends your turn. You want to move where you're staying there?
I mean, as far as I know. I'm gonna go around the back of the wall
Okay.
with trinket. Oh no, I knocked it down. Oh god, she's dead. And I'm gonna, can I get around to the other side and just kind of like...
That's as far as you can get with your run right now.
Okay, that's cool.
Okay, that ends your turn. Tiberius, you're up.
Okay.
Don't worry about hurting me, if that's what you're afraid of.
Okay. Okay.
I can
I'm
take
gonna
it.
scooch my booch closer to the wall to get quarter cover. I think that will put me in about where I need to be
Scooch
to
my
see all
booch.
3 of them.
Mm-hmm.
Is that draconic?
Scooch
my booch.
scooch my boocher. And
I'm human.
2, 3, 4. Okay, so I'm gonna cast 2, 4, 6. I'm gonna cast Glacial Blast in the arc to hit all 3 of them.
Hit all 3 of these guys?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Arc on that one?
30 feet.
Pretty far. Okay, you can get these 2.
If I have to move, can I move closer to hit the? How like I need to move
You
like?
would have to get into melee with this to hit all 3. Which would be a disadvantage if it's an attack roll. But
Just take 2.
I'll take 2. I'll do that.
okay.
Yeah.
All right.
And then I'm going to spend 3 points to heighten spell, and that gives them disadvantage on the saving throw. And then yeah, so I'm gonna do that right
All right, great. What's the saving throw? Dex?
now. 17.
17 dex. Okay, go ahead and roll damage. It's half damage for that, right?
Yeah, if they
save from it?
If they save, yeah. What's that?
That's pretty good.
That's pretty good.
10, 18.
Yes, Hans. Originally, for that notation video, I wanted to show a region map. I was originally working on a Sword Coast. The only difference and kind of problem is that region maps take much longer, depending on what's in them. But I do. Because most region maps, even though they are, they're gradients, they don't have these explicit paths like a dungeon might. In the back end, they kind of do. Like, you have certain areas of the forest where you can get to other areas, and like there are still like kind of even if they're not explicit paths, there are still mental paths between nodes. So I do apply my map notation to literally any map. It's just that as scale goes up, some of the rules and like axioms that I use to evaluate them can change. But the notation itself doesn't change.
30, 35, 35.
And that's
35?
what we're already on, John. They just talk fucking slow.
Keyleth and Grog also make dexterity saving throws. 2 fails on Strakonos.
17.
There's a natural 17 for the fire elemental, though. It takes half damage there. So what's the total there? 35, you said?
And that was a disadvantage?
Oh, it's advantage. Natural 20.
Oh, well, I'm fine.
Sorry. I'll take it. Takes half damage. So
I'm
he...
good.
You burned a 20 there. That's good.
Okay. And this elemental, you notice its form suddenly...
Terrace is a stream that I did actually yesterday. Very, very recent. It will be edited down and turned into a long. I've just been talking about it for a while, so people are a little familiar. But yeah, the stream was yesterday. It's just how to, I think it's like the best way to make a map in D&D or something like that. That will be edited down into a kind of tighter long. And I'm going to start doing more like explicit map review streams using that notation, which is 100% my creation.
freeze into ice and then shatter.
Yeah!
Below it, you see standing in its place the druid that was once there drops down on its knees and just kind of looks up at you with a nod.
Coming back. We're coming back.
Disadvantage on the saving throw, guys, by the way.
Disadvantage?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, 14.
4.
Both of you guys take 35 points of full damage. Zirconos also takes 35 points of damage.
Oh, no, I can't do that. You're good.
I'm alright.
Alright, cool. It's Tiberius' turn. This druid is going to go ahead and is going to transform into an eagle and head back in the path from where you guys came from.
Thanks, brah.
This guy.
Terrace, for reference, if you remember, it was around episode 4 or 5 when I kind of looked through the Underdark region and explained why maybe it was episode 5 or 6 felt so boring. And I was talking about like the loops and everything. It's basically that. I just modified it a little bit to be more visually interesting for stream. But all of like kind of the core ideas are very similar to that. And I will say the map notation stream is not related to the Critical Role watch through at all. It is totally independent. So you do not have to be caught up in the watch through to watch the stream yesterday.
Yeah, come on.
It's going to move in there and it's going to make 2 strikes against you. Tyke. Natural 20.
No!
And that's a natural 18.
Come on,
6
man.
is 24. Welcome back.
My armor class is 20, so the what?
They both hit you.
They both hit me.
That was natural 18 plus 6 on top of that.
Point
so.
taken?
Sorry. So it's 7 times 2, it's 14 plus 3. Takes 17 points of fire damage from the first strike.
Sure.
The second one does 11 plus 3. So 14 points. So total 28 points of fire damage, and
28
you
points?
are ignited. All of a sudden, your car begins to heat up, and you see flames kind of lick up through different sections of the plate, and the fountain is just herring right on top of you. Just...
Oh, that girl is smoking on fire.
This girl is on fire!
And with that, it is Percy and Pike's turn.
Okay.
You first or me first?
Well, Percy,
Go
at the top
for it.
of
You
your
went
turn.
first last
Actually, you both take.
No, I put myself out. He's done.
That's right.
Ha!
Stop, drop, and roll.
Take that soda can
Oh no,
popper
wait!
off me.
My first brand sword. I'm resistant to fire
Half
damage.
that damage.
Okay, so which is
14 points of
14.
fire
That's way
Way
better.
better.
You also take what would be 4 is now 2. So a total of 16 points of fire
16
damage.
points. Okay, we have 68. Okay. Wait, what was it? 16.
Reality is malleable here.
As the actual protective energies of the frostbrand just kind of layer of cold across your armor and reduces the impact. You're still on fire, but the fire is doing less damage to you physically as the cold is counteracting it.
Okay.
Cool. So, Percy, you?
Okay, I'm pulling out the pepper box and I'm taking a nice shot at the little one attacking Pike.
Okay.
And I'm going to take a sharpshooter. That's the wrong dice to roll. I'm going to take a sharpshooter bonus for it. So that's a miss. That's a 9.
Oh, I thought it was a 12.
Actually, no shit. God damn it. That's a misfire. So I'm going to spend an action to fix that.
Okay. Go ahead and roll the check on that if you could.
What is the check on that? That's a 12. So DC is 12. So it's 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. I hit my check.
You just barely make it. So the gun is not broken. As you spin, you go to fire, and something about the trajectory of the bullet is off. As you release the trigger, all of a sudden the whole front of the barrel encases in ice. And you're like, crap. You have to like chisel the ice off. Chisel.
Luckily it's warm.
Fire again.
Okay. Well, it takes an action to try.
No, it takes.
I think that's the first misfire we've had on stream. I do not like the misfire mechanic, where it can like break the gun. I think it makes sense. I think it's very flavorful. I think it is thematic. But in terms of an actual game mechanic, I don't like it. Especially when it would be like... It would sort of be like if a wizard just had a certain % chance to break their spell focus. Like, yeah, they could still be a wizard even if they broke the spell focus, but it would dramatically nerf them. And I don't think people would play wizards, to be honest. He was dramatically nerfed from Pathfinder. I mean, I think they were afraid, right? They were afraid of... I mean, homebrew classes are so easy to accidentally make much more powerful than everyone else at the table. So I understand the inclination to want to make him weaker. But I think that the idea of having a shit break occasionally is at least not the way I would have gone. Everything in D&D is temporary. Like, very, very few things can be permanent and can misfire. I mean, to use their mechanic. But, it's like there's the very common saying of save or suck spells with, like, full casters. Of, like, there's a certain category of spell where, like, you try to do it, and if you are not able to do it, the only downside is that you have wasted that spell slot and you've wasted your turn. But there's no other negative repercussions. Like, if you fail to hit with Tasha's Mind Whip, you don't get concussed, right? It's not like it rebounds back to you. That's sort of what they did here. Is as if like a missed spell would come back and hurt you. Which is, I mean, it's not like an inherently bad mechanic. It just doesn't really fit within the rest of the designs, and so it makes Gunslinger either just a lot weaker, or they have to be incredibly pumped up to account for that really hard negative. I think Nat 1 and some bonuses, yeah, risk reward, but they can be repaired. Yeah, I think I don't like the idea of, and this might be an overall critique to the Gunslinger in general, I don't love a class that is dependent upon equipment in order for their features to work. So, like, a fighter, for example, gets multi-attack no matter what, even if they are stripped nude and they are thrown in jail. Multi-attack still works. Action surge still works. Fighting style, I mean, it's still there. If you find an improvised weapon, fighting style still works. And maybe you could say that, some of the firearms could, you could maybe improvise a firearm, but I don't know. I don't like the idea of a class where you lose the ability to use the class if you lose your equipment. It kind of puts the DM in a weird space where they can't penalize a character by taking away their equipment without kind of wrecking their class in the process. I like a misfire chance per attack. I don't like fully breaking thing. I mean, having a certain having the idea of like a wasted turn. Maybe he has to spend the next turn to repair the misfire. That's fine. Makes firearms unique. Yeah, which is fine. I like unique stuff. It's sort of like how I feel about Wizard Spellbook, right? A DM is never going to get rid of a Wizard Spellbook, even though they should. Like, if you're a DM and you are trying to play into the balance of the classes, you should occasionally threaten to get rid of a Wizard Spellbook. Either through theft or damage, maybe a couple of pages get singed and they lose some spells. Like, that is an explicit part of Wizard's balancing. But no DM is ever going to do that. There is no DM in the world that is purposely getting rid of a Wizard Spellbook. I mean, obviously I'm being a little hyperbolic. There probably is a DM, but it's really uncommon, even though it's a base part of that class. And that's sort of how I feel about this Gunslinger of, okay, it's a base part of the class that, like, it's tied to firearms, and then the firearms can break. You're already putting Matt in a weird position where if he takes away Percy's firearms, that is incredibly nerfing to him. But then you built it into the design space that, without choosing to, his firearms might just randomly go away. That's what you get for being unique, but make sure they know how that could happen. That's a fair take, and it is a homebrew class. I mean, if that, like, you know what? If we're talking about a homebrew that I'm making for my table, and that is the downside that me and the player come to, maybe that's okay. They wanted an explicit thing. I think that I know that this eventually becomes a published class or published subclass for mass appeal and, you know, potential adoption. And I don't like it as like, hey, look at this thing that can fit at every table. I think that that's like a bad standard mechanic. But you're right. If you are a player that wants something super specific, work with your DM to get that specific thing while having, you know, a variable detriment. You know, you're right. I mean, for this table, that's a fair way to go about it. Yeah. Mechanically, it feels strange, but it makes sense flavor-wise, especially with firearms being unique. I do it. Fuck wizards. All right. Plus, he can use other weapons, but his subclass is tied to it. That is true, yeah. Matt also updates the subclass throughout the campaign. Taliesin, I think, enjoys playing with Matt's custom rules and exploring them, which is definitely a player personality trait that not everyone has. Yeah. I think maybe the reason that this is, like, tipping me off is because it is not something that like, if Wizards put this subclass out, I'd be like, that's a bad subclass. I don't like that. But I would implement very similar things for custom stuff that my players want at my table. Because if my player comes to me and says, I want to be a druid that can turn into a dragon, I'm going to say, okay, like, you can turn into a dragon, but, you know, there's this detriment that makes it actually kind of overall weaker. It makes you overall weaker as a player. But now you can turn into your dragon, which, all in all, is kind of what Matt's doing. So I guess in a way, I've kind of talked myself into it. Maybe it's all right. Like playing a tiefling in a setting where tieflings are assumed evil, just let the player know first as probability. Yeah. That's terrible, Mr. Dad. I just hate critical fumble tables, which is what that sounds like. Is like, okay, missing is already bad enough on Nat 1. Having weapons break is absolutely awful. It only served to make me useless for the combat that it actually happened to me. Yeah, exactly. And it probably, I bet, unarmed fighting hadn't come out as a fighting style yet.
I looked. It takes an attack.
Then yes, you're able to do it.
Nice.
If it goes, then I'm.
That's it takes an action to fix it.
Double check that I'm right about.
Yeah, an action to fix a broken gun.
Yeah, action to fix a broken gun. Let's try it again without the sharpshooter bonus. Better. 20 to hit.
20 does hit, yes.
And I don't get the bonus on that because I suck. Whoa. 7 points of damage.
7 points of damage.
Okay. Hey,
Roll one.
take it.
Sometimes it
damage.
All right.
Pew pew.
And I'm going to back off.
You guys pretty low. I'm good. Don't worry about
Not
it.
used to attacking until an action. It is an action to.
It's an action.
repair.
I thought it was an action to.
It's an action to repair, and then if it breaks, you cannot use it until you're out of combat.
Did it break?
It did break.
Break?
It
Aww.
didn't break. It
jammed.
It jammed, and then it managed to.
I would have switched guns anyway,
It's
but okay, next time. For some reason, I thought it was an attack action for
Yeah, no worries. No, that's the downside of the firearms. So no damage. You don't get to second attack off as you take your full action to then
to fix it. Okay, that's fine. It was shitty damage.
All right.
Hey, nice.
Cool. So that ends Percy's turn. Pike,
Percy, where are you at in terms of hit points?
I'm fine. I'm at 56. So.
Okay, so
I mean, like, you know.
can I get over to? Because I know he's a 12. Can I get over to Vax?
By that elemental.
You'd not be able to get to him unless you.
Your boots? Yeah.
You could be defenders boots.
Sprinter's
Yeah.
boots.
All right. So
Sprinter's boots.
you get there. The fireman's boots get attack opportunity on you.
Burner's bird.
That is a 17 to hit. Armor class is 20. Just as it reaches towards you, it just streaks off your armor. You hear the flames kind of heat one of the plates below, but you manage to pull out before it can actually find any real aggressive
Fastest paladin
attack on you.
alive. Nice.
That's tough, Mr. Dad.
It's like full road runner.
29.
So
Yeah.
Pike rushes up to you and touches you on the side of your waist as you feel all your wounds and your burn marks tend to subside and heal instantly.
Oh yeah, that's good.
A little bit of something.
Yeah,
Awesome.
I'll take
A little
it.
bit of something.
That ends Pike's turn. Keyleth, you're up.
All right, I'm gonna do a multi-attack right on Sarkonis. So I'm gonna do 2 with my big wavy arms.
All right, go for it.
So plus 7 hit. So first one.
Adding it to the Q&A,
18.
Robin.
So that's 20. Okay. And the second one. That's not as good. 19.
18 also hits.
Or sorry, 18.
18 also hits.
Okay. Okay, cool. So that's 2d8 plus 4 bludgeoning damage twice. So that's 5, 6. So that's 10. 9 plus another 13. So 23 points of damage.
23 points of damage. As it is. Your attacks in this form are considered magical, correct? Because so yeah, it doesn't do half damage, just full damage. Normally it would have resistance to bludgeoning.
Right, because
but
I'm magical.
because you're magical weapons, because you're crazy druid, full 23 points of damage. As all of a sudden the elemental form starts slamming with these giant tidal wave
Well,
like
plus an
fists.
extra 2 because I'm a water elemental.
There you go. Wham! Wham! You can see like steam is starting to billow off Sarkonis' elemental form. They're both in this kind of crazy tidal epic elemental like throwdown. This is WWE style.
Oh no! It must be stopped.
Right, and you can stay where you are.
Yeah, I'm on his ass.
All right. That is Keyleth's turn. Grog, you're up.
Can I move around the backside of him without him getting an attack of opportunity if I stay just as close as I am now?
As soon as you
Move,
start off
you
the side,
do
he'll get a strike on you.
Son of a bitch.
Can he do like a one space move without an
No,
attack?
that's not that.
I'll allow like a one space.
Just because I'm cooking, fuck it. I'll just keep swinging. I'm in
All right.
frenzied rage.
Go for it. 3 strikes against Draconos.
I can't really tell what the situation is, but this sounds like maybe the opportunity attacks are being run wrong, but I can't really tell because it's sort of hard to understand what Travis is going for when the map is so small. But it's hard to know.
That's a 20.
Natural 20.
Oh no, a total of 20. 19.
Hits.
Nice.
And it's 22.
Hits. All 3 hit.
11. 17.
All right.
And a 19.
19. Whack, whack, whack. Once again, just swinging into mouth open. Ah! The foam that would only gather inside your mouth, though, is just the strike cost on the side because there's just with each yell, as you close your mouth, you can taste the ashes coalesced on the back of your tongue. It's this terrible smell. It would bother you if you weren't so focused in your furied rage and intensity. However, you do take 3 points of fire damage, 2 points of fire damage, and 10. So total 15 points of fire damage from just striking at it with your axe as the fire blows back on you. Also, at the top of your turn, because you were on fire, you took another 8 points of fire damage from the flames burning and lifting up the side of your shoulders. You smell the scent of burning hair reach your nostrils.
It's because we're family.
It could be your pubes. Don't jump to conclusions.
And Scrox.
I don't have any pubes.
Up to your turn.
I'm sure he's a mighty push.
Top Serkonos is going to angrily now go into 3 more attacks. It's going to be
One
one against Keyleth, 2 against Scrox. Scrox starting to look a little rough. The flames are affecting him, it's affecting Keyleth. He turns to slam you twice. That is a 26.
9
plus 8. That is a 17.
Misses.
And 19 plus 8. It's 27.
Oh, I don't know if that is.
No, I'm sorry, that one was against Keyleth. So 1 hits you, 1 misses, and the last one's 27 versus you.
Yeah.
So you take 8 plus 11 points of fire damage from the strike. You take 10 points, reduce that to 5. So you take 5 points of fire damage. That is Serkonos' turn. That brings us to Vex.
Okay, so he's still busy. Serkonos is still busy with Keyleth. So I'm going to take a split second to inhale, exhale, and then whip, 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 right from where I am. Yep.
All right.
So the beginning of it, 18.
18 hits.
14.
Hits.
Natural 20 for the third. Do I get to pick which one is the...
No,
Okay, so the first one hit, which is sneak attack. Okay, so that is 4 plus 7 is 11 plus. 11, 14, 17, 23, 25,
so many dice.
31 for the first hit.
Nice.
The second one, which was hit, is... which part gets doubled?
That'd be just the dice roll.
The dice roll 4 plus 6 is 10.
All right. All right, so you're launching the daggers out, and it's difficult to kind of focus on because there is currently the swirl of water and flame that's going around. As your third dagger hits, you can see the elemental form shrinks, and the water element that is Keyleth absorbs what you see now, Serkonos in human druid form, now kind of floating aloft in the center of the element.
Oh.
Take that microphone. Sorry, guys. And is that your turn? Alrighty.
That's it, yeah, that's it.
All right.
I'll back up against to the side of that wall that's right there. But that's
Okay.
it, yeah.
Next.
I come around the side of the wall. And and I shoot at the other guy.
All right, go for it.
Is he within 10 feet of anything?
No.
Then I'm gonna lightning air. I'm gonna Hunter's Mark him.
All right.
And then I'm
Hunter's
gonna...
Mark is a bonus action.
Yeah, so I'm gonna Hail of Thorns in.
Okay.
Hunter's Mark him.
Yes. You. 15.
15. That does hit.
Nice. So, nice. 17 plus 4. So that's 21 plus 3d10. 14.
Alrighty. As you come around the corner, releasing the arrow, it slams into the side of the elemental, bursts into it. You can see these splinters kind of shooting from its form, sending out all these little fiery sparks as all the thorns burst into flames from contact with the body, which then diminish and burn away the ash and the air.
Take 2.
All right.
Pew pew.
That one doesn't hit though.
What was that?
13.
13 just hits.
Oh!
F you, JC.
Yeah.
Yay. 16. 20.
20. All right. The arrow hits and bursting, it's caught in its form before it eventually gets expelled into this tiny flaming shaft.
I'm proud of Laura for remembering Hunter's Mark this combat. I think this is the first combat where she's consistently remembered it. She's progressing.
That ends your turn. Alrighty. That brings us to Tiberius. Top of your turn, you take 10 points of fire damage, reduced to 5 from the flames that are burning on your body.
And I go. I turn to the fire because they're coherent, right? I'm like, do you really need me to do this? I asked the question.
Currently, the elemental is just in the middle of.
Is it
It's flaming mass.
Worth a shot, though.
He's like one of those creatures at a gas station. Yeah,
Overall evaluation is that I don't feel like I can't really see the map that well, and I don't feel like I needed to. Overall, I also don't think that this cursed speed footage lol. This feels like a combat that was put in because Matt felt like a combat needed to be here, which is really common. And it's something that I think even the most experienced of DMs do. I think that it's something that people do even if they're trying to avoid it, where you have this maybe climactic moment, and you just want it to be a thematic fight that fits the moment, and you don't think about what parts of the fight will make it interesting, not just thematic. Like them fighting fire elementals on the fire plane. Spot on for Keyleth's fire part of her Aramente. Like, pretty fucking on the nose. But there's a lava river. How could it not be pre-planned? I think it's all pre-planned. I think, I don't know. It's like, it's all on the nose. It's all thematic. It all makes sense. But if I am thinking about what is interesting to my players, I want to, I'm trying to think of how to explain it. It's okay to have like slugfest occasionally. Like, it's okay to just have maybe theme over interest, right? Sometimes you want that to build out the theme of an area that maybe people are just entering. So like, this sort of fight would be very good if they were going to start a long excursion throughout the Plane of Fire. It would really set the tone, set the scene for some of the hazards that they might encounter from now on. I still think that the map's a little boring, but that sort of thematics could work as a sort of opener to a larger, maybe session-long arc or multiple session-long arc. But as a climax battle and like climax arena for a totally relatively unrelated arc, I think that it should be honestly more gimmicky. Like, I think that gimmick is kind of a dirty word for a lot of people, but I would have really liked to see something more gimmicky here. To use an example for anyone that's playing Baldur's Gate 3, I think something like the Grimforge fight would have been really, really cool here. Something where maybe these fire elementals, like maybe this arena is crisscrossed with a layer of lava, with several lava rivers that leave these kind of small islands that the players would have to jump across to get to. And the fire elementals frequently duck down into the lava after their turn, allowing people to both do opportunity attacks against them and actually kind of naturally burn them down faster to give a more dramatic hype moment, especially for the melee fighters, but also to hide the fire elementals from any ranged fighters, or to provide some interesting opportunities for potential interactions with the lava when it comes to items or spells like potentially Pike's Frostbrand. I mean, just something as simple as that, of like making the arena part of the fight. I don't think that like this is entirely like just the map is bad. Like I'm not, it doesn't all come back to maps. But I want there to be some unique mechanic to this fight. Like, there should be something that is not just, let's get in a ring and box each other, for something that is this narratively fulfilling and that has been kind of hyped up throughout the entire session. Lava makes everything interesting, like the black pudding fight. Don't even remember that fight. Just giving these fire druids some lair actions in the fire plane. Oh my god, yeah. Allowing them all to like sack their turns in order to like make a meteor storm, like a mini meteor storm type spell, could be great. Maybe the meteor storm creates terrain. That would be such a huge moment. Is once the first fire elemental gets bloodied, it like you like narrate it like looking at the others, and then them coalescing on like it's like, oh, you, because we've already established that players are allowed to delay their turns. So the moment one of them gets bloodied, the first two delay their turns until the third one, and then they all spend their actions to coalesce into a firestorm that does a little mini meteor storm spell, and not only does a bunch of damage, but also rains down terrain, actually changes the map split-second style halfway through. doesn't even matter if the map is good after that. It can still be bad, but that makes the fight more interesting. This idea of this changing this changing terrain, this halfway point that kind of ratchets up the fight. It's going to do a bunch of damage, totally get them all like marking down their HP. How much HP do you have? How much HP do you have? They're going to start getting a little panicked, even though that's the most powerful thing in the Fire Elemental's arsenal, and they've just spent it. Like, yeah. All in all, it's just kind of a boring fight. Boring fights are okay. You don't have to put crazy effort into every single fight, but this fight was made out to be narratively impactful as part of one of the players' backstories. Maybe saving the good maps for later. He's had plenty of good maps. I think the airship map was really cool. Just off the top of my head, I think several points during the dungeon crawl to go and put the Horn of Orcus away were interesting. There's definitely been some good maps. It's just that for a climactic moment like this, you can't just lean back on themes. You have to do something a little bit more interesting with it.
I just go.
Good idea. Now,
Glacial blast.
Alrighty.
My finger.
Okay.
Hang on, do it.
For a saving throw, that is a rolls an 18. What's your DC on that?
17.
Okay, so half damage. Go ahead and roll for the target blast.
Oh, those things so bad. I know, right?
14.
I want to get started. 14, 17, 18, 6, so it's 24, plus another 8, so it's 32.
32 points of ice damage, reduced in half. Good thing. So takes 16 points of ice damage and is currently would be grappled if it wasn't immune to being grappled.
But I will also say, so I said, boring but thematic fights are okay. I would generally try and hedge towards making the boring but thematic fights easier. So making them, if you ever look at how to balance an encounter, there's even if you're using third party, if you're using Wizards of the Coast's official recommendations, there will always be kind of this range between easy, medium, hard, deadly. I would try to have the boring but thematic fights be on the easy side for your party. So that they are a quick way to really ingrain some themes about the place or the quest that they're about to go on, or spend time in, but they don't take up a huge amount of time, and they still allow people that have mostly a combat-focused build to shine for a second before you go back into the non-combat stuff. See how she is counting his dice for him? I do indeed.
Ice encases around it. Its fire form kind of flicks out from underneath the ice and keeps itself fluid and moving.
And I will use 2 sorcery points to quicken a spell and use my cantrip control flame to start juggling the flame that I was caught on fire with.
With that, Tiberius, you gather the fire off of your body.
Vox Machina begins to laugh.
I'll say you're no longer on fire.
Nice.
Yeah!
As your control flame has pulled the fire from your torso, and you're now just tossing it around in the middle of the plane of fire.
Somebody end this, please.
As the elemental's turn, it turns angrily towards you, trying to shoot it constantly with the ice blast. Rushes forward with immediate speed, darts up in front of you, attacking twice. That is a 2. That misses. It's a total of 8 and a 19.
It's a what? It's a
19.
It's a 19. I'm gonna spend a grit point and say that doesn't hit.
Gunslinger's dodge?
Yeah, I'm gonna gunslinger's dodge.
Alrighty.
Nice.
As it swipes out for you, you spend your grip point, just dodge out of the way. Slow-mo. The giant flaming hand passes past you. What bit of scruff you have on your chin is now slowly withered away and burned into that right here. Pretty rough. That ends its turn. Percy and Pike, you immediately have your action.
I'm going to just unload into its body. I know I'm at a disadvantage because I'm that close.
Go for it.
But I'm just gonna unload into its
So
body.
3 attacks at disadvantage.
3 attacks with disadvantage.
Was that 20?
That was a 17, but it's okay because I have disadvantage, so that's a 21.
Hits. Second one.
17.
Hits. Third one.
That's good.
26.
Wow.
So,
Pretty good.
it's,
So three shots against it.
18 plus 18, 23,
I can see it.
26, 26, 35 points of damage.
35 points of damage.
Dope.
As each one blasts through, the elemental form shimmers, and you can see now the druid
Dun, 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 dun.
face kind of lands on his knees, looks up at you, gives you a quick little smile. At this point, you guys hear this rolling, crumbling, angry, fiery sound as you glance over, and you can see the Cinderstorm is nearly upon you at this point in time. At this juncture, you guys can continue to fight if you want to, but you can see Sir Konos is looking over and looks at the rest of you and we should go. Now.
Yes, yes.
Okay,
Is the mission complete?
I slowly release him down from my water elemental form.
Okay. As he touches down, he immediately turns into a giant eagle, swoops and grabs you, Pike, and heads towards the exit.
I guess it's time to go.
And they fly to Mordor.
I think we should go. Yes.
I drop my
Why Pike?
No, I'm gonna keep keeping my water elemental form.
Okay. What's the speed on it?
30.
Okay, so same speed as normal.
Is there a
All right,
reason
so
for that?
as you guys begin charging back in the direction you came from, kind of dodging the lava pools as you come, the Cinderstorm begins rolling in, and you can see it's a full, like, you know that scene in the Mad Max movie, that giant,
Yeah.
it looks kind of like that, it's just pouring into
That
the
is
path
scary.
you guys are running. You get about halfway there, about 10 minutes into this run, before the heat grows so intense that you can feel it now burning at the side of the face.
Okay, I lied. I dropped my elemental form.
Okay.
I go ahead and I'm going to cast Gust of Wind to try and ahead of us, to try and make like a tunnel and try and air this heat down.
Okay, that helps a little bit, gives you guys a little leeway as you're pushing forward. The storm blows over you entirely, and now darkness comes in. You can see what little bit. It feels like you're in the center of a cloud. You know, there is light somewhat, but your vision is obscured about 5 feet ahead of you, and you think you're heading in the right direction towards the portal. You can see roughly as Sopranos is carrying you through the storm. I need everyone to go ahead and make a Constitution check.
Can I do a massive cure wound before I go? I was gonna do that right last minute.
You currently are being held aloft, and you can't see the rest of your party, unfortunately.
up.
You can ask them to drop you.
I'm reaching out and clasping Kite's hand as we run forward.
What are we rolling for?
Constitution check.
Constitution.
All of us? Constitution. It's not too bad.
19. Okay.
All right, so
21.
22.
19.
10.
9. 5.
Rock.
13.
Oh, we were the happy table.
All right. You guys keep pushing forward. For you guys, the sheer amount of heated ash that is starting to pour into your lungs, even though Keyless is keeping a tunnel ahead of you.
We're a little further behind her.
Yeah.
All of you suffer 10 points of fire damage.
Can I use my stone's endurance?
You can, yes.
Okay.
Can
I'm gonna
use
ask him
his
to drop me, and I'm gonna do a
stone's
master wins.
Okay,
The stone's endurance that would have saved him during the pit fight. This is... Yeah, this whole trial is very interesting. It's very I'm trying not to use too many like super negative like words or terms cuz it's not that bad. But there is a really like pervasively weird thing that I think it's partially kind of confusing me because it doesn't seem to fit with Matt's style from before the guest episodes. Like, ever since, like during and since the guest episodes, basically since they put away the horn and said goodbye to Pike, it has felt like they were loaded onto cars and are just being driven any which way. And now it's getting, like, weirdly explicit of, like, go into the hole. Go in a straight line. Fight. Never mind. Go back in a straight line. Like, and this is assumingly... I just don't know. And like, each individual part that I pick out isn't bad. Like, them having to make their way through this Cinderstorm could be a really interesting moment for Keyleth. Like we talked about earlier, her leadership and druid skills outside of combat. But it's weird for it to just be essentially during a chase sequence. Like, it's being narrated as a chase sequence, but they're running from nature. They're not going to outrun it. They have to make their way through it and, like, mitigate it. Like, this would have been much more interesting as a navigation challenge, right? Get through the Cinderstorm. You're taking progressive damage every single turn. Keyleth, like, guide us out of here. Like, that's a little bit more interesting. There's some navigatory things you can do depending on her level of success. You could either just make it take her more time to get through the Cinderstorm, and so maybe they come into that combat a little bit damaged from the Cinderstorm, or vice versa. Maybe it just pops them out at a totally different area, depending on her level of success there. I mean, it feels weird to be like, all right, you did the battle, which was clearly the pinnacle point of this trial, and now take a bunch of damage on the way out. Like, right before you will assumingly go back and long rest. Unless the druids are going to, like, jump them at the portal again, which would be very weird. Yeah, I don't know. Like I said, nothing is, like, wrong individually. Just the way that they're chained together is very... It just feels kind of odd. And I almost wonder, this is maybe a little bit of a conspiracy theory. Get out the fucking corkboard and red wire. This feels to me like a DM that is worried about pacing and how long things are going, cutting shit to make the session end sooner. Because we're already at 4 hours, and I know that he's about to end the session in like 12 minutes. I think that if I were a betting man, I would bet that this trial was much more detailed, much more interesting, And then a lot of it hit the cutting room floor because of how long the session was going, and he didn't want to stop it during the middle of the trial. That's my conspiracy theory. I don't know, because otherwise, again, like, these critiques that I'm giving, the reason I'm so hesitant about them is because they don't even feel like Matt. Like, I'm not, sitting here like a Matt simp. Like, I'm plenty critical of him when he deserves it. But this is, like, weird. It isn't something I've seen out of him before, to, like, be, like, this odd in the construction of things, especially something this important. Like, the Kavarn fight was, I mean, I guess it wasn't that level, but still. I blame Jay. It's all my fault.
You don't know.
No, don't do it. He's dying.
I got that 19 points.
Okay.
Oh,
so you shrug off that damage. You don't heal past it, you just shrug off that damage.
Okay, good.
So you take your damage from that.
Oh,
All right.
that's good.
So as you guys are racing forward, the storm is still blowing, and you can hear Sokonos shouting as a hawk, so kind of adding this beacon of noise. You guys are trying to follow suit. Since you're leading the way, Keyleth, I want you to go ahead and make a survival check.
I was gonna say, can I use my wonder ability, where I think I get like, my survival ability? Just say survival. I think I get like advantage.
I'll give you advantage on the survival check because you're out there. Go for it.
700.
Yes.
Please.
Yes!
That's much better. Okay, 14. No, sorry. I rolled a 14. 24.
24.
No.
You're able to keep a focused direction on both where Sokonos is going and keeping a connection to where that portal was you guys stepped through to get to this elemental plane. As you're pushing forward, you find yourself not getting lost in this darkened storm, thankfully. Slowly ahead of you, Keyleth, you begin to see what looks like the slowly rotating portal that you guys stepped through.
We're almost there.
Everyone wants to make a constitution
Oh
save.
god. Hold on.
Which one?
Which one?
Yes!
Oh, that's good. That's better.
All right.
21.
13.
14.
14.
18. 8.
19.
All right. Everyone below a 15. You take 12 points of fire damage as the fumes come into your lungs.
Again, okay, so let's take this out to its like logical extreme. What happens if they go unconscious? Like, you gonna TPK them right now, Matt? Like, what is the point of damaging them, of slowing them down right now? Like, I'm not saying that, like, oh, once you hit like the narrative climax, you just shouldn't threaten your players anymore. But this threat specifically of like little bits of chip damage from the environment makes a lot more sense within the overall pacing of a session if it comes before a fight, so that the party is weakened going into the fight. You don't really want it at the end unless there's like, unless it's okay if they go down. Right, you don't want to threaten something unless you're okay with it. So, like, if they can go down and just, like, get lost in this Cinderstorm and you're down with doing, like, an escape from the elemental plane of fire arc, then sure. Like, do this. Maybe they get separated. They get, chopped in half through the portal. I think that works at a home game, honestly. If it is, like, a race to the portal and half of the party gets through and half of the party doesn't, that's actually a very cool opportunity for an arc. I would take a bet that Critical Role is not willing to do that. I would take a bet that they're not willing to fundamentally split the party and fuck up filming schedules or streaming schedules. So I don't think that that's what Matt is going for, which makes this kind of weird. Yeah, I don't know. I just can't put my...
The tunnel is helping reduce the DC of the roll to a certain extent. But this is a very dangerous storm to be in. Essentially every minute that passes that you're in it.
Can I use a hit dice to heal myself at all?
You need a short rest to get there. You guys just make your way to the outskirts of the portal, and you leap through.
Run.
As one by one you all jump into this portal, the druids falling behind. The sense of falling becomes this jettison motion as you are shoved and thrown into the air out of the portal, and landing about 15 feet, 20 feet from the fall. I need all of you guys to make an acrobatics check.
Oh, you bastard.
Very nice face on Liam there. Very nice.
Well.
Can I use my saving throw reroll that I got once a...
Yes.
Oh, also, I just realized how fucking close we are to the end. Let's slow down. Slow down a little bit. It's only 9:45.
It's a skill check.
It's a skill check? Damn it. Okay.
I see that.
So, Ron?
6.
11?
Hi.
Mike, what'd you roll? 16.
1.
25.
1.
19.
Hey, you know what? Maybe I'm wrong here. If Matt does keep some of them stuck in the elemental plane of fire, I'll eat my fucking words. I would
12.
eat my words
All right.
all day long.
Percy, Tiberius, Vax, and Grog,
You
you
didn't
all
like the
take
gravity thing.
you all take 3 points of damage from the fall.
Yes!
Wow, you've hit the ground around this open lava crevasse, smacking onto your
Air
ground,
out of
looking
you.
up into the air. catching your first gasp of relatively clean air comparatively to where you just were. You hear the rumbling sound. The lava spiral begins to close off.
Mass cure wounds. A 33.
All right.
What about my sister?
everybody-
What about my
everybody-
sister?
What did we
and
take?
Tipsy?
Everybody gets 33.
Everybody
You guys
gets
managed to
33.
just catch yourself and don't take any damage as you land on your feet. Kind of 3
Because
points.
they rolled a 1.
Oh, you rolled a 1?
1 1.
Me and Tiberius.
Oh, I thought you rolled a 1. I'm sorry.
No.
So you take the 3 damage.
Oh, that's it?
Yeah.
Oh.
Attention bird.
I'm better.
It's easy to get us confused though, because we look so similar.
It is true.
Liam's such a dad. What a goofy dad mood. That is Mr. Dad. Or not Mr. Dad, that's Mr. Dude. Not this mood, but this is Mr. Dude right here.
It is true.
33 guys, 33.
33.
As the lava vortex closes, you can see the cinder storm that's been building out like a giant, just stack of black smoke and burning embers slowly fades away, the portal closing off entirely. As the molten rock pool comes to rest, Serkonos is now standing out covered in soot like the rest of you. And he steps forward and releases his hand out towards Keyleth as you're sitting on the ground from the fall. Lifts you up to your feet. Looks you in the eye.
You have the blessing of the Pyra behind you.
Bravo!
Brava.
Go forth. Continue your Aramente, knowing we acknowledge your wisdom and ability.
Thank you, Serkonos. Brother.
Reaches his hand out and kind of clasps it. Lifts you to your feet. At this point, he turns and nods to one of the nearby druids. The druid steps forward, presenting a black orb, about that big of like blackened rock that has red veins of pulsing energy arcing through it, like a bolt of lightning locked in a single moment in time.
This is a spark stone. Rare.
A bolt of lightning locked in a single moment of time. Okay.
Within the realm you just escaped.
See, in that it's nothing crazy. It's not like a wild, like doesn't use crazy flowery language, but it's evocative. It's nice.
We've harvested but a handful over generations, and few have returned with them. This one is yours, Keyleth, to use yourself or bequeath to an ally. When crushed by the hands of one, their fists shall burn with the fury of an Ifrit.
For how long?
As long as you wish.
Forever.
What?
The choice is yours, who this blessing is given.
Thank you. This is a great honor.
Well, you're welcome to stay. As long as you wish, before you must continue on your journey.
Think a rest might be in order?
Yeah.
I'm exhausted.
Yeah. Do you think they have graham crackers and little bits of chocolate with marshmallow?
S'mores? That's a great idea. That's a good idea.
And also a lot
I love s'mores.
of water.
Water would be lovely.
Do you have water, Serkonos?
We can offer some. It is
At which point, water begins just spewing forth from this vial that Tiberius has.
You had an endless supply of water.
All the steam is rising up as it hits the ground, the heat from the vicinity.
It steams out, isn't it?
It's mainly for drinking and such, but. Oh, well done.
The other druids kind of step forward, looking a little thirsty themselves. This magical source of water, they have to kind of toil to bring it to their location.
Good. Yes, I'm bowing.
They all
to
take
the-
off their cups and kind of fill from it. You all drink.
Cheers.
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 They take the small like cups they have off to the side. They cheer you, eventually leading you out of the cinder glade.
Okay, we are going to have to. We're gonna have to see about the Sparkstone. Initial reactions, don't love it. We will have to see. I'm not a huge fan of the idea of giving a pure power-up item that is like consumable, because that's what this seems like. Seems like a consumable thing that, you know, whoever crushes it will gain a new feature, gain a new probably like once per long rest ability, and it will not be transferable. I don't love that. For things that are pure buffs, I like for them to be magic items that can be attuned, can be swapped as needed, so that the party can nicely balance themselves out, or can transfer things as needed for any given situation. Or, as the DM, I will give out permanent feature buffs. I'm not against like permanent feature buffs in general, but there can come this interesting tension. And I think that this table will be fine. I think that this table, Critical Role, like these players will be fine. I don't think they'll run into this issue, but I think it's very easy to have a situation where if you give out this sort of buff, it then has this weird encouragement of making one of your party members more powerful than the others, right? Because, like, imagine before this, all of you are on similar playing fields. You give this to one of you, who knows who, and now you're more powerful. Are you, especially in a, like, 6-player party, 7-player party, going to continue spreading out the features, or are you going to mega power one person? And that's a legitimate question. Think about if you've ever, played video games. A lot of times you end up specializing one person for given tasks. And if you start offering them the option to give non-revocable features to people, it is very possible that they will consider it strategically optimal to mega power one person. Like, if it were me and I was trying to wargame this, I would give it to Vax because he has the Boots of Haste. And as an assassin, he fundamentally loses some power after the first turn of battle. So it would be best for him to have another feature that he can bring out later. That's not narratively satisfying at all, I would say. So you kind of force the players into this weird thing where you are giving them a mechanical power-up and you are asking them to choose permanently between playing it narratively or playing it mechanically. Like, what is, like, mechanically most optimal. And if you have anyone with differing opinions, cough, cough, Orion, compared to everyone else, that could be a source of some tension. So, all in all, I don't think this will be a problem. I think they'll probably just give it to Keela, if I had to guess. But it's not a general formula that I like. I like giving out features to people individually. And I like I like crafting them and working with them on those features to make sure that it is, like, increasing their narrative and their what would you say? Their narrative and their, like, plot development. I don't want to just give this random feature that could work for anyone because it's just not as impactful for me. Is 1d6 extra fire damage really making someone unbalanced? It's 1d6 extra fire damage? I thought it was going to be like burning hands once per long rest. Oh my god. Then, yeah, definitely give it to Vax'ildan. Oh my god, even more of a reason. If they know what it does beforehand and they don't give it to Vax'ildan, they're kind of, I don't want to say they're actively throwing, but, like, they are actively choosing a non-optimal route. Maybe you could justify it as Percy, but I'm assuming that it's 1d6 extra fire damage on melee attacks. Because it's, like, the hands of the E3 or whatever. But, like, I mean, 1d6, if it's getting applied to crits, that's an extra dice that you're rolling on any of your critical rolls, which Vax has much more access to. Unarmed strikes? Oh, that's bad. I mean, that's bad unless you have a monk, which none of them are. Okay, so now we've kind of wrapped back around to, like, no, it's not unbalanced. It's just lame. It's like, it doesn't do much. And if I'm going to give them a permanent feature buff that they will have to keep track of and keep in mind for the rest of the campaign, I'm going to make it impactful. Mostly out of like a bookkeeping sense. Like, I think that when you when you give players a lot of custom stuff, custom features, magic items, equipment, what have you, when you give them all those custom things, it can kind of flood out their sheet, especially if you plan on this being like a 1 to 20 campaign. And it can result in people missing a lot of things. Like we see kind of all the time with Critical Role. People just like forget that they have shit or forget that stuff works the way that they thought it did, whatever. So, okay. I don't rescind everything that I said, but everything that I was talking about is not my actual issue with this. Knowing what it does now, it's just not impactful enough to take up a space on your sheet, is what I would say. Yeah. Grog does like punching things. I think CR are great with choosing narrative choice in general. Yeah. To be fair, each class or subclass, etc., has their own flavor or thing they're good at that makes them special, but depends on the RP aspect of gameplay focus. I mean, yeah, but they are all theoretically in balance with each other over the course of a long rest if you are delivering challenges at the correct pace and ratio and all that. And so giving someone something extra is inherently powering them up, right? Like when Vax found his Boots of Haste, he got better than everyone else, unless everyone was already better than him, right? So whenever you give someone something, you are unbalancing them compared to the rest of the party, or you're rebalancing them up. And I'm all about giving my players magic items because they can swap that around. They can choose who is balanced or unbalanced in any given moment. They have full autonomy over that, and they can undo it eventually. If someone gets tired of being maybe the short end of the stick, they can have that conversation and they can rebalance where the magic items go. But with permanent features like this, you can never undo it. At least that's the assumption with what he just said. So I'm way more hesitant about that. With things that they can't undo, I am much more, not controlling, but I'm much more careful. I'm much more precise. And I make sure that it is impactful. And I try to give it out equally. Like if I give one person a feature, like at a certain, narrative point where it makes sense, then I'm looking out for opportunities to do the same to the other players.
You guys break your way towards the druidic village on the outskirts of the forest. Sir Kronos gives a nod and kind of rubs his shoulder. I am to tend to the wounds of my helpers in your test. Do as you see fit.
But yeah, and I also agree with Terrace. Like there are a lot of things that work at CR that don't work at at majority of tables for a few reasons. I think that number one, they are people that have been playing together for a long time. I think a lot of the things that they do may not have worked when they first started playing, but because they've been playing together for 2.5 and, looking into the future now, probably 8 years, right? So they have a lot of goodwill and knowledge about each other to fall back on. And so there's a lot of there's a lot of like options there for things that will work for them that won't work for other people because they have that built-in rapport. There's also the aspect of it being a stream game, so there are explicit pressures and things that will make things work on stream that wouldn't work at home tables. Sometimes it makes things easier for Matt, sometimes it makes things harder. It's just kind of difference. But yeah, it's kind of like a fighter with the backstory that uses his dad's sword, but then the DM drops a +2 Warhammer, so now the fighter has to choose between his backstory sword and the new weapon, sort of. But he can choose at any given point. He doesn't have to commit to the +2 Warhammer, right? He doesn't have to sit down and say, I'm bonding to this Warhammer forevermore. I can never use my dad's sword again. Which is what they are, what we're more talking about with this Sparky lightning bolt thing. I guess I just don't understand this when each class is better at some things more than others, like Barbarian's Rage having melee damage. So giving out magical things, I'm a bit lost on the dislike. It is it's the permanence of it. That is the main dislike. When something, and it's not, I'm not against giving out magical things. Like, I think that Matt gives out a lot of magical items, probably too much for my taste, but it's not that bad. It's pretty fine. I think the big thing with it is that there's no aspect of commitment and potential regret down the road with a magic item. When you are giving out a permanent feature, I want to make sure that that is good for that player and makes that player better at what they do. I don't want to put that burden of that decision on the players and let that be a potential source of interpersonal conflict. That is essentially what I am getting at, is that when you put this sort of permanent upgrade decision, kind of no matter how powerful it is, in the hands of the players, it is potential for interpersonal conflict. No, like, because they have to choose someone to permanently upgrade. They can never undo it, even if it turns out that it might have been better on someone else later on down the line, like they could with a magic item, like they did with Orion and Scanlan switching magic items. I mean, obviously that was its own thing. But yeah, that's, I get very nervous about the potential risk for interpersonal conflict when character power is on the line and can't be undone. There's a lot of source of potential resentment later on. That the person that is upgraded can't even undo, right? Like, if someone was resentful of Vax for his boots, he could give the boots up if he wanted. Like, they could have that discussion. Whoever takes this can never give it up. At least that's the assumption. Perhaps a topic. To add for a talkback later. Don't want to delay this video too much. Fair enough. I think that we're pretty close to the end. No. So I'm not too worried about it. But we will get.
Leave when you feel comfortable. This. And good luck.
I bow to him and I just salute and I say, Kai Tiake, brother.
Kai Tiake, princess.
He turns around and steps back towards the forest.
Your people are fucking sweet.
Thank you.
Yes, I rather enjoyed that environment myself.
Thank you all so much for coming with me. It is sort of our salute. It's it means guardian and brethren. So it's like a high salute.
Kai Tiake.
Kai Tiake.
Kai Tiake.
And
Kai Tiake.
not tomorrow, please, but where do you need to go next for this quest of yours?
Well, my last stop would be to the water, Ashari. In Aquas. But they're back on another continent. So.
Well, that's good. I don't think we can take another one right now, anyway.
No, good.
Rest is
I'm doing pretty good, actually. I'm kind of ahead of schedule. Doing pretty good.
Wonderful. Let's just take some respite.
Yeah, please.
We'll say for the sake of brevity, as it is getting rather late, which for all of you guys watching, consider this lengthy episode a gift for the fact that we won't be doing this next week, because some of us will be out of town. But you rest for a bit, you eventually find your way back down to the base of the mountain range. Your horses have not been touched, though they are a little hungry. An uneventful journey makes your way back to Vasselheim, where over the past 6 or 7 days of travel, Pike, you come to find that the curse has been lifted from the Temple of Saren Ray, and your followers, as they are now calling themselves, though you had not expected to, becoming this beacon of light to these worshippers who had no central focus or entity to guide them in their worship. You've become a very important figure to them, and they welcome you return to the temple.
What if I just want to stay?
And talk to the producers of Flamespeaker.
You're an important figure to us as well,
Yes.
Pickles.
Oh, Pickles.
Yeah, you've done so much for our lives. Maybe you continue to do good in these lives.
Well, debatable.
you can leave them at any time and we'll kick their ass and you can go for that.
Okay.
You know where home
Any
is.
moment at all.
This was so great being a part of your journey that you had.
Thank you.
You are always part of our journey, no matter where we go, Pike.
It's true.
Just keep the poo close.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, I don't know what it does exactly, but
Well,
Well,
fine.
have a good feeling about it.
Put your faith in Seren Ray.
Okay.
Yes.
Well, I guess I'll go. Kai Tayaki. Explosions!
Tatonka.
I'm sorry, but Tiberius runs up and squeezes his pig. Which is
Loves.
my favorite gnome.
Oh, thanks. You're my favorite everything, I guess. Dragonborn.
There you go.
Pike turns and returns towards the excavation of the long-lost Temple of Seren Ray. You all give her a...
it hurts every time,
I
Pike.
know.
Every time.
We'll see you soon.
Oh, no. Okay.
And Keyleth, you have the boon of the Sparkstone to gift to whoever, whatever you see fit.
Do I know what it does? Can I do like a check on it?
Best you can ascertain looking at it is once the stone is crushed, the hands of whatever creature crushes it become bequeathed with the flame of the elemental plane itself.
Interesting. That would be good for anybody.
Can she use it herself? Oh, well, she already has that.
I'll keep it safe.
You can keep taps on it. Yeah. It doesn't affect the weapon if you're holding it. It's only like physical attacks, like punches, claws, anything like that are affected by the flame.
Could be cool for Grog.
Ooh.
Boxing.
Would
If you had to fight anything without a weapon.
Is it claws?
Oh, claws? You said claws?
Yeah. It's like an animal form of yours, trinket.
Animal
Anyone like
forms?
that would have flames on the
Or animal form, you could use yourself.
Yeah, maybe we'll wait until like something is negated.
Give it some thought.
Yeah.
Sleep on it.
So mark Sparkstone in your inventory.
Let's see what this sheet
I mean,
on
I
this
wouldn't
is.
be opposed.
And with that, as it is 11:30, we're going to go ahead and bring this bring the session to a close. Thank you guys for your patience. Thank you, crew, for your patience. Wanted to give Ashley a proper send-off and bring the conclusion to this chapter of the Armamente for Keyleth.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, listen to how he's talking there. I think my quasi-permanent headcanon will be that the trial felt odd because he cut large swaths of it. That is what feels the most right to me. I assume that we will probably never truly find out. But yeah, there were so many building blocks of things that were more interesting that it definitely feels like a lot of it hit the cutting room floor to accelerate the process, especially when, I mean, talk about the other aspects of streaming. There's crew that like have families and this is their job and they are beholden to stay until Matt wraps shit up. That's it's a tough pressure to have.
Yeah.
Well done, your first brief journey to
And I think that
the harsh landscape that is the elemental plane of fire.
Yeah.
add an Orion
That's
counter.
awful.
Yeah.
Thank God that dragon didn't freaking
That's
attack.
fair.
Oh my gosh, they
That's
were
so
fire
bad.
on
They
the
don't sell any
trees.
timeshares there, I gather.
That's a tree.
Fun.
I just died. There.
So yeah, just a reminder, guys. Me and Rich will be out of town next week. There will be no critical role. We'll have members here that will be still here to stream and play games and hang out and answer questions. All kinds of stuff they'll have planned, I'm sure.
Oh, and if you're in Denver, I will be at is it non-discon? I'm blanking on what. I'll be in Denver at non-discon, so you can go see me at
Google it.
Yeah, in Denver at non-discon.
Awesome.
Orion ruined the pacing by taking up way too much time at the top of this episode, and I didn't realize that it was annoying until this back half. It's a bit of a joke point, but you know.
And some of you guys are going to be at San...
We're gonna be at SAC Anime
Anime.
next week. The three of us.
It is.
And we're
The
gonna be a
two
Birdie
twins
Man.
and the handsome one.
And I'm gonna be at PAX tomorrow and Saturday. So I'm leaving tomorrow morning to
There
head
you
to
go.
Seattle.
You guys are packed. Go say hi.
Go say hi. We're doing a crowd play of Tales from the Borderlands. What?
Okay. Oh, she's in Tales. God damn it. I promised myself I wouldn't do IMDb dives on stream, but she's in Tales for the Borderlands. Fuck. Tiberius does love shopping. Tiberius be shopping. That's what I've always said about him. All right, we have more timestamps at I overshot it. Taliesin receives a dangerous gift.
Next, I've got a mysterious box.
Is it a gun?
Come on, Percy!
One, two?
Let's go!
Is it a gun?
Oh, he did.
You got it.
Faster, harder, get it out of there, damn it! It's not gonna break.
I'm being so gentle. I'm being so gentle.
Bad news.
Oh, that's the
Don't do that. Reggie. Not even with
What is it actually? Is it like a pop gun?
a toy.
No, this is amazing.
That's awesome.
Or is it just like a little like plastic replica? Only 2 It was only 2 counters, and you know what? I don't count anything that they do in their free time. Unless he does something super egregious, I'm probably not gonna take it out of episode. But 3D print maybe, yeah. But it does say the timestamp that John put on said a dangerous gift. So like it's like an air like you're getting soft on Orion.
Holy cow.
Is it heavy?
Feel it, feel it.
He's so loud. I cannot penalize people for being too loud. That would be
Oh yeah, it's
that
heavy.
wouldn't be
Little bit
good
of
for my
half
brand.
Put him up, you sir. Put him up. Put him up. Huh?
Oh my god, that's
That's so fucking cute.
That's awesome.
Oh man, you
Who's that
guys.
from?
It doesn't say.
What the heck is that? Oh my gosh.
It just has the markings that they
Oh wait, there's a little post-it on the.
the poster is just
Just
my
a
name.
Thompson.
Yeah. Oh god. Do you guys have a
Whoever sent the gun, you're awesome.
I think
And
I know
tell
who
us.
I think I know who sent the gun. I'm going to double check on Twitter later tonight.
Okay.
But
Also, guys, we have from Megan Collins sent this awesome.
Okay, that is the dangerous gift, and now we go to 3401. And this is Travis gets a funny joke gift, and Mac
Your head.
makes
How do you do
it.
this?
How do you want to do it?
So I got a belated birthday gift. It's a metal display case, and the metal reads, "If you had fun, you won. Participation medal.
Oh my god!
Cord strength to Philip the Terrible, aka Philip the Nail. He needs it, Kern." Son of a bitch! Legit display, like even a suspended display, like.
That's amazing.
Phenomenal.
Let's have it. Let's put it in there.
I'm gonna have to say, I'm gonna have to make a DM decision here. That's canon.
That is the most amazing. That's incredible.
That is wrong.
As Rog and his allies find their way back to the Slayer's Take Guild Hall, word of your travels have come around to the fact where Kern has sent a gift that awaits you.
David
You had fun.
David Peterson.
That's amazing, David.
In
Damn.
Canada, David. Canada's not far enough away, buddy. I'm coming.
Oh my god, it's so good.
Son of a bitch. It comes with a rhythm. Just keep singing.
That's amazing.
So awful.
That's really funny.
All right.
That's very, very funny. Yeah, dude, that's a vicious mockery IRL if I've ever seen one. That's the most clear example of vicious mockery. Holy shit. Oh, man. Okay. Good stream. Good episode. Probably more, honestly, more negative than it's been lately. I don't know why. I think probably because I think it's probably still for like out of game meta reasons. I have a feeling. And it's hard to tell what is or isn't that. And even if it is, I'm still gonna probably call it out. Thanks, John. Thanks, Wired Jeweler. We'll do the first Q&A afterwards. I wrote down 2 questions that I saw in the chat that I didn't answer during stream. So this will be the sort of, cadence of it, of if I do have time at the end of stream, then we'll actually go into it. Megaphone Hater 0? That sounds like I hate me, or I hate my voice. I don't know. Okay, first one. Magic item destruction, in my opinion on it. I think that whatever you want to do in terms of magic item destruction is viable. But there's an asterisk. So like if you want to make magic items inherently weaker and like actually easier to be destroyed than their non-magical counterparts, I think that's okay. If you want to make them the same, I think that's fine. if you want to make them more durable and say that the weave actually like reinforces the regular material, I think that's okay. The thing that I would do, and this is the caveat, is I would demonstrate which one of these you are choosing on a magic item that the PCs do not own. So if magic items are inherently weaker within your system, then I would demonstrate that on either an enemy's magic item or on like a neutral party magic item. And same with everything else. If you plan on destroying a magic item or you think there's a possibility where a magic item might get destroyed, I would try to demonstrate it before that situation arises. It won't always be possible. Sometimes your players will just surprise you. But that's what I would try to go for. So I overall, with the carpet and everything, I don't fully mind how Matt handled it. Like, I can't think of a way I would have done it like super explicitly different. I think that scene and that crawl and kind of everything surrounding the flying carpet getting destroyed contributed to the bad vibes and bad feelings of like they were on a like out of game meta time clock, and so he had to rush certain pacings and probably rush certain warnings and foreshadowing that might have helped them make better decisions, or maybe they would have made the same decision. It just wouldn't have felt quite as nasty when the magic item got destroyed. I think that was that those feelings maybe suffered from everything around it. Yeah, good call. What an answer for a moderate. Yeah, was that a very centrist answer? Yeah, I will not. That is one lore drop you guys will not get for a while. I mean, there are ways you could imply that sort of stuff about me, but won't be calling it out. And then the second Q&A, in your opinion, should players be able to ask each other HP points? I don't remember who asked this, but in general, I am totally fine with like severe levels of metagaming at my table. I'm okay with them asking how many action surges they have left, how many sorcery points, how much HP, whatever. My players and my table run on a very there's a very implicit, or not implicit, a very distinct veil between what my players know and what their characters know. And I cannot think of the last time that a character acted on information that the player knew, but the character didn't know. Now, that's a distinct risk at my table. Oh, okay. See you later, this dude. Good to have you. Good. Have a fun time having you here. Have a good night. Like, that is a risk at my table that, like, I am distinctly opening myself up to. Of, like, my players are allowed to talk about a lot of shit to each other, kind of however and whenever they want. And I do not... I don't... The only thing that I do is sometimes I will push them forward a little bit. If there's like if they're in like a chase or there's a threat or they need to make a quicker decision, sometimes I'll push that a tad. But I'm fine with them sharing whatever they want. I find that it leads to a lot more moments like what happened actually with the flying carpet, where the other party knew that the flying carpet had been destroyed, and they had a fun little scene where the characters told the other characters, but all the players were in on it, and they reacted very bombastically and boisterously. So that's how I run metagaming at my table. Is the characters can't do it, but the players can do it all they want. Yeah, but that is very much a style thing. That's very much a tone at the table thing. If your players find it more interesting to very distinctly regulate and control metagaming, and really like to keep each other in the dark about that sort of information, I think that is also valid if that's what they find interesting and fun. I think that this is... I do think that it is bad for players to share information with each other and then for characters to act on information that they don't have, i.e., when Vex hunters marked the guy in the market last episode, just earlier this episode, last stream. I think that sort of behavior of a player knowing something and the character acting on it, even though they don't know it, that is what I consider negative metagaming. And that I never allow at my tables. Or at least I try to police it pretty heavily. So, yeah. I like to keep the veil between player and character pretty intact. In that sense, in that metagaming sense. In terms of like investment, I want players to be in their character as much as possible. So I'm also encouraging them not to talk to each other too often. I'm just not really policing what they say. If that makes a little bit of sense. Like, I'm encouraging them to, as much as possible, talk in character. And if they want to share that sort of information, like how much HP they have left, I'm encouraging them to do it in a narrative way. And so, maybe there's some code language that could spring up around that, but that is how I encourage them to do it. But if they find that too challenging or too obstructive, then I'm fine with a quick pop out of character mode to go into player mode, tell them the information, and then dive back in, ideally. I guess it doesn't matter if you only heal when they drop, which is what you should be doing. Yeah, pretty much. I've played with too many people who can't keep out of character knowledge out of the game, and that's fair. If you are playing with those people and you still want to play with them because they're good at players in a lot of other aspects, then I think that that's a totally fair thing to police at the table. Completely fair. It very much depends. And I will even say, as general advice, I don't know that, like, in the same way that we talked about Critical Role being able to do a lot of things at their table that the majority maybe can't, I think this might be an area where the level of meta knowledge I allow my players to share probably wouldn't work at most tables. I do think that most tables would find difficulty partitioning off the level and degree of meta knowledge that my players share. Or at least that they're allowed to share. They honestly don't do it very often. So it's not even, it doesn't even come up that often, but I would allow it. DBH only playing with them because I haven't found a good group yet, lol. It happens. I've mentioned in the past that one of my like big goals or like big project ideas would be to find an almost Adventures League type system. I think either just, I've also just considered like trying to work with Adventures League to maybe like add an online component, like try to modernize Adventures League a little bit, or just open up opportunities for people to play online, because right now I think the only good way to play online is to kind of hire a DM, which I don't love, or to like join like LFG groups, which is risky. It's kind of what Adventures League is, but with a lot less, I don't want to say protections, that sounds too serious, but with a lot less consistency. What's Adventures League? Adventures League is essentially it's a Wizards of the Coast sponsored maybe organization. Organization's kind of the wrong word for it, but it's basically like a set of rules and guidelines that if you follow, your game can count as an Adventures League game, and you can host your Adventures League games at local game stores, so like LGSs, And if a local game store supports Adventures League, sometimes they'll provide you with books for like new players to use. Sometimes they'll provide you with terrain. There's kind of like a support system. You just have to follow some like consistent Adventures League rules. Like an example of an Adventures League rule is the Adventures League standard is that when you're creating a character, you can only use the core rule books, which are Monsters Manual, DMG, and Player's Handbook, +1. So you can either use Tasha's or Xanathar's. You can't use both. So that's something to keep in mind. So there are like kind of like restrictions and guidelines and regulations. There's also regulations around like the level of homebrew that you can have in it, what types of homebrew you can have, what sort of guides that homebrew has to follow. It's also, you typically host it within a non-homebrewed setting. So like you host it within like Forgotten Realms or Eberron or why am I blanking? I mean, technically Wildmount now, if you want to do a Critical Role campaign. But yeah, it is really cool. It's a really cool concept, but it's all in person. It's all in person. It has to go through an LGS, local game store, and I think that's a little bit behind the times at this point. I'd really like to see it expanded for more people. Like I'd really like to get more people, international players. Actually, they might have Adventures League internationally. I actually don't know. I'd really like to see that. And I don't know if that means trying something new or something else, or if it means like trying to get more involved with Adventures League, like as a person and as a personality. I don't know. I've been debating that a lot. But all of that is to say, I know someone else was talking about, I think it was either Mr. Dad or this dude was talking about their bad group, that they had like a bad experience with the DM, but the other players were good. Same sort of thing that I'd like to address. I also know there have been plenty of people in the chat that talk about how like they've never even had a group to play with. Like, that was you. Yeah. I think it would be really cool to be able to connect people, because there's tons of people that want to DM. I see it all the time online, in like LFG sort of deals. But yeah, I don't know. It's one of those thoughts that floats around in my head, but I know I am at nowhere near the scope to ever even approach. Like, even if I wanted to get involved with Adventures League, I am not nearly at the level of like influence or clout, I guess, to have like a systemic impact, unless I was working there and like trying to work with I would probably have to join Wizards of the Coast, honestly. Like, I would probably have to become an employee, which I don't think I would do. But so I know that I'm nowhere at that level, but it's like one of my like really like, I have a lot of like short, medium, and long-term goals for like cool stuff I want to do. And that's kind of on like the medium to long-term area, is opening up D&D to more people. It sounds good for keeping casual games with random people pretty tame. Yeah, I think that's kind of the point of most Adventures League regulations. Is also the thing with Adventures League is that it's definitionally hop in, hop out. So you can join for some games. Most LGSs have like a recommended, like, hey, if you're going to come for one, come for like the two after that or something. But I don't think there are super hard like rules on it. Which means that like if you don't vibe with like one, then you can just like go to another, maybe. But that's also part of the issue, is like if you only have one local game store in your area, hell, if you have no local game stores in your area, you're kind of shit out of luck. This past Sunday was session 1 of Tyranny of Dragons semi-homebrew campaign I'm in. I'm a PC, not the DM. Ooh, how'd it go? I really like setting homebrew campaigns in existing areas. Like, you know, looking at an existing setting or an existing module and just building onto it and expanding it. I think that's a great way to go. So I already like the sound of that. A Megaphone Man Zero League? Yeah, no. what it has 40 players in it. I mean, maybe I could do that, but it's if I were putting together my own league, I would need a much wider base to pull from. Like there's like a certain like critical mass that you would need to attain where if people were shitty, you could like selectively block them from it without it like being crazy detrimental to the community as a whole. It would be fun to game with y'all at some point and introduce the those that haven't played before. I totally agree about that. So separate from this whole Adventurers League discussion, I really want to do one-shots with viewers. And one of the things I'm working on right now is getting better at one-shots because I'm pretty trash at making them. That is probably my weakest point as a DM is one-shots. I will try to make a one-shot and it will inevitably evolve into a 4-shot. And that is not viable to do with viewers. So I'm working on improving that level of my play. And once I'm there, might start looking at more of that. But also, if you guys want to set that up in the Discord, if you guys want to play in the Discord, feel free. That is more than okay with me. If you guys do want to set up any manner of group. It was fun. I think I talked too much because I was excited. My PC is supposed to be quieter. That's fair. I know nothing about talking too much, John. That's totally an unknown concept to me, even when I'm playing a quiet PC. No, it can be, and I think that's why, especially when I'm playing or even when I'm DMing, I try to remember that characters are probably not their actual characters until like 5 sessions in. There's some like initial session jitters where the personalities don't really settle, like you haven't really like figured out a lot of the dynamic yet. And it'll take a while. It's just a time thing. There's no reason to be like worried or anything. I suck at planning session length. I know how to do it in theory. But this is part of my problem is I talk all the time about player agency. I want to give my players all these options. I don't want to push them down the path. I don't want to bottleneck them. And even with that, I know theoretically the ways to do it where it still feels good, but in the moment I can't do it. So I think one of my plans is I want to develop a one-shot and run it with some content creators, see how that goes. And then after I maybe, get some of my notes on how to do it a little bit better, more organized, I'm also going to be doing an interview with a DM who talks about how he runs one-shots almost more than campaigns. And so I'm actually going to be interviewing him. I'm not going to leak when. I almost leaked when. I'm not going to leak when. About one-shots and about one-shot construction. Partially as content, but also partially because I just want to fucking know. Because I want to get better at it. So, yeah. I'm currently in my first D&D game in 20-ish years, definitely feeling rusty. I mean, yeah, especially if it's your first one in 20 years, that's a whole new system. Even if it's still D&D, coming from some of the older systems would be an adjustment. But that's cool. That's cool to get back into it. It is a hobby and a rush like no other. I don't know anything to compare it to. Having only played a one-shot in like 5 sessions of a Curse of Strahd campaign, great module. Well, I like Van Richten's Guide to Ravenloft more, but Curse of Strahd is still very, very good. Would be cool to do some one-shots to get back into it. We should talk in Discord. Hell yeah, dude. Heck yeah. That's sick. Yeah. Very cool. Yeah, and feel free to use the Discord for whatever you want. I'm sure you guys have like exterior areas. But if you want to use the Discord, also if I know a lot of you guys know, but in the Discord, am I in streaming mode? Let me just confirm. Yes, okay, I am. In the Discord, let me share my screen. if you guys ever want additional things, so like if you wanted an LFG channel or something similar, feel free to put that into server suggestions. This is for both of us, all of us around, to talk through what we want the server to look like. So if there's any supporting channels that you guys want to coordinate any of that, let me know. Or if you want to handle it all in DMs, all good. Totally cool. The DM for Curse of Strahd was so good, I was terrified the entire time. Fuck yeah. Dude, Curse of Strahd is it's so funny because I don't think that Death House really does... It's like the opener for Curse of Strahd, and I don't think it does the module justice. Mainly because Death House is actually really like light on the horror narration. In like what the book gives you. Almost directly after Death House, Curse of Strahd as a book and as a module gets way better at like giving the DM example like phrases to use, like tones to set, what sort of things that they should do to like scare their players. It's really weird. It's really weird. But I really like Curse of Strahd and the things that the book tells you to do. Run some of us through the Death House to test how trash it is. Oh, dude, that's the thing. I think one of my overall issues with Death House is that depending on the route you take, it's actually not that trash. That's the really weird part, is it depends on the route you take, and it depends on how much you read into certain things. One of the really tricky parts of Death House, from a player perspective, is that there's a bunch of shit that doesn't matter. So if you get hung up on the shit that doesn't matter, it can be like an hour of literally just wasting time. Like no clues discovered, no extra paths, just literal wasted time where there is absolutely no progress. Just an hour of it. Because there's enough descriptive language to trick the players into thinking that something's happening. So I think that's my big problem. If the players just ignore or just like brush past all of that shit, Death House can actually go relatively like fast and well paced. It's a weird map, and a weird thing. No one expects you to be amazing when you're new, let alone ever. I mean, so true. I've said before, I have very few plans to ever start an actual play. Not really something that appeals to me. But if I were to ever post, footage of me DMing, you would notice that a lot of the standards that I hold Matt to, or the players to, a lot of the advice that I give, I do not follow 100% of the time. Like I try to. A lot of the things I talk about on here are standards that I hold myself to. But I've been DMing for 10 years, and I'm never, in no sessions, am I going to follow all of my advice to the letter. It's just not going to happen. Yeah, the only way to begin is by beginning, to quote some Game Changer. But no, I think if you're interested in DMing, you just do it. The hard part and part of the discussion is like doing it with players that will be patient with you, because I think that's the only thing you need to start DMing legitimately. I don't even, if we want to get like really wild and wacky, I don't even think you need rule books. I think you can take a super wild and wacky improv DM style, and as long as you have players that are patient enough, you can get experience DMing with absolutely no rule books. So I think that's the big thing for new DMs, is just having patient players that you at least have a somewhat level of rapport and trust with. Because no one, but as Mr. Dad said, no one expects you to be perfect. I don't know how much of what he did was written. I know he improvised a lot. He's a theater director. Ooh. Who focuses on horror and thriller. Oh, yeah. I mean, yeah, I don't want to diminish your DM at all. I think that Curse of Strahd offers a lot of good starting prompts, but I'm sure if it stuck with you this hard, it was probably well beyond what the book gives you. That's sick. That's super sick. It sounds a bit better. So many books and rules. I mean, okay. Legitimately, if you don't want to go kind of the wacky and wild improv style stuff, legitimately, you could get the SRD. So the SRD is the source reference document. So if you just Google it, D&D 5e SRD, basically every TTRPG has an SRD. And it is a document that gives you the absolute bare bones of the system. In the D&D SRD, I believe that each class comes with a single subclass. I believe that like Barbarian comes with so there's Path of Berserker. Yeah. At 3rd level, you choose the path that shapes the nature of your rage. Path of the Berserker is the only official option released by Wizards of the Coast, and the implication here is in the SRD. So there is a lot. It is really, really, really restricted down, which can really help. And it's restricted down not just from a player perspective, but also from a DM perspective. It shrinks the game mastering section into just like the necessary part of combat, although crazy that they included insanity and dread in the SRD. Wild, honestly. And then like special abilities in the environment. Like they really try to shrink it down. So if you're really intimidated by the player's handbook and the DMG, I do recommend the SRD. It's how I started looking into Blades in the Dark. I was just going off of the Bit D SRD. So it's a very good starting place, especially if you're nervous and you want to minimize the amount of rules that you have to learn. And you don't even need to know the rules, honestly. Only DM'd 3 times. First 2 were one shot with 0 prep made up on the spot. Not even a book, but they went well because I was with good friends. Yeah, you just have to have people that you are confident will be patient, I think is the main thing. Then I tried with a new group. One player ruined that whole new group for everyone, though. I can imagine that can happen. I think I know the basic rules just from watching 300 episodes of Critical Role, lol, but applying that without following a campaign setting word for word is intimidating. Fair enough. I mean, if you also want to just buy a module, I don't know how your disposable income situation is, but you could also buy a module to hopefully try and guide you through a lot of that just to get some experience in it. You can also... Oh, see you later, John. The other option that... there's a YouTuber that is very, very good. A D&D YouTuber, if you've never seen him. His name is Z Bashu. And he talks about one of the more modern ways that he DMs to try and minimize prep is that he bases most of his stuff either explicitly in an existing world, like an existing setting, that him and all of his players are familiar with, or he will be in a homebrew setting where he just plucks things from other settings. So it's like, oh, I need a wizard tower? Go to the Harry Potter wiki. There are going to be a million maps for wizard towers. Oh, you need like a castle on a hill? Go to Lord of the Rings, fucking not Middle Earth. What am I thinking of? God, not Flat Earth. It's a really old, really good fantasy series that I can't think of right now. That is something Earth. Anyways, but that's a really good option to start out DMing. You don't have to build Exandria. You don't have to build Wildmount. You can just plop your characters in a world that you are all familiar with and maybe that you already like a lot. Like, for example, I love Elder Scrolls. That is one of my my main media franchises that I follow really closely. And it is really easy for me to just straight up rip shit out of Elder Scrolls. If I ever am like, oh fuck, they're Earthsea. Thank you. That is exactly what I was thinking of, was Earthsea. It is not blank Earth, but it was Earthsea. Anyways. If I'm ever like they're walking into a dungeon and I didn't have a dungeon prepped because they surprised me, or they're walking into a town that I didn't have prepped, I will just pull up the Elder Scrolls wiki and I will use the layout. I'll reflavor it a lot of the time so that unless they're really, really familiar with Elder Scrolls, they can't tell. But it gives me a nice skeleton to build off of. And sometimes I'll get really wacky. I'll pull the layout from one section of Elder Scrolls and the description from another. Or I'll pull the description from a wholly different franchise to really make sure that they don't feel too stolen. But good DMs lie, cheat, and steal. That is the thing that I think that most content creators have expressed that to some point. Content creators in the D&D space. At some point, you lie, cheat, and steal, and there's no time like when you're first starting. Absolutely no time like the present. So yeah, be absolutely lazy and just get used to being behind the screen. That's really all you have to do. Is the SRD the same as the basic rules? I actually don't know. Maybe. That possibly. 5e basic rules versus SRD. The basic rules are intended for players. The SRD is intended for developers. Oh, interesting. The SRD is intended to be used by designers for creating their own content. It is not an official rules source. That's interesting. That is not how I have ever heard it interpreted. Start a new campaign. There's no player's handbook. The SRD are the open source rules. Basic rules were created before the SRD. Interesting. It seems like you might want to get both. If you want to go like a super rules light style, it doesn't look like they're the same thing. My initial interpretation would have been that they're the same thing. But it looks like they are fundamentally different. I would just get both. They're both free. So just take a look-see. We all stand on the shoulders of giants. Yeah, nothing is I've talked about Mistborn before. There's a Mistborn novella called Secret History, and I won't talk about any of the plot. But there's a great quote from there. That the main character says that is ideas are never original. Only one thing is ever original: style. And I don't know if I wholly agree. I think sometimes ideas are original, but I think 90% of the time it is mostly style. Thanks for the advice. I gotta get back to work. Have a good night. Yeah, cheers. I'll see you later. Very nice to have you. And I think I will probably wind it down on my end as well. I think we're through a lot of the main questions, a lot of the meat, and it has been a good time hanging out with y'all. I had a good old time. I think we made good progress, especially if I keep myself more honest with an on-screen clock. I think we can get back to easy one-parters. And I also think I really like this Q&A session. I really like this because especially even for me, like as we get closer to the end, I start to lose a little bit of energy. It just gets later. And especially if I'm doing a long stream and we're getting towards like midnight or something, I would love to have this Q&A session where people can dip out of stream and I'm not keeping them online for the content. And then if they want, they can come back and watch the Q&A later. In the VOD. I think that's a really good system, and it'll energize me late at night. As opposed to, trying to watch kind of the finale tapering off sections at midnight. Those are sometimes more of a struggle for me. So yeah. I think that'll be it. I think we've we've got a good strategy going forward. And I am excited to see everybody next week. Probably, like I said in the Discord, probably no lunch clubs for a little bit, unfortunately. If there is one, it'll be a surprise to both of us, probably day of. But what are you going to do? Things are busy at the moment. But I will definitely see you all on Monday. Goodbye. See you. Oh, thank you, Wired Drew and Undead King. Dang it. I have this instinct inside of me to read the chat. Goodbye.